live at ColleCo for tonight's live Facebook record sale. It is Wednesday night. I am here. Hopefully you are here. Hopefully you are with us. Hopefully you are I'm right on time too. That's what I'm most impressed about. And I just was telling Tanner it's nearly impossible. I said we got a lot of new vinyl to price. But don't worry. We're going to get it done, folks. Make sure that was everything over here. All right, so we got a crate of new vinyl. I was curious what these look like. Oh yeah, those are pretty cool. Let's actually make those first tonight. Zeppelin, Zeppelin, Zeppelin. Metal, metal, metal. Hit record, hit record. Let's go over here and see what's going on. Strike one. Just letting April know she's under strike one. Just making sure she's aware of that. All right, Craig. Is Craig on? Craig? Craig. Drama with April. So, we need the lyrics to Heroes by David Bowie. The God shot out over our heads. Over. Do we have anything for FedEx? Oh, yeah, behind the counter. There's usually a little stash back there. They're in those clear tubs next to the picture of Chesney. Typically. I thought Tanner said, are we going to be sending anything to FedEx? He said, no, do we have anything for headaches? I was like, that's a big difference. I will be king, and you will be queen. There it is. Now, the most powerful version of that is when you're watching Stranger Things on episode 3, season 1, and the Peter Gabriel version starts playing. Oh my gosh. $18 billion passwords were leaked. Luckily, I don't use passwords. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Make sure you've hit the like button. Let's hit the share button. They sold the Lakers for $10 billion. Yep. That still wouldn't buy the Mona Lisa. The question is, for those that are watching, would you rather own the Lakers or own the Mona Lisa? You got $10 billion, and you can buy two objects. The intellectual property of the Los Angeles Lakers or the Mona Lisa, and you can hang it in your house. Tanner, your pick is what? They're probably worth about the same, but the question is, which one's going to give you the most return on investment? I'd say if you own the Lakers, you're going to have a bunch of headaches, but also a bunch of fun. But if you own that painting, oh my gosh, well, I guess if you could put it out on display, you know, it is where you can go view it right now for free, I guess, in France, but that painting, I don't know, yeah. It has a lot of visitors. If you had it you had extra, I don't know. I guess both cost money to operate, but you'd have yeah, you'd have to have it very protected. There's no telling how much money they spend a month or a day just protecting that thing. If you had to protect it, I'm sure they spend millions a month, their budget just protecting the thing. I'd have to think about it a little bit more on a serious hypothetical. It wouldn't be an easy decision, I don't think. It wouldn't be for me, being a pure businessman. I'd have to think about it. They both cost millions and millions to operate, so. But if you wanted to sell it in 10 years, you know. Okay, let's take some drink of purple juice. Let's stop thinking about hypotheticals for a second and think about the Beatles. Let's think about a Beatles hypothetical. Would you rather go see John Lennon in concert or George? If John Lennon was about to do a concert tomorrow night in your hometown, John Lennon solo and Beatles hits, or you could go see George Harrison doing solo and Beatle hits, which one would you go see? I think I know my answer pretty fast, but we'll see what Tanner says. Beatles hypothetical. You going to see John Lennon, if he's still alive, you going to see John Lennon in concert or George Harrison? They're going to be doing solo work and Beatles hits. George got some few. George has a few hits too. Yeah, he did a few good songs too. Yeah, let's not joke around. That's a tough decision. Okay, let's just not. That's not something you're just gonna make a decision on the fly. I'd have to think about it for weeks. I'd be losing sleep, twisting and turning. I'd be like, oh my gosh. I don't know, man. Seeing John Lennon in person, it'd be like when I seen Paul McCartney in person for the first time. I was like, he's not real. There's no way that dude is down there on that stage I'm looking at right now. Seeing John Lennon would be like I'd have to pinch myself. Especially now, because he's unfortunately been dead since 1980, but okay. Seeing Ringo was fun. McCartney, like I said, it's just like, dang, is that really a Beatle? Like, I've seen videos for years and all this footage from 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, and he's actually right there in front of me. It's one of those weird moments, you know. All right. Folks, we're ready to get this party started. First thing I have is a fresh crate of Japanese. We got new vinyl at the wazoo. It would be pretty sick, though, all of a sudden Lennon pulls out one of those guitars and starts playing Revolution. You say you want a revolution. But man, imagine the emotions when George Harrison starts playing What Is Life or My Sweet Lord. Oh man, I had to get into a different dimension. All right, here we go. First Japanese auction. This is Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever. Ted Nugent is going to go up for a $35 start. Cat Scratch Fever, that's now up for bid. It's a Japanese pressing with the original inner sleeve, a gatefold jacket, and obi. Cat Scratch Fever, $35 start on that. It is now up for bid. Here comes Paul to put in his input. How's it going? I'm just now seeing Paul for the first time today. He's delivering a crate. Amazing. And, oh, he's going to, okay. All right. Okay. That should be like $100.
Oh, yeah. So, I'm just going to do half price.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Is that signed by Jim Morrison?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. 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 Yeah. I was about to say, isn't that that's a tough one to get, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is, I'm holding, 320? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. Ted has a bid for 35. And then next auction is going to go up right now. Speaking of, well, I don't have one. I was about to say, surely I can find a Paul McCartney Japanese pressings. Here we go. Speaking of Paul McCartney, here's a Japanese pressing of Wings Back to the Egg. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. There's this insert. There's that. There's the cover and obi. And that's a $35 start. Wings Back to the Egg. Okay, here we go. I feel off tonight. I don't know why. I mean, everything's going fine. I just feel like I'm not even doing a live stream right now. I feel like I'm just talking to my friends. Oh, wait, I am. Y'all are my friends, and I am talking to you. We could just go live and just chat all night. I think we could have a lot of fun talking about music and records, and I just wish I had more time. All right, let's pull up the new vinyl flip. Man, a bunch of stuff sold from the new vinyl flip. Wings and Ted Nugent have bids. Let me read some of these out loud so they're kind of fresh in my head. Cramps, Guar, F.U., Billy Idol, Cream, New Kids, New Order, Twin Peaks, Lenny Kravitz, Catatonia, Jackson Frank, Skid Row, The Nerve Agent, Catatonia, Conan, Husker Du, Maniacs, Skid Row, 9 Inch Nails, Tool, Now, Coltrane, Elton, Pink Floyd. Okay, here we go. 45s, I'm going to try to send some of those as well. Yes. Let's see here. I've been working on this box here, doing lots of 3 and 4. So let's see what we have here. We got, let's see here. Let's do these. Pull a few out of here. We'll go ahead and do more than normal. Okay, so we got Rick Springfield, Mary Chapin Carpenter, The Carpenters, Steve Winwood, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And those 2, 4, 5 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. All right, so the first thing I have here is Taylor Swift, Reputation. Taylor Swift is a 2 LP picture disc, $54.99 for Reputation. 2 LP picture disc, $54.99. I still got this new Grateful Dead's Greatest Hits. Grateful Dead Greatest Hits, Truckin', Touch of Grey, A Friend of a Devil is a Friend of Mine. It's on light blue vinyl. It is $33.99. I still got all 3 copies of this. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully, everybody has hit the... I hope everybody has hit the like button on Facebook. I would greatly appreciate it. Pink Floyd Metal was just sold to Bill Samus 26 minutes ago. Thank you, Bill Samus. That's so to you. Yes, all 5 of these are bundled together. Yeah, all 5 are bundled together. A $10 start. $10 start. And then we have Ted Nugent's at $38 with Patrick C. Smith. And Wing still has 1 bid with Todd Fisher for $35. Those are going once, going twice. The Clash, London Calling. The Clash, London Calling. This is a 2 LP, $39.99 remaster of The Clash, London Calling. It's on there. And now Brian Call has all 5 singles for $10. AC/DC's The Razor's Edge. You've Been Thunderstruck. AC/DC, $33.99. Still got 2 of those available. And Guar Scumdogs. Unfortunately, this was our last copy. I can put you on a waiting list. It is Scumdogs of the Universe. That is sold to Paul Peterson. Thank you, Paul Peterson. That's sold to you. And then over here, we have 2 copies of Skid Row, which I think have both been claimed. The first Skid Row was claimed by A.J. Clark. And then the other one is from Joshua Hepburn. Now, Joshua, you have a reason to come pick up more records next week. Thank you, Joshua. Skid Row is sold to you. Appreciate that. Both of those are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Can you repeat the singles? Yeah. It's Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Heidi Ho, and The Battle, Steve Winwood, Dust, and Still in the Game. We have the Carpenters doing Sandy and I Need to Be in Love. Mary Chapin Carpenter, some kind of promo of Hometown Girl, and Rick Springfield, Love Somebody and Great Lost Art of Conversation. Ted Nugent's Near Minus and Pristine, and we also have Wings moving to a Final Call. That's the one I was talking about last night, Chad. I'll take one. Aha! George Burleson's talking about this, the best of the Grateful Dead. Yes, thank you, George Burleson. That is sold to you. Now there's 2 copies left of that. I got 2 of the new Cattonia albums, and these are on yellow vinyl. Cattonia is on yellow vinyl. It's their most recent release. It's $33.99. We got one for D.L. Mitchell. Thank you, D.L. Mitchell. And also, we have 1 more left. Yep. Now the singles are at 11. Now Ted Nugent's at 46. And now Wings is sold to Todd Fisher for $35. I just had to ask Tanner something, and I forgot what it was. I'll come buzz you if I can remember it. Yeah, just stand right there for about an hour until I can figure it out. Any cassettes or VHS? Maybe. I still wanted to post them so everybody know we was going to sell them. I never did get them out of the tub last night, Patty. Patty's probably like, yeah, you don't have to post them. Just go ahead and start bringing them out. Let's start selling them. We also have the newest album by Eric Church, Evangeline versus the Machine. That's $33.99. Taylor Swift self-titled. Taylor Swift self-titled is $33.99. And Conan. And Conan is $39.99. This is available. And it is sold to Michael Reed. Thank you, Michael Reed. That is sold to you. Conan or Conan. And that's sold. You got Conan, the Barbarian, and you got Conan O'Brien, the Comedian. And then these 3 singles are sold for $11. And those are sold to Rob Schindale. Next thing we have is Steel Panther. And Steel Panther is $33.99. Limited edition purple vinyl, marbled vinyl. How many days out are they on shipping? Tanner can probably answer that for us. 2 crates left, shipped from Friday. So they're working on stuff that was paid last Friday right now. So if you paid last Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, including today, Your order has not shipped, but if you paid last Friday, they're halfway through. They'll start on Monday's paid orders tomorrow. Not many people pay over the weekend, so they'll fly through Friday and then Saturday, Sunday. Most people, not a lot of invoices paid, and then they'll be back to Mondays, and that's when they'll start packing Mondays. Okay, so over here we have Foreigner. This is their self-titled debut, a Japanese pressing. This is a $35 start, a beautiful Japanese pressing. Feels like the very first time. It is Foreigner. It's a Japanese pressing with the inserts. There's Lou Graham, there's Mick Jones, Ian McDonald, Dennis Elliott. There it is. Now, we have 10,000 Maniacs, and this is $39.99, and this is sold. The Maniacs is sold to Amber Mathis. Thank you, Amber Mathis. That's so to you. I saw a bunch of packages getting picked up. Oh, man. Yeah, don't think we're never not shipping. They have always, they fill up carts on a daily basis. It's amazing. 177 packages went out yesterday. Wow. Rich Krulak on 47. We had a record for most invoices, I think. I don't have really good accurate numbers, but just from a memory, we had the most individual invoices on Monday than we've ever had. So when they get around to Monday's orders, it is probably the most individual orders we've ever had here, I think. Mostly due to all those pre-orders for Ozzy, Metallica's, Black Sabbath's, Grateful. I mean, think about all the new stuff. And a lot of people in the group maybe just bought one record. So when we have a lot of pre-orders, it's wild. It's wild. Now, we have 10,000 Maniacs. This is $39.99, MTV Unplugged. We have Chadwick Smith on The Clash, London Calling. Thank you, Chadwick Smith. Charlie Marks on Steel Panther. Thank you, Charlie Marks. And we got Kiss Alive 2. That is a 2014 remaster, $39.99. Foreigner has one bid for $35. We're about to sell it. And here is Winger, self-titled. And Winger's on green vinyl, and this is $33.99. Also, 9 Inch Nails live at Woodstock. This is sold. And this is sold to Anthony Clark. Thank you, Anthony Clark. That's sold to you. Last copy. I'll go over the stuff we sold out of over here. And then we got Ted Nugent. We'll go ahead and drop the hammer on Ted. That's sold to Rich Krulak for $47. Laura just dropped off the rest of tonight's auctions. We got Laura here doing auctions. We got Paul marking records. Laura marking records. Golly, excuse me. A bunch of CDs to show again tonight. And let's go ahead and put up our next Japanese auction. Where's David Johnson at? Here's Robert Plant. Uh-oh, Susie. Robert Plant shaken and stirred. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. There is that. There's the Obi. There's the shrink. There's the hype. There's the Japanese vinyl. There's the Japanese insert. There's the Japanese shrink wrap, the Japanese Obi, the Japanese cover. And the United States dollars is $35. And that will get that one rolling. How much is the Clash? $39.99. I've got one left. Cosmos Factory. That's on red vinyl or remastered from Kraft. $33.99. Takedo's $39.99. We also have music from Twin Peaks. This was my last copy of this. Music from Twin Peaks. And this is sold to Melinda Gerhardt. Thank you, Melinda Gerhardt. That's sold to you. And we have Billy Idol, and this is sold to Danny Thomason. Make sure this goes in for $24.99. It was a discounted price. Make sure that goes to Danny for $24.99. Thank you, Danny. All right. Now, next thing we have. Can we get more Twin Peaks? I'd say so. Yes, probably so. We probably can. And now Foreigner is sold. And this is sold for $35 to Tom Kelly. Thank you, Tom Kelly. That's so to you. Robert Plant is a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. And then over here is the next auctions. We have 1, we got 2, we got 3, we got 4, we got 5 more. Put down the cigarettes. I know. Every time April shows up, she starts convincing me I need to start smoking, and next thing I know, I'm up there puffing down 2 or 3 Marlboros. We got Squeeze. This is Goodbye Girl, a promo. We have Arlo Guthrie, and this is Ballad of Tricky Fred, which actually Paul's going to come over here and sing for us. We have Lulu. That was pretty amazing. Thank you, Paul. And then we have Pickety Witch. There's old Pickety Witch. Maybe we've been loving too long and the same old feeling. And the Beach Boys, Do You Want to Dance? And Help Me Rhonda, help me Rhonda, help me Rhonda, help me Rhonda. Those 5 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Now, let me make sure I pulled everything out of here that sold. Yes, 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 yes. We're ready for a new crate. Next thing I have, quick recap here. Taylor Swift, Reputation, $54.99. Grateful Dead, Best Of, Blue Vinyl, $33. London Collins, $39, 1 left. AC/DC, $33, 2 left. Catatonia, $33, 1 left. Eric Church, Taylor Swift, both $33. Also, Steel Panther, $33. 10,000 Maniacs, $39. Kiss is $39. Wingers, $33. CCR and Taiketo. Nobody's been on Robert Plant. Final call. Those 5 singles are a $10 start. Those 5 singles, a $10 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Just like the way we love, sings the song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh. It's Stevie Nicks, even though that song's not on here. Stevie Nicks. This has stand back, in the middle of my room. Stand back, stand back. This is Stevie Nicks. It's a Japanese pressing of Wild Heart. It has the insert, it has the inner sleeve, it has everything, and that's also a $35 star. Stand back, stand back. We have Robert Plant at $35, and the singles are at $12. Chad needs more blue juice. Went to see my doctor the other day. He just told me to stop getting taller. He said everything was fine. He said, you just got to stop getting taller. That's a Jerry Seinfeld joke. He told Miss America, he said, my doctor told me to watch my height. He doesn't want me to get any taller. That's what he told Miss America. I was almost Mr. Coffee. They thought I was a little too relaxed. Oh, boy. Okay. Next crate is going to go up right now. And that is this right here. Let's see what we got. Holy moly. First thing, Lenny Kravitz, Greatest Hits, a Gatefold 2 LP. Are You Gonna Go My Way? This is $34.99. Lenny Kravitz, Greatest Hits, Are You Gonna Go My Way? $34.99. His cover of American Woman's on here too. We got one for John Reed. Thank you, John Reed. That's so do you. I sold a Catatonia earlier to D.L. Mitchell. We know also who wants one? John Reed. John Reed also wants a Catatonia. I thought I saw 2 claims for those. So John Reed also gets a Catatonia. I think that was our last copy. So thank you, John Reed. That is sold to you. And now the singles are at $16. Let's go ahead and sell Robert Plant to Catherine Lutz for $35. Thank you. Does Stevie have a bid? No bid on Stevie Nicks. That's a final call for a $35 start. The singles are at $16. 1 Lenny Kravitz remains and 1 Styx Grand Illusion. Come Sail Away With Me. It's very nice. I think this is a tip-on jacket. It's very well made. $29.99 on that. Also over here, we got 2 copies of Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. Razor Face is $29.99. You can have Indian Sunset for $29.99. This is Leave On for $29.99. That's Elton John. Madman Across the Water is $29.99. I called it everything but the actual thing it's called. And Elton John, there should be 1 left. There is 1 sold over here to Mark Barbosa. Thank you, Mark Barbosa. That's so to you. Also, we got Slick Rick. Slick Rick is tomorrow Slick Rick is right now. Metal Night's tomorrow. Slick Rick is $34.99. Stephen Parton wants that last copy of Leave On. Nice. Indian Sunset, Holiday Inn. That's so to Stephen Parton. Boston at Last. We have Chipmunks. You can have Christmas with the Chipmunks. It's on white vinyl, $29.99. Stevie Nicks does have a bid for $35. Denise, you have those singles for $16, and you're about to get them. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing of ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. She was the dancing queen. Something, 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 something. and then it rhymes with Queen again. And this is ABBA. It has the original on her sleeve. It has this lyric book with it. It's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gatefold. There they are. The Swedes, or wherever they're from. A $35 start. Sonic Youth is $34.99. Sonic Youth, Sonic Nurse. That's $34.99. We got 2 of those. Did somebody claim one of those? That's one I've never get. I'm surprised those hadn't sold out yet. $34.99 on those. And we have the Beatles Band. The Beatles Band is self-titled. It's Beatles Band 2, excuse me. That's $29.99. All right, so these singles are sold to Denise. These 5 here, thank you, Denise. Off the doll. Boy, she probably hates me. I can't say that name. And then Stevie Nicks has sold 1 bid, $35, and that is sold to Catherine Lutz. And now ABBA is a $35 start. Here comes Tanner with something. Oh, he's tagging the flip crate. Awesome. Appreciate it, Tanner. That's sold to you, Stevie Nicks. No, Stevie Nicks is sold to Todd Fisher for $35. Next thing I'm going to do is grab this and put it up for auction. I'm going to hand this to Tanner. And then we're going to put this up for auction. Speaking of Japanese releases, this one was recorded in Japan. And that's the Cheap Trick at Budokan. It is a $35 start. Comes with a book. It's now up for bid. Cheap Trick. I want you to want me. $35 start. Make sure it doesn't have an autographed insert in it like the last one. That was one of the best things I've ever found in a record, was that autographed insert from Cheap Trick. $35 start for Budokan. Next thing I have over here is Look Mom No Heads. Cramps is $29.99. Look Mom No Head. Cramps is $29.99. I have one of those left. You're about to see a bunch of cramps. Hopefully I don't start cramping. That'd be bad. You ever had a Charlie horse? Oh my gosh. Feels like somebody's just wrenching your back, your calf. We have some more auctions going to go up right now in the 45 department. We got Chicago, we got Don McLean, we got Barry Manilow, Neil Diamond, and Sandy Denny. Nice. So Chicago, Just You and Me, Simple and Free. Don McLean, Superman's Ghost. We have Barry Manilow, that's Mandy. We got Neil Diamond doing Cracklin' Rosie. That's a great one. And then Crazy Lady Blues by Sandy Denny. She sung on a Led Zeppelin album. Those 5 singles for a $10 start. Cheap Trick, $35, $36, $40. Let's go ahead and show Cramps, Smell a Female. This Cramps is $24.99. Also, Cinderella Night Towns, excuse me, I messed that up. Cinderella Night Songs, a music on vinyl, $38.99. And Daft Punk, this one's called Homework. Ugh. Nobody wants Homework. $39.99. Bundle is at $10 with Brian Call. Let's go ahead and make ABBA a buy it now. Nobody bid on ABBA, so we'll go ahead and make it a buy it now for $35. $35. That's a buy it now price, and you can rock out to some Dancing Queen. ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's now available. Complete Japanese pressing with Obi. Cheap Trick has hit 44. Brian Call has those 5 singles for 10. Also, I have Cramp, Big Beats from Badsville. Now, this one is sold to Paul Peterson, and that was our last copy. So that's sold to Paul for $29.99. Thank you, Paul Peterson. And then Living Color Vivid, Cult of Personality. Living Color is $33.99. Thank you so much. That is Living Color, $33.99. And then the Cramps Flame Job. This one's also sold to Paul Peterson, $39.99. Now, any of these you see me selling out of, you can be like, whoa, 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 Chad. What the heck? I want a copy of that. And all you guys do is say, Chad, put me on a waiting list for that Cramps unless you have another copy. If you do have another copy, I'll go ahead and take it. And I'll be like, you got it. Sure thing. Boom and done. Next auction is the Cars. Almost thought it didn't have an Obi, but this one has a little slender Obi. This has a little slender Obi on it. This is Heartbeat City. Who's going to drive you home tonight? The Cars, Heartbeat City. It has the original inner sleeve with the lyrics. The inner sleeve has some of those humidity spots. Magic. Hello. Hello again. Dun, dun. This is the Cars. It has the Obi. It's kind of camouflaged. It's a little skinny Obi. Little skinny Obi. That's a $35 start. We have Cheap Trick at 44 with George Samberez. Everybody else is out. We're about to sell it. Here's another Cramp, Rockin' and Reelin' in Auckland, New Zealand. And this is $29.99 for the Cramps. And Screaming Trees, Dust. Screaming Trees, $38.99. Screaming Trees, Dust. Also, this is called Ludicrous Hollow Psalms. I ordered this about a month ago for Metal Night, my only copy, and we still have it. $44.99. The Cars is at $35, and then Josh Brown has bid $3,535. Oh my gosh. We got Red Fang, Murder the Mountains. Red Fang is $29.99 for Red Fang, Murder the Mountains. Wow, that must be some sort of metaphor. And then Audio Slave is $36.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. Nobody wants some Chris Cornell? Uh-oh. And then Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Holy moly, there's Stevie Nicks again. That is $59.99. You can go your own way. They were all fighting and writing songs about how much they hated each other. And it turned out to be one of the greatest albums of all time. $59.99. These singles are sold for $10 to Brian Call. Thank you. The Cars has two $35 bids. Todd bid $35, Josh bid $35. The Cheap Trick is sold to George Samberez for $44. The Cheap Trick is sold to George Samberez for $44. Thank you, George, on that. Thank you, George Samberez, for that. Okay, next. $35.35. Next thing we have over here is another Japanese pressing. If you can believe it, we are flying through these. Where the heck is David Johnson at when you need him? We got Foreigner. This is Double Vision. Ooh, Double Vision. $35 start on this. This is another Japanese pressing. Near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is beautiful. There's the LP. There's the Japanese cover. There's the Japanese obi. Over here is the Japanese inserts. And that's a $35 start on that. Okay, next is the Deftones Saturday Night Wrist. Deftones is $33.99. Tool Opiate. I'm down to one copy. One of these did sell. Tool Opiate is sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen Parton, on that. And by the way, for those that get right on the group at 6 a.m., I apologize. I didn't post it till about 6:22. I was ordering vinyl. I got really in-depth ordering new vinyl. And I was listening to music and ordering stuff. And then I looked up and I was like, I got on Facebook and there was no comments. I was like, wow, that's weird. Usually by the first 20 minutes, there's 4 or 5 claims. And then I was like, oh, dang, I never did schedule the video. So I'm sure some people went right at 6 and was refreshing the feed like, uh-oh, Chad's forgot about us. But then I got it up immediately. Pink Floyd Animals is $34.99, 2018 remix. Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits is $33.99. And the Cars, Mo-Fi, Moving in Stereo, $44.99 on that. The question is, Josh Brown has bid $37. So that means, Todd Fisher, you're out on the Cars. Just FYI, Todd Fisher, you're out on the Cars. Let's put up some more singles. Nice. Woman, Woman by the Union Gap. That's a good one. We have the Righteous Brothers, You're My Soul and Inspiration. Brenda Lee, that's an early one on Decca. We got Neil Sedaka on RCA, and we got Bobby Helms. And that is 5 singles, and we're going to put those up for a $10 start. $10 start there. All those singles, all 5 together being sold in a lot. All 5 being sold together in a lot. And
Do you have another price sheet?
What's missing, I can pull it up. And then also, I think there was a box of some toys over there I didn't get to. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you about 20 minutes ago. I didn't get waiting lists from last night. And I need to make sure those are somewhere where I see them tonight. Yeah. Okay. That should be on Ed's. Did Ed just not price them, or did he say he didn't have a sheet? Those should have been on Ed's desk. Yeah, if not, I can pull it up. That's from... Yeah, I can get that pretty quick. I hope. I'll go ahead and be opening my computer just in case. All right, everybody, what's going on? Sorry, we've got a bunch of new vinyl in, and actually more than I expected. I think UPS still runs tomorrow. It's Juneteenth. I think the post office is closed, but I think UPS will still deliver. I think UPS will still deliver. John Lennon, Give Me Some Truth. That's on blue vinyl, $34.99. We also have Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Metallica is $33.99. Jump in the Fire, Seek and Destroy, The Four Horsemen, Whiplash, So many great songs there. We got Led Zeppelin's 4th album on clear vinyl. That's $33.99. Also here we got Opeth, Damnation for $33. Breakfast at Tiffany's is $24.99. Boys in the Hood is $34. And we have Pearl Jam, Let's Play 2, live at Wrigley Field, a 2 LP, $34.99. Chicago Cubs. Okay, let's go ahead and try to find a price sheet here for Tanner then. And one of them was Smokey and the Bandit. I think if I search Motley Crue, Best of ELO. All right. Let's see here. I try not to delete them until it could have been from yesterday. Nope, that's the Zeppelin. That's the ones I just marked for you. All right, here's 616. It's probably 616. Neil Young, Blue Murder, Smash Hit, Sly, ELO, Jelly Roll, Pantera. Yeah, that was a split delivery. Yeah. I bet he didn't realize that was a split delivery. I have filled that out, but it looks like they split it up, so we'll just have to fill it all back out again. It's being printed right now. Unless I can find where we laid the one from last night.
I'll start forward.
Yeah. Yeah. I can probably remember because I remember the ones we showed last night. All right, so let's update here and figure out what's going on. I walked away. Sorry, we're finishing up new vinyl. Cars was at 37, then Foreigner 35, and then Cars 38, Foreigner 37. Foreigner got a bid for 40, Cars got a bid for 40, Cars 41. Sandra Martin bid 11 on those 5 singles. Foreigner 42, Cars 45. So both Japanese are still getting bids. Gencast wants an Opeth. Thank you on that. Brandon Jones on Kill 'Em All. Nice. Nice. On Kill 'Em All. Thank you, Brandon. And then George Samberes on A Breakfast at Tiffany's. Thank you. That is the original Henry Mancini soundtrack. There's that. 445, 447, Cars 48, 448, and 450. All right, so Foreigner, a Japanese pressing of Double Vision, is at $50. And now the Cars is at 48 with Josh Brown. And Harold Ackerman has Foreigner, and Josh Brown has the Cars. Sandra Martin, I'm going to go ahead and sell you these 5 singles for $11. Thank you. Now, I know another Sandra Martin that's like from where I'm from in Smith County. I know you're not the same Sandra Martin, but I know a Sandra Martin. She's like an antique dealer. And every time I see your name, I'm like, hey, Sandra's watching. But I don't think it's the same Sandra. If so, then I haven't realized it's you, but I don't think it is. So let's go ahead and put up some singles. But I've known a Sandra Martin my whole life. It's because when I started buying and selling collectibles, I also dealt in antiques. So I just knew everybody that also dealt in antiques. There's Quincy Jones. There's Donovan, D.D. Sharp, Rick Springfield, and Baby Doll by Percy Faith. There's 5 more singles for a $10 start. 5 more singles for a $10 start. Those are all up for bid. All right, so Foreigner, and we're about to be done there. Anybody else? We have, it's not me. No, I've realized that now. Every time I've seen your name, though, I was like, man, Sandra Martin's buying. Isn't that like Clay's grandmother or something, or aunt? Or there's this. Okay, so let's go ahead and read the, oh, that's even better. Wow, big box here. So, yes, this. Oh, wait a minute.
The ones that are like.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, those came in yesterday. These lines are messing with me. Okay, so we'll make that. We'll make that. This is this, and this is this, and this is this, and then this one's going to be this much, and this one's going to be this much, and then this one's going to be this much, and this one's going to be that much, and then this one's... Anything on the back? Okay, now Tanner needs prices for this one, and Tanner needs prices for this one.
That's a 36.
That's a 6, and that's a 9. Okay. All right, we're good to go. Boom. All right, Cars is still getting bids. Those 5 singles, a $10 start. And I think we got a first-time buyer. Are you a first-time buyer? Harold Ackerman, if you're a first-time buyer, just say, yes, first-time buyer. That is sold to you for $50. Thank you. If anybody else knew was watching, we got some ads running for Thursday Metal Night tomorrow. Thursday Night Metal Night's tomorrow, so there could be a lot of people on tonight. Last night, 3 people messaged the page and was like, hey, I want to buy this, this, and this. And 2 people said, hey, what time does Metal Night start? And I was like, it's Thursday at 5 o'clock Central Time. But also, if you can tune in tonight and just watch and get how the system works, you better be aware of how the system works so you're not confused when everything is flying off the shelf tomorrow night. Just FYI. So here's what's left in here. We got Pearl Jam, we got Boys in the Hood, Opeth, Led Zeppelin, John Lennon, The Cars, Fleetwood Mac, Pink Floyd, Tool, Deftones, Rumors, Aerosmith, Audio Slave, Red Fang, Luda. I'm butchering this one every time. Ludacris, Hollow Psalms, Screaming Trees, The Cramps, Living Color, Daft Punk, Cinderella, Cramps, Budo's Band, Sonic Youth, Chipmunks, Slick Rick Sticks, and Lenny Kravitz. All right, first time buyer, welcome. Now make sure you message our page, okay? Now, I need you to message our page. The good thing about you buying right then is you now have unlimited shipping for the rest of the week. So this is only Wednesday. We'll be live here again tomorrow. We'll be live tonight until 1:30ish. We'll be live tomorrow. We'll be live Friday and Saturday. And we won't invoice you until Monday. It will be Monday until you get an invoice from us. In the meantime, thank you and welcome. Okay? Thank you and welcome. In the meantime, thank you and welcome. But make sure you send our Facebook page right now. We need a message with your email address and your mailing address, please. Email address and mailing address, okay? Let's keep going. We're not even done with the flip video yet, but we're getting close. We got a New Order Republic, a New Order album here that I haven't had before. This is sold to Melinda Gerhardt. I've got 2 left. It's called Republic. These 5 singles are a no bid. It's a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants those. 5 singles for a buy it now of $10. And then The Cars is sold to Josh Brown for $54. So thank you on that. Invoices go out Monday, but if you're new, we got to have your information. And you don't have to do that until you buy something, but if you are buying something or you think you might be buying something, go ahead and send us your information. That way you don't miss any action tonight. You'll be in our inbox and then you'll be good to go. I've got 2 copies of Tyler Childers' Purgatory, $28.99, Tyler Childers. Next auction. Bruce Springsteen. I had to catch my breath there for a second. Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska, is going up for bid. It is a Japanese pressing of Nebraska. And Nebraska is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl has a couple scuff marks on it right there. Can y'all see that? It might be even hard for y'all to see. It's not totally perfect, but it is beautiful. And the next thing we have is this original inner sleeve and this insert. This is going to go up for a $35 start. There's Tyler Childers. Nile is Vile Neurotic Rights, a 2 LP red vinyl, $34.99. And Disturbed Evolution. Disturbed is $33.99. Over here we have Paradise Lost, Obsidian. Paradise Lost is $24.99. And Melvin's Lice All. Melvin's is $29.99. Hey, those 3 crates of new vinyl that was up front, did you move those back here or are they still up front? Okay. Did you pull the stuff in the racks? Did you pull out those crates?
Actually, no. I put those on.
All of it?
There's 1 crate left.
Okay. That's fine. $29.99 for Melvin's. $29.99 for Melvin's, and I think this one actually got claimed. No, it didn't. It's still available. So the Melvin's is still available for $29.99. This is called Lysol. I have that still available. Also here we have Traveling Wilburys Volume 3. That's $36.99, and we got Sting Soul Cages. I still have that for $34.99. Sting Soul Cages. $34.99 for Sting Soul Cages. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction right quick. And the next auction we have going up right now is these next 5 singles. And the next 5 singles I have is Joe Jeffrey Group. We got First Choice. We got Earl Bostic. We got the Archies doing Jingle Jangle. Live is $34.99. Live is $34. And whoever asked about Kiss Alive, Kiss Alive is I think it was 34. And then here is Newgrass Revival. So we got Newgrass Revival, Archie's Jingle Jangle, Earl Bostic, Smoke Ring, First Choice, and the Joe Jeffrey group. Those 5 singles for a $10 start. Also here we have Megadeth. That is the Euthanasia picture disc. That's $39.99. Also, Fu Manchu. This is sold to John Howard. I'm going to put that in the bin. Make sure we don't lose that. And down in the crate. I know y'all want whoever's watching this, Tanner, April, G, whoever. But that's sold. And then we got Fu Manchu. We got Richard Davis. Thank you, Richard Davis. That is the same Richard Davis, right? Yes, I believe it is. Yes, it is. Thank you, Richard Davis. That's sold to you. And now from the end cap, we have sold all 5 copies of Live, thanks to Richard Davis. Thank you, Richard Davis. We got Warrant Dog Eat Dog for $38.99, and a Now That's What I Call the 70s. And Now That's What I Call the 70s is sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. That is sold to you. Also have Nerve Agent, and Nerve Agents was a special request. And this was a special request from Michael Reed. So thank you, Michael Reed. This is sold to you. Thank you, Michael Reed, $49.99. Thank you, Richard Davis. You always throw me off guard on YouTube, but I got you. Thank you, Richard. That's longtime customer Richard Davis. Brian Call on the Melvins. Bruce Springsteen, just 1 bid to David Johnson, $35. Wow. Thank you, David. That's sold to you for $35. That's done. And final call to get a bid on those 5 singles for $10. And now let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's see what we got first over here in the tagged auctions for tonight. Holy moly, it's Booker T and the MGs. Hip Hug Her. This is a 67 US OG pressing. It is a misprint. Track 1 is called Slim Jenkins Joint on the labels, but Slim Jenkins Place on the back cover. Their correct title is the one from the jacket, Slim Jenkins Place. OG Booker T with the misprint cover, $15 start on that. Next is New Kids on the Block. This was our last copy. And New Kids on the Block is sold to Jamie Diaz. Thank you, Jamie Diaz. That is sold to you. And then over here, we have Blue Murder. And we're down to 2 copies of this. $54.99 for Blue Murder. It is a Gatefold 2 LP on colored vinyl. $54.99 on that. And we have Neil Young. This is $34.99. Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts. That's a new album. Came out last Friday, I believe. And we have Metal Massacres. Metal Massacres are on ruby red vinyl. $38.99 for Metal Massacre. Metal Massacre, $38.99. I still got these available on red vinyl. Red vinyl. Those are $38.99. Okay. Booker T is in stereo. And then these 5 singles are a $10 buy it now. Calvin says he's interested in Newgrass Revival. It don't sell. All right, if no one claims them in the next few minutes, if you want to make an offer, I'll pull it out and sell it to you. I try to keep everything in these lots, though. It makes it a lot easier on us. I try to do lots and individual records for at least $7 or $10 each on our individual lots. It just makes sense when we're tagging and sorting and organizing everything. But if you want to make an offer, go right ahead, Calvin. Absolutely. And then Booker T has a bid for 15. Let's put up, did it have an Obi? Yeah. Bruce Springsteen had an Obi. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It had a beautiful Obi. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. Holy moly. Maybe a little early teaser for Thursday night. Holy moly. Maybe a little early teaser for Thursday night. And this is Y&T Earthshaker. Y&T is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Obi. Y&T has the insert. That's a $35 start. And it was right here, Bruce. It's kind of camouflage, but yeah, it has an Obi cap. It has an Obi cap up here. Oh, yeah. All righty. And then Newgrass, $5. So thank you, Calvin. We'll sell that to him for $5. It was Can't Stop Now. It was a double-sided promo. So sell that to Calvin for $5. All right. Anybody else on this crate? Metal Massacre comp. Neil Young, Blue Murder, Now, Warrant, Megadeth, Sting, Traveling Wilburys, Paradise Lost, Disturbed, Nile, Tyler Childers, and Republic. And then somebody asked about Kiss. If you still have Kiss Alive 2, I'll take it. I do have Kiss Alive 2, and you will take it. That sounded aggressive. You will gladly accept it. Thank you, Scully Mac. You will take this record, and you're going to like it. The hottest band in the land, Kiss. That is sold to Scully Mac. Thank you. Bill Samus wants one of the new Neil Youngs. Nice. We're down to 1 copy. Indie exclusive clear vinyl. Indie exclusive clear vinyl. Y&T getting lots of bids. Booker T's a final call. One bid with George Burleson 15. It is in stereo. It is an OG. It is in VG. Has a misprint label and back jacket. A track listing doesn't match up. And they called it Slim Jenkins Place instead of Slim Jenkins Joint. It's supposed to be called Place, not Joint. Alrighty, so actually, I usually do 3 crates of new vinyl unless, like, we truly have 5 crates of new stuff. But guess what? At the very end of the video last night, I flipped through a speed run of a crate. I was like, all right, you know, let's do one more. And I went da-da-da-dun, 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 and I went through this crate in like 30 seconds, and we still sold a few things out of here. So let's go through them now in a little bit more detail because I thought it was great titles tucked away. Some of our best sellers as of late. We're down to like 1 copies of these. We're down to like just a couple stray copies. It always happens. That last crate we did, it was almost completely full, and it's just like 1 copy of everything left. And it's where we've sold them and ordered more, and now we're down to like 1 copy. And here's one of them. Here is the Beastie Boys music. Harold, I have your name, I have your email address, I have your address. You're good to buy. Now, you won't get an invoice to your email until Monday afternoon. All right, it'll be Monday afternoon, and then you pay, we'll ship, give us 5 or 7 days, okay? And there's a lot of regulars on that's been watching for years. They'll tell you you can buy with confidence, and everybody else that's watching will tell you you can buy from confidence. We're here. We're a legit business. We'll take care of you. No problems to worry about. Everything's good to go. Beastie Boys $34.99. If as long as I've been doing this, if I wasn't a legit seller, I wouldn't be in business. We wouldn't be here by this point. So there's always tell everybody there's nothing to worry about. Our track record's on Facebook. We've been doing this for years now. Beastie Boys music, $34.99. Soul Cages is a new back-in-print repress. It's a new back-in-print repress. Fall Out Boys Greatest Hits, it's a 2LP, $34.99. Fall Out Boys Greatest Hits, $34.99. And then Y&T's at $55. And then Booker T just got that 1 bid. We have Y&T, and then here's Booker T. And George Burleson got Booker T for $15. Y&T's at $55 with Jeff Brindley. Little early taste of Thursday Night Metal Night, maybe. And then, ooh, check out this Japanese pressing. Enter the Dragon soundtrack. Holy moly. I know we got some Bruce Lee fans out there. Almost said Bruce Wayne. Both great actors. We have 35, both film icons, I should say. 35, but this is Lee, not Wayne. Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon soundtrack. How cool is that? There's the Japanese insert. It is going to go up for a $35 start. Crate Company. I don't know if we've reached out to them or yet, have we, Tanner? Have we reached out to the Crate Company about referrals? Not yet. George, we'll work on that tomorrow. Nobody place a big crate order anytime soon unless you ask us first, okay? Through the Crate Company. I'm going to try to work out something for hopefully everybody, but we'll see what happens. Now, we also have Husker Du's in Arcade. We did sell one of these. There's one left. Thank you, Kelly Vladerchek. Husker Du is sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Appreciate that. There's one left. And then Shania Twain. Come on over. Shania Twain is on red vinyl. It's a 2LP. Man, I Feel Like a Woman. $33.99. And then Jackson 5, The Ultimate Connection. The Ultimate Collection. Easy as 1, 2, 3, ABC, $34.99. Violent Femmes, Why Do Birds Sing? That's a limited edition retail indie exclusive on smoke colored vinyl, $33.99 on that. And we have Keith Richards, Main Offender. I found out these were on red vinyl, by the way. Keith Richards is on red vinyl, $29.99. Y&T is at $60 with George Samberez. Now Jeff Brindley's out. Bruce Lee's a $35 start. Let's try a few more singles over here. Let's try at least 5 more over here for a what am I doing? We're going to do first Gary Lewis. We got Bill Haley. We got the Delphonics. We have Unconditional Love by Newgrass Revival. And then here is Don McLean, Mule Skinner Blues and Sitting on Top of the World. Those 5 singles for a $10 start. Those 5 singles for a $10 start. All have been sleeved in the original company sleeve. They are good to go. Next is The Offspring's Greatest Hits, Self-Esteem. This is $33.99. I got 2 copies of Killing Joke. Killing Joke is a Gatefold 2 LP, $46.99 on Killing Joke. And the Monkees, a live unofficial, live in Japan. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. The Monkees is $29.99. I got one copy of Throbbing Gristle's Greatest Hits, orange vinyl, 12-inch book. Throbbing Gristle, $34.99. Cream is here, and Cream is sold, and Cream is done, and Cream is sold to Hayden Ernest. Sunshine of Your Love, it's getting near dawn. Thank you, Hayden. That's so to you. Stephen Parton wants The Offspring. That is great stuff there. I love their music, especially I like the song Self-Esteem. First time I ever heard that, I had a teacher, Brian Leslie, shout out Brian Leslie, during quizzes in trig class or whatever math we were in, I think it was trig, during quizzes and tests, he would play 90s alternative rock on Pandora radio in the classroom. And I remember we was going to start a quiz that was like very difficult, a test or something. He put on Pandora, and the first time I ever heard Self-Esteem was in that classroom. La, 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 da, da. And I got very distracted because I was into music, and I sat right next to the computer so I could see what was playing. And I remember about the first 4 minutes of that quiz, I don't even know what was going on. I was just like so engrossed into that song. We have Foo Fighters, Skin and Bones, $39.99. That's also the first time I heard Cake. Dun, da 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 da. Da-da-da-dun, dun, 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 da-da-da-da-da. Short skirt, long jacket. Foo Fighters, Skin and Bones, $39.99. Need to get him on here one night. I don't think he has a Facebook. I know his wife does. We need to get Brian Leslie on here one night. Mastodon, Crack the Sky. That's one of those teachers that you just really respect and appreciate, and years later you'll remember stuff that they did like that. Mastodon is $33.99, and Pussifer, V is 4, that's on blue and black smoke vinyl, $39.99. And we have John 5 Center. John 5's on yellow vinyl, $24.99. So let's go ahead and sell Y&T. Y&T is sold to George Samberes for $60. $60. That's sold to George Samberes. Thank you on that. And then these 5 singles are sold to Sandra Martin for $11. Thank you, Sandra. Those are sold to you. And then over here, we got Bruce Lee, a $35 buy it now. Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon soundtrack, a $35 buy it now. He actually, when we had our flood here at the store back in 2019, he was one of the first people that was here the next morning, just unannounced. Him, his wife, and I think his daughter, and they showed up. He said, "What can we do to help?" And I was like, wow, amazing. Just popped up out of nowhere. Bruce Lee, $35 buy it now. And we have got any cake. I actually don't have any cake in stock. I wish I had some cake. Now, my mom made a Heath Bar cake last week. I ate almost all of it. I took a bunch of it home the other night and ate a bunch of it. I probably wasn't supposed to, right, Tanner? We have Beck, $39.99. This is called Sea Change. Beck is a 2LP, $39.99. And Winger here on green vinyl. Winger is $33. Stone Temple Pilots 4. Somebody wanted this from last week. $33.99 on that. Do you have any Blood Mountain? I do not have any Blood Mountain. And at least I don't think I do. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right now. The next auction I have is the following. We have Aerosmith, Night in the Ruts. Aerosmith is a $35 start. This is going to go up for bid. Aerosmith, $35 start, Not in the Ruts. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Obi. It's going to go up for a $35 start on that. And then next thing we have is Dubai Chocolate Cheesecake, as you said, cake. Dubai Chocolate Cheesecake. Now, what is Dubai Chocolate Cheesecake? Sounds like something I'd be interested in. We have over here Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee is a Japanese pressing of Enter the Dragon. It's a $35 buy it now. Let's actually put them right there. And then we have Stephen Parton on STP and Diabetes. I know. I don't need any of that, do I? Badlands. That's tomorrow night. Well, if Laura holds all the keys tonight, Laura will be hand selecting whatever featured auctions are actually going to be sold tomorrow. So about 2 nights worth were posted in that ad. And so, Laura, the spotlight's on you. She's going to be hand selecting what featured auctions are being sold tomorrow night. And I have a feeling there's going to be some people wanting Badlands. So, but we'll leave that up to her. those will be posted tomorrow, the official lineup for tomorrow night. Cheap Trick in colors, a $35 start. There's the inner sleeve. There's the cover and obi. Cheap Trick has this insert with it. A very nice pressing, a $35 start. Hiram Aponte wants Bruce Lee. Thank you, Hiram. That's so to you. Aerosmith's now at 40. I meant Mastodon Blood Mountain. Oh, no, you didn't know what I meant. No, Blood Mountain. No, I can check. Let's make a note to see if we can order that. I really don't know if I can or not. I know I order those two because I sell the heck out of them, but I haven't ordered any of the rest of their catalog. I know I can get Leviathan by Mastodon. We can get that one through Relapse. I'll check on Blood Mountain. I'm not really for sure. Okay, and then over here, Chad needs to stop all the grunge. My wife will kill me. Keep piling it on, Stephen. You only live once. And then what else happened over here? There was one other question I was going to address. Bruce Lee, cake, this and that. Okay, here we go. And Laura, yes, she holds the keys to the auctions. So if you're here because you saw an ad where we, ColleCo, just purchased a huge collection of metal, that is very true. Now, tomorrow night, we will run about 50 auctions, okay? We will run about 50 auctions. 50 auctions tomorrow, approximately, because I'll have some, well, there'll be at least 45 featured auctions. That's usually how many we lay out for the hot pictures. Grids of 9, about 5 photos. It's usually about 45 auctions. Those will be auctioned tomorrow, and there will be other stuff as well. And they will be sold tomorrow at auction. They won't be a buy it now. You'll have to show up and be watching when they come up for auction to bid on them. Just like any other auction you go to. You show up at an auction. Sometimes you don't know when something's going to be ran. Sometimes there's lot numbers and you kind of have an idea. We'll get it down to about a half hour or 15, 30 minutes of when something's going to be sold on Thursday night. I'll be able to let you know so you're locked in and you don't leave. Trust me, I miss auctions all the time. I'll be watching something or at an auction house I have something and I'll be like, dang, I missed that. I saw some stuff sell last night I've been wanting to bid on for weeks and it all slipped right through my fingers. I went, dang. So, tune in tomorrow. Tonight, we got some sick stuff. There's great stuff being auctioned tonight. But if you're here for like Badlands and all that other stuff you've seen, that will be probably tomorrow night between 7 and 11 o'clock Central Time. We got Neil Diamond, we got Rhinoceros, we got Swamp Dog, we got Gordon Lightfoot, and we got Eddie Money. Those 5 singles are a $10 start. Next thing, we have Porno for Pyros for $33.99. And the last thing that sold here out of the crate was John Coltrane, Love Supreme. John Coltrane is sold to Mark Barbosa. Mark Barbosa, thank you, that's sold to you. And then we have Alcest for $29.99. Neil Young Freedom, keep on rocking in the free world, everybody. $39.99. And Korn Issues. Korn is $33.99. So Aerosmith is now at $50 with George Samberez. Tom Kelly says he's done. Cheap Trick has one bid for $35, and those 5 singles are a $10 start. Jerry Rock says he's in. Jerry Rock says he's in. All right, anybody else? And I'll be talking a lot tonight about Thursday night because there's an ad running. We've had hundreds of new people already follow our page. They're probably hopping on the feed and like, holy crap, those records I've seen on Facebook, do you have them for sale tonight? And it's going to be like, we do have records for sale tonight. Those crazy, insane records that everybody on earth wants to own, those will be sold tomorrow night at auction. Make sure you're watching. And by the way, we do this every night. Anybody else on anything in this crate? Final call. Korn, Neil Young, Alcest, John Coltrane, Porno for Pyros, Winger, Beck, John 5 Pussifer, Mastodon, Foo Fighters, Throbbing Gristle, The Monkees, Killing Joke, Keith Richards, Violent Femmes, Jackson 5, Shania Twain, Husker Du, Fall Out Boy, and Beastie Boys. The Coltrane is $38.99. That's a great pressing. It's a gatefold jacket. It's a tip-on gatefold jacket from Acoustic Sounds, $38.99. All righty. Korn is in-cap worthy. You're right. Let's put Korn right over there. That is in-cap worthy. Okay, so Mark Riley wants one of those great Beastie Boys comps. I think it's time to sell some Japanese, time to end some stuff, and I'm going to sell this signed Taylor Swift CD at 7 o'clock. I got to make sure Guy Shard's watching. He's convinced me to put it up for auction tonight. Guy, we'll go ahead and do it at 7 o'clock, okay? I've got a signed Taylor Swift CD. Really wasn't, I let a couple people know that was interested, including Guy, who has convinced me to sell this. And I was like, okay. I was going to get a letter and all that from JSA and sell it in about 6 months, probably sometime near the end of the year, but he has convinced me to let it roll tonight. And I was like, okay, if you want to let it roll tonight without any COA, it's good. It's a signed exclusive through, I think, her website. So it's good to go, but I was going to wait and get a letter and everything. But he has convinced me. Let's run it tonight. He wants it now. I was like, okay. So we'll do it. And then Tom Sullivan on Coltrane. Let me make sure Blaine Zapnick doesn't want it. Blaine, if you say sold, it's yours. If you say pass, I'm going to sell it to Tom Sullivan, okay? Right now, Tom Sullivan's name's going on it. And then we have Holden. The Monkeys is $29.99. It's a live unofficial there. Live unofficial. All right, let me change out crates. Changing crates. Changing mags. That's done. And let's go ahead and grab the flip crate from last night. And that's usually the next thing we do right now. So let's go ahead and do that right here. No, it's signed on the CD booklet. No, it's signed on the CD booklet. It's she did that exclusive through her website. All right, so Tom Sullivan does get the Coltrane. These 5 singles are sold for $10 to Jerry Rock. Thank you. George Samberas got Aerosmith, Not in the Ruts. That is sold to George Samberas for $50. Man, we had a great batch of Japanese stuff show up tonight. And then here's Cheap Trick in color. And Cheap Trick got one bid for $35, I think, to Greg Gallier. He did. Thank you. That's so due. Nice. I mean, basically audiophile top stuff here with the Japanese stuff. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. All right, let's go ahead and about time to swap out crates, but because before I start this flip crate, I want to go ahead and clear all this out. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. In excess. This is from the advertised stuff tonight. This is OG, folks. OG. Dun, dun, dun. Da da dun, da 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 da. NXS kick, an 87 US specialty, OG, gatefold jacket with the original inner sleeve. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the very cool gatefold jacket kick. It's going to go up for a $15 start. Huge album there from the 80s. We might even have new copies of that came in tonight. I'm not really for sure though. But the next thing I have right now is going to go up for auction. And another teaser for Thursday Metal Night. Another teaser for Thursday Metal Night. And right here is this, Quiet Riot 3. Quiet Riot 3 is a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. And this is Quiet Riot 3. Oh my goodness. Quiet Riot 3, a Japanese pressing. That's going to go up for a $35 start. And there's this. Carol, I really can't get what I'm looking for. It's kind of, I don't know, it's strange. If you want to let me know maybe some stuff you're looking for, you can message me and I'll kind of explain. But what I've said before, the stuff in Japan, I would get everything if I could, but they also have no problem selling vinyl. They're looking to buy vinyl. Like they're looking for metal records over there. So it's a tough demand worldwide. All right, I just drunk some purple juice. That was very good. This crate is not quite full, but I think to keep it simple, I'm going to swap it out so we can start the vintage stuff. And basically, the show, we hadn't even gotten the new stuff, and we've already sold a whole crate of vinyl. That is absolutely fantastic, right, Tanner? All right, and then here's everything that sold from the flip video. Please make sure you're in our... Please make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. Every morning, 9 a.m., we post a vintage flip crate. When this got posted at 9 a.m. this morning, all this was full, on sale, vintage pre-owned vinyl, and now look, it's all sold except for whatever I'm about to show you. That sold, this sold, that sold, it all sold. Everything you've seen me pull out of here, all sold. I slipped in some jazz this time, all sold up until all sold up until right here, okay? Now you're about to see what's left. We'll start with, there's four price points usually. $6, $9, $14, and $19.99. First, let me make sure I've liked everybody's comments from the flip video. And everybody's comments. Bob Panozniak, I'll make sure he gets a Jackson C. Frank. And we are good to go. So everybody got everything that they wanted. Thank you on that one. And then Here we go. So there was only one 1999 record left, and that's Deep Purple, Shades of Deep Purple. On Tetragrammaton Records, No Condition Notes, Hush, Hush. That's on here, just 1999. That was 29, so that's been marked down to 1999. I only have one, and there was only two 14.99 records left. The first 14.99 record left was Willie Dixon, Memphis Slim, Willie's Blues, 180 gram on the Dull Chest label, 14.99. Near mint, no condition notes. There's some blues. And then Rainbow was only 14.99. Difficult to cure. Rainbow has the original inner sleeve, Polydor, and it was beautiful, 14.99. All right, so NXS opened at $15, and here was the bids. 15, 18, 20, 20 Quiet Riot 35, NXS 22, 23, NXS 24, 25. We have not sold Billy Joe Schaefer yet. NXS 30, NXS 26, NXS 30, NX 27. So NXS is at $30 with Michael Hamburger on YouTube, and Quiet Riot has one bid with Tom Kelly for $35, and that is a final call. Here's another lot of 5 singles we're going to put up for a $10 start. I got Simply Red, Move On Out, and if you don't know me by now, I also have The Best of Belafonte. I got Billy Preston, All I've Got, nice on Apple. Leon Russell, Lady Blue, and Laying Right Here in Heaven, and Genesis, and we got Land of Confusion. Wow, some great songs in those. Those are $5.45 for a $10 start. $5.45 for a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Quiet Riot's about to be sold for $35. Tom Sullivan on Willie. That's sold to Tom Sullivan for $14.99. Make sure that goes in for $14.99. So only one 14 left, only one 19 left, and now the $9.99 records. The first $9.99 record was Country Joe and the Fish, Woodstock Performer, Electric Music from the Mind and Body, an OG copy on Vanguard, and No Condition Notes for $9.99. Now the singles have a bid for 10 with Brandon Lack, and now Quiet Riot has two $40 bids, and it looks like NXS is going to sell for $30. Final call to Michael Hamburger. Eric Clapton, August. I've got 2 copies. I put 2 in here. They were both near mint copies for just $9.99. Clapton and Clapton. They're both still available for $9.99. They're near mint OG copies of August. Mike Ospaw said he'll take Rainbow for $14.99. Now we're in the $9.99 stuff. Eric Clapton, 2 copies available. Aerosmith, no condition notes on the vinyl, but the cover does have quite a bit of wear. It's where it's that white cover. It shows a lot of wear. It's only $9.99. Mary Miles says she'll take a Clapton for $9.99. Now we have Peter Mazzolino on a Clapton for $9.99, and now they're done. I only had 2. Tim Turner, You Were Next. Patrick Smith, You Were Next. Also, Grand Funk, Closer to Home. It is a early 80s pressing, but it has that great song, I'm Your Captain, on it, Closer to Home. And let's go ahead and say the singles are about now for $10. Or excuse me, they're a final call for $10. Correction. And then Quiet Riot is sold to Michael Hamburger for $30. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. And then Quiet Riot is now got new bids. It's at 40 and now 42 and now 45, and now Aerosmith is sold to Mike Allspaw. If you can take about 7 minutes, if you're available at 9 a.m. every morning, probably worth your time to watch the video, claim whatever you want. If it's already been claimed, you'll be next. If not, then we'll say sorry. It's a first come, first serve. What I was trying to say is if you have about 5 to 8 minutes every day at 9 a.m. to hop on the group, there will be a video live, and you can watch it all the way up until 5 o'clock until we go live, and then it's cutoff time. All right, so Aerosmith is sold to Mike Offpaw. Robin and Nick Bargeron next. You grabbed NXS, not quite right. Well, yeah, NXS is sold for $30 to Michael Hamburger. That is sold NXS for $30, Michael Hamburger. Aerosmith is sold to Mike Ospaw. These 5 singles are sold to Brandon Lack for $10. Quiet Riot is still getting bids. Okay, so next I have here, this is a signed Taylor Swift Red. It is a signed CD. It was a website exclusive. It's signed on the album booklet, the CD booklet. That's actual signed on the album jacket. Now, what I've learned from just about anything, sometimes she had signed inserts. She would put in albums and signed inserts that she would put on inside. This is the actual, you know, the cover art there that's signed. Yeah, that's the actual CD booklet that's signed. Taylor Swift is a $175 start. She's up for bid $175. That is now up for bid. And now we have Quiet Riot at 50. And Quiet Riot's at 50. Taylor's 175. Now up for bid. Next thing I have going up for auction right now is, what do I have? How about we go ahead and do this Bob Marley Legend. Bob Marley's a 2009 180 gram EX edition, a $15 start. Legend. The best of Bob Marley. This is a great compilation, and it is a $15 star. Legend, the best of Bob Marley. Taylor Swift, 175, now 200. And now Quiet Riot is at 50 with Patrick C. Smith. Next thing I have in the $6.99 pile is this. Well, wait a minute, time out. First, there's one 1999 record left, Deep Purple. There's one Country Joe left and one Grand Funk left. Those are $9.99 each. Now, here's what's left in the $6.99 section. $6.99 section. $6.99 section. The first one I have is, how about this? K-Star and Count Basie. $6.99 on that. Boz Scaggs, Down Two Then Left. $6.99 on that. No condition notes. Brownie McGee, Rainy Day on the Tomato label. Brownie McGee is also $6.99. The Ohio Players is $6.99. And the Shirelles, an anthology. Unfortunately, there's got a name written on the front and the name written on the back, but that's a great 2 LP, no condition notes, just writing on the cover, $6.99. And Chico Hamilton, The Gamut, that's in VG condition. That is also $6.99. All right, let me go over here to this. One second. Okay. What's that? No, I had to pull up messages and make sure somebody could bid. We're good to go, though. I'm almost done. Yeah. Okay, we're good to go. Next thing we have is the following. So, where did I leave off? All right, let me start from here to the top. Taylor Swift 175, Taylor Swift 200. Taylor's 216, 210. Bob Marley 15, Taylor 2.25. Bill Keenum on Country Joe for $9.99. David V put SHIR. Shirelles, that's so to David for $6.99. T Swift 230, 230. Robin Glenn on OP for Ohio Players $6.99. Sandra Martin on BS. Boz Scaggs $6.99. Taylor 233. And Taylor 236, Taylor 235, Taylor 244, Taylor 240, and now Quiet Riot. So let's go over Quiet Riot again because I've lost the bid on that and all the Taylor bids. Patrick C. Smith has this for $50. It is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pet pressing. Patrick C. Smith has it for $50. It is a final call. And then Legend, the best of Bob Marley. Legend, the best of Bob Marley. This is with George Burleson. Amazing track is This Love. I Shot the Sheriff. It is a 2009 US. One bid for $15 on Bob Marley. Now we have T Swift at $250. It's tied with some Berez and Guy Shard. George has it for $250. Now there are 3 $6.99 records left. Chico Hamilton, Brownie McGee, and K-Star and Count Basie. Those are left for $6.99. Korn is a new and sealed 2 LP for $33.99. Korn is new and sealed for $33.99. There was one $9.99 record left, Grand Funk, Closer to Home, I'm Your Captain, and Deep Purple was $19.99. Deep Purple was $19.99. Folks, that's all that's left in the flip crate. We're not too far away from an air horn at all. We're not too far away. Let's try to get what's left in there sold. I would love to blow the air horn here at 7:07. Now, Quiet Riot is sold to Patrick C. Smith in for $50. There's new bids on Taylor Swift. There's new bids coming in on Bob Marley. So those are good to go. Now up for bid. Let me scroll down here and see what else. All right. Okay, I'm good to go. So, let's see what's going on here. Anybody else? Maybe we should bundle the last few. How about if we do Brad Waite says he'll take Grand Funk for $9.99. That helped out. And then let's do 5, 10, 15, and then just 10 on that. $25 for the last 4. $25 for the last 4. 5, 10, 15. And then we'll reduce Deep Purple again. We'll say $25. Okay? So, and then we'll blow the air horn and scare a bunch of cats, even though I don't really want to do that. Now we got a claim on Deep Purple. Actually, okay, we'll just go from there then. So Grand Funk, we've already sold Grand Funk. We'll give Joe DeGaldo Deep Purple for $19.99. And now let's sell these last 3 for, let's sell these last 3 for $12. Last 3 for $12. Last 3 for $12. Joe, you got Deep Purple. We'll sell these last 3 for $12. Surely. If not, new crate, here it comes. How many total crates of new vinyl do we have tonight? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my gosh. I better get into some other stuff then. I got a great Buy It Now Best Offer crate over here to go to. Bob Marley is about to be sold, and Bob Marley's at $18. The signed Taylor Swift CD is at $280 right now. Jorson Beres. Guy had it for $275, and now it's at $280. All right, moving right along. What do we have next? Let's find a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Vintage pre-owned stuff to go through. This is going to be Buy It Now Best Offer crate. All vintage and pre-owned titles. Let's go through them and see what we got. And now we have a bundle deal. Thank you, Ryan Eaton. At that point, I was begging. I was like, someone please keep this flow going. We got a sellout of a vintage flip crate. Those last 3 sold to Ryan Eaton for $12. Wow. Now we got Bob Marley at $20. We got Taylor Swift at $285. I want to warn everybody here in the store, I am going to be blowing the air horn because we have cleared out a whole crate of vintage. Thank you, Ryan Eaton, on that. And now we have Bob Marley at $22. My headgear's going on. We're going to point this up towards April because she has no idea this is about to happen. And here comes the air horn. And she completely jumped out of her chair. I should have had that on video. That was pretty funny, actually. All right, here we go. So, we have Bob Marley, Duke Norman's out, Stephen Parton 22, Taylor Swift's at $300. Okay, let's do some Buy It Now Best Offer. We have Chubby Checker, Limbo Party. Chubby Checker is $19.99. This is Limbo Party, $19.99. George says the air horn woke him up last night. That's why we're doing it. The CD is autographed by Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift autographed CDs at $300. It was originally a website exclusive of Taylor Swift Red, Taylor's version. It's at $300, $310. Chubby Checker, these are all Buy It Now Best Offer. Village People, they're live and sleazy. They're live and sleazy for $19.99. Chubby Checker and Dee Dee Sharp, Down to Earth. Chubby Checker and Dee Dee Sharp is $19.99 Cameo. And we also have John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band. John Cafferty is $19.99. And Art Garfunkel, Angel Clare, $9.99 for Art Garfunkel. PJ Proby is $19.99. And Pseudo Echo is $19.99. Love and Adventure. Pseudo Echo, original under sleeve, $19.99. T Swift is at $315. Next auction is going to go up right now. The next auction is Aerosmith Live. Now, it's called Bootleg. It's called Bootleg, but it is legitimately a real album. Aerosmith Live Bootleg. They put this out during the era where vintage bootlegs were pretty popular. This is going to go up for a $35 start. There is 1 LP. Over here is 2 LPs. Here is 1 inner sleeve, 2 inner sleeves, 2 inserts, whichever. Gatefold, nice. Aerosmith. $35 start. T Swift is at $315. Let's go ahead and sell that Bob Marley. And that Bob Marley is sold to Stephen Parton for $22. Thank you. Now we have Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits, $14.99. Also, Bo Donaldson and the Haywoods, that's $14.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Make offers, or you can go ahead and buy them. Like Tommy James, Cellophane Symphony, Tommy James and the Shondells, $19.99. Aerosmith Live Bootleg is a $35 start. Just FYI. Just FYI. $35 start on that. Okay, and then our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Bon Jovi, New Jersey. Bon Jovi, how bizarre is this? A South African press. This is an 88 South African OG, South African press, and it's on a very cool blue Vertigo label from Bon Jovi. It has a kind of a built-in hop sticker here that's not on normal editions. Bad Medicine, featuring hit singles, Bad Medicine, Born to Be My Baby, and I'll Be There For You. That is an OG South African VG, $15 start on that. Taylor Swift is at $3.25 with Guy Shard. Aerosmith, $35. Aerosmith, $40. We got Annie, a new musical. Annie is $19.99. Don Johnson, Heartbeat. Don Johnson is $19.99. And here are the Honeycombs. The Honeycombs is $39.99. The Honeycombs. Also, we have the Hullabaloos. That's $19.99. Taylor's at $3.40. Brad Waits on Bon Jovi for $20. Aerosmith, $45. And Nick Bargeron looks like he's about to bid on Bon Jovi too. What about Blind Date? Blind Date is $19.99. What about Lulu, Heaven and Earth and the Stars? That's $14.99. We got another $20 bid on Bon Jovi. Aerosmith, $45, now $50. Taylor Swift is at $3.45. I have a strong feeling we're nowhere close to being done. I have no idea, though. I have no idea. We have next thing over here, a lot of some more singles. Let's try 5 more 45s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more singles. How about Sweet Cherry Wine by Tommy James and the Shondells and Crimson and Clover? Nice. Also, The Outsiders, Time Won't Let Me. Wow, 2 classics there. Then we got a random Boys Club single, I Remember Holding You. We got Harry Belafonte, Mama Look Out at Boo Boo, and Little River Band. And this is The Night's Owl and Suicide Boulevard. Those 5 singles are a $10 start. Everything in this crate is buy it now best offer. America, Your Move. That is America, $9.99. 3rd annual Pipe Dream Atlanta Rhythm Section. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. And Hansel and Gretel, music and storybook from Walt Disney, $19.99. So up at the top, Aerosmith was at $50. Bon Jovi was at $25 with El Pisca. Taylor Swift is at $345. Taylor Swift is at $360. Bon Jovi, $25. Bon Jovi, $33. Aerosmith, $52. Bon Jovi, $35. Next is 10 on the 45s. Taylor Swift, $365. My kiddo is watching the show now. If she comes and think her name is Annie Gunn, and it can go on our invoice. Annie, you go ahead and buy anything you want, okay? You go ahead and buy anything you want. It is good to go. Atlanta Rhythm Section is sold to Todd Fisher for $8. Alan Hagen, I'll sell you America for $7. Let's do a $2 bump on that one. Also, Stephen Steele's Manassas, VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, $19.99. And this is Brandy Wine, and this is EX, $27.99. Taylor Swift is now at $370, now at $375. These 5 singles are a final call to Brian Call for $10. Bon Jovi just got a new bid for $45. The last bid over here on Aerosmith that came in is $52. Do I hear $53? Can I get a $55 bid? Right now, it's at $52. And that $52 bid is with our new bidder tonight, Harold Ackerman, $52. Next is Don Johnson, Stephen Parton for $15. Stephen Parton, Don Johnson, $15. Let's sell that to Stephen for $15. Melanie Jennings, you get Bobby Sherman right back here for $10. That is sold. $10. And then we got Alan Hagen said sold on America for $7. Tom Sullivan wants Brandy Line, sold to Tom Sullivan. Next thing is Booker T, T-set, Booker T and the MGs, VG Plus, $19.99. Bon Jovi's at $47. Next thing I have is David Bowie. Wow, Aladdin Sane just randomly in a bin. What is going on? A ritual under sleeve. It's on the second label, but nice. EX $32.99. Taylor Swift is at $385. Aerosmith is on the line. Brian Call, I'm going to go ahead and show you these 5 singles for $10. Thank you, Brian. Those are so to you. Bon Jovi, the most recent high bid, is $47. Taylor's at $396. We got Chicago, VG Plus, $14.99. Technically, their second album. We got Kelly Vlodacek on Bowie, Aladdin Sane, sold to Kelly Vlodacek. We got Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. Look at this. For governmental sale only, probably sold at a military store, EX $17.99. Also, we have Cat Stevens, that's EX $12.99. Also, Steppenwolf 7, VG $9.99. And we have Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, VG Plus, $14.99. Over here is Aerosmith Live, and this is sold for $52 to our new bidder tonight, and that was Harold Ackerman. He's already registered, and Harold Ackerman, this sold to you for $52. All righty. Now, Taylor Swift is at $400. Guy Shard, George Samberez, it goes back to you. Autograph copy there. And then next thing is Carol Puckett on BS, and that's for Bruce Springsteen. And then over here is 12 on Alice. 12 on Alice. 12 on Alice. That's Alice's Restaurant. $12 on that. Taylor is good to go. I had it pre-checked. It's good to go. I just don't have it JSA certified. Guy talked me into auctioning it tonight. I said, I will run it tonight. It was going to be probably about 6 months from now. We would have had to do the whole letter and everything, but it's good to go. It is signed. It is in the hand of Taylor Swift, and it is at $400 with Guy Shard. And then right over here is Bon Jovi. And then Bon Jovi, New Jersey. This is a final call. And Bon Jovi, New Jersey, Brad Waits is out. This is Michael Hamburger at $47. And then Harold Ackerman, you were second on Arlo Guthrie. And now let's get another new auction going, okay? No, Taylor's good to go. So what I'm saying is, what I do on stuff like this, here's my policy on autographs. My policy on autographs is this. Anything big, 99% of the time, I like to go ahead and get a letter and do all the steps in place, okay? But with this, it's kind of like a website exclusive deal. I know it's good, and I'm going to guarantee it, which means if you, after whoever gets it, if you want to go ahead and get a letter from JSA or PSA or Beckett, and for some reason they won't pass it, which they will, I'm guaranteeing that, but I'll give you your money back. That's how confident I am on it. So it's good to go. That's why sometimes when we get autographs in, like the Iron Maiden we had, everybody was waiting for that for like 6 months. And I was like, guys, we got to send it off. We got to wait for the letter. The letter has to come back. We got to promote it. And I was going to do the same thing for Taylor, but I think it's one of these deals where it was sold through our website, and all the other ones I've seen are authenticated, so they're good to go. Plus, I'm guaranteeing it. So anytime I sell anything without a COA, I always guarantee it on the back end, meaning if you ever want to go ahead and pay for that letter yourself and they don't pass it, I'll give you your money back. So it's no risk. But I usually like having the letter with it or the stamp or the sticker. That way it's done. But I'm guaranteeing it. So if anybody ever wants to go ahead and pay that $75 or $100 for the letter from JSA or PSA and they won't pass it, I'll give your money back. But I'm not going to do that because I know they're going to pass it. That's why I'm guaranteeing it right now. So it comes with a word of honor from ColleCo. We have Duran Duran Notorious. It is a $35 start. Duran Duran Notorious is a Japanese pressing. $35 start on Duran Duran. This is the Obi, and there's the cover. Has Obi and insert. Duran Duran's a $35 start on that. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else in here. We sold Arlo already for $12. Harold was going to pay sticker price. I've already sold it for $12 though. William Howe offered John $12. John $12. John 12, William Howe, John. Which one was John in here? John Cafferty, William Howe. I'll sell that to you for $12. Thank you. George Burleson got Booker T. Thank you, George Burleson. And then over here is Taylor Swift. It's got a new bid, not a final call, a new bid for $420. $420, George Sambares. He has the high bid. It's signed, $420, and that is now up for bid. Or that's now going once, going twice. It's really between George and Guy Shard. So, Guy, it goes back to you. And then Bon Jovi is sold to Michael Hamburger for $47. All right, there's that. Now, let me grab our next auction. I'm going to drink some more purple juice. Got anything to say, Tanner? All right, Tanner has nothing to say. Taylor's now at 430. All righty. All right. No, Taylor, there's actually videos. I've seen videos of her like at her house, like sitting on her kitchen island, and she's signing these things, and she's laying in bed signing them. You know, they basically send her the booklets, and she signs them, and then she sends them back to the label for distribution. So, yeah, she signs everything. She's the kind of person, she would definitely be signing them. She's not going to do that. But I always tell people, George asked a great question, because there is some artist-signed stuff that is auto pen. So I've had some people like buy stuff before, and they say, hey, this is signed. I bought it, and I'm like, no, it would not pass JSA. And they're like, what? I bought it through their website, or what? I bought it at their show. And I'm like, no, they probably had somebody else signing them for them, which I was like, man, how could, somebody not have the time to sit down and sign these that they're selling? But there is some stuff that does not pass that's, quote, signed by a band or signed by an artist that won't get passed. So next thing is going to go up right now, David Allan Coe. David Allan Coe is a 1975 U.S. Pittman original, Once Upon a Rhyme. David Allan Coe is in VG condition. It's a $15 start. David Allan Coe, Once Upon a Rhyme, $15 start. That's not an easy one to get. Duran Duran is a $35 start. No bid yet. A Japanese pressing of Notorious. And then over here, we got 5 singles going up for auction. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And here are the 5 singles. We got Johnny Burnett, I Beg Your Pardon, and You're 16. Nice. Pablo Cruz, Love Will Find a Way. Goodness gracious. Pablo Who? And then Bee Gees, Man for All Reasons, and Lonely Days, or Man for All Seasons. We got Erasure going in here. In My Arms and Heart of Glass. And Bee Gees again, Tragedy and Until. Those 5 singles are a $10 start. Reusable air horn. Blah, blah, blah. Tanner, evidently we had a new reusable air horn delivered today. Yep. And if at some point before you leave, if that could be brought back here, I'm sure Vladicek would like me to see it, and Vladicek would probably like me to maybe possibly use it for this Taylor Swift CD, because you know what? We're at $490. If it gets a next bump, we could have an air horn for Taylor. Now, David Allan Coe, not an easy one to get there, 15 and 15. And then the singles are at 10. Now, anything else in here, let me know. Let's read through these one more time. So this crate was buy it now best offer. If you need a price or you was waiting until the end to make an offer, now's the time. Steppenwolf, Cat Stevens. We have Chicago. We have Stephen Stills, Hansel and Gretel, Lulu, Blind Date, The Hullabaloos, The Honeycombs, Annie, Tommy James, Bo Donaldson, Pseudo Echo, PJ Proby, Art Garfunkel, Chubby Checker, Village People, and Chubby Checker. Now, if you don't buy them now, you may see them later in a discount bin, and I think y'all know they're going to sell then. They're in a discount bin right now. You can make an offer. It is up to you. It's up to you on that. All righty. How much is Pseudo Echo? Pseudo Echo is right here. It's $19.99. George Sambarez also on Tommy James. Tommy James is sold to George Sambarez. And then Michael Carpenter says he's registered. And Paul's delivering another crate. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. Paul's delivering another crate. Another one. Are we done here? Brian Call said he will take the pseudo echo. There's so much going on right now, I don't even know what to do next, but it's time for our first crate of new vinyl. Brian says 15 on pseudo echo. This is sold to Brian for $15. When I come back, I'm swapping out crates. I'm going to make sure nobody else made an offer. If not, they're going to be right here behind me, and you can make an offer at any point tonight, okay? Tanner's looking at the reusable air horn. He's looking at it like it's some sort of doomsday device. I hope not. Let's grab our first crate of new vinyl here. We've got waiting list. We got restocks, folks. We got a little bit of this. We got a little bit of that. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Okay, here we go. What would you take for Manassas, and how much was the Haywoods? All righty. So yeah, if you want to ask me my best price, I'll tell you. But I like to hear your best price. I've already priced them. I'm usually waiting for, or John's already priced. I'm ready for your price. Was this like something you pump up or something?
Yeah, I think you screw it and this comes down. Whenever you put it up, it'll.
Okay. Hopefully it doesn't blow up. Now, Bo Donaldson of the Haywoods is $14.99, Rob and Glenn. VG Plus $19.99 on the Manassas. I'll do it for $14. $14 on Manassas. We're gonna need that reusable air horn in a second here, Tanner. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Let me figure out where we're at. There's a lot of bids and a lot of questions. Okay, first thing I had was we sold Tommy James, we sold Pseudo Echo. Taylor Swift, 530. David Allen Coe, 22. David Allen Coe, 23. The singles, 14. David Allen Coe, 25. And then what would you take for Manassas? And then someone asked me to hold it up. Dr. Zebo came in first. Taylor Swift, 540. Dr. Zebo, 10. I'll take it. Okay, so Bo Donaldson of the Haywoods is sold to Robin Glenn for $10. Stephen Steele's Manassas sold to Dr. Zebo for $14. First, nobody bid on Duran Duran. Duran is a buy it now for $35. A Japanese pressing of Notorious. No bids, $35 buy it now on Duran Duran. $35 buy it now on that. If anybody wants it, it is available. It was a no bid. So one of our just a couple no bid Japanese tonight so far. The Taylor Swift CD is at $540. It's at $540 right now. Signed, $540. These singles here, the last 5 singles here, the last bid was Chris Gardner at $14. Tracy Miller, $18. Tracy Miller, $18. Tracy Miller, $18. Craig Ruth got Duran Duran for $35. And now, this 1975 OG David Allen Coe, Once Upon a Rhyme, a 75 OG, the last bid on David Allen Coe that came in was Cody Wright at $25. Everybody else is out. Everybody else is out. Cody Wright, $25. Tracy, it's looking pretty good for these singles. $18. Guy Shard, this is up to you. The high bid right now, Guy Shard, is George Sambarez at $540. Sorry, you must have just missed that. Yeah, $540 on Taylor Swift. $540 on Taylor Swift. Okay? Now, we have another auction to put up. The next auction I have to put up is Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes. This is an OG. This is a 79 Gloversville original. It is on the original label. The vinyl is VG, the disc and the jacket. The jacket has some edge issues. It does have the original on her sleeve, so let's call it overall a VG copy. A $15 start. Damn the Torpedoes. Does have some great songs on there. Here Comes My Girl. Even the Losers. Don't Do Me Like That. Don't Do Me Like That. Taylor Swift is at $550. David Onco's at $28, and Tracy Miller gets these singles for $18. Thank you on that. All right, new vinyl for tonight. We've got 3 copies of Old Jelly Roll here. Ballads of the Broken. That's on red vinyl. And honestly, I think there was a waiting list, so my laptop's already on. Let me just wake it up over here. And let's pull up our first waiting list. If you need some Old Jelly Roll, he's $29.99 for Jelly Roll. We got 3 copies. These are on red vinyl. Jelly Roll, I have who on a waiting list? Jeremy Dalton. Jeremy, thank you. One sold to you. There's now 2 left. If anybody else wants one, these are sold and sold, okay? Taylor Swift's at $560. Tom Petty's at $16. And then we have David Allen Coe. So there was a new bid and there was a bump. And we have David Allen Coe at $28. Next thing is ELO. And this, I think, is supposed to be $34. Yeah, these are $34. I might have wrote down the wrong price here, Tanner. $34 on ELO best of. And these are on red vinyl. I actually think it's on red and white vinyl, honestly. I think it's red and white vinyl, but these are not $39. What about $34 on ELO? Red and white vinyl. Red and white vinyl, $34.99 on ELO. Now, the side sticker says red, but I think they're red and white, and those are $34.99. That's the very best of ELO, and this is $34.99 over here. Now, the next thing I have is David Allen Coe. David Allen Coe is at $28 with Catherine Lutz. Catherine Lutz, that's sold to you for $28. Now, Taylor Swift has a new bid, $560 with George Sambares. $560, George Sambares. That's the high bid right now. Tom Petty's at $25 with Michael Hamburger. And I'm about to go check the ELO list right now. Yes, I'm about to go check that right now. We have an ELO waiting list. And the ELO wait list is Darren Chrisman. And this is on red and white vinyl for ELO. Darren Chrisman, that is sold to you. There is 3 more copies. Taylor Swift is at $570. This is ELO. Mr. Blue Sky's on here. Yes. So is Evil Woman and Don't Bring Me Down. And All Over the World. Turn to Stone. Showdown. Xanadu. Strange Magic. That is an amazing compilation. That is 3 remaining for $34.99. Now, the next auction I have is the following. I've got another Japanese pressing, and the next Japanese pressing is Creedence Gold, and Creedence is a $35 start. $35 start, Creedence Gold, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. Annie, if you decide you want anything, just say ELO sold or whatever it is. Just comment it or put sold, and I will sell it to you, no problem. All right, so the first thing was we got 3 live auctions now. The oldest is Taylor Swift, which is a signed CD. It is at $580 with George Sambares. $580 with George Sambares. So thank you, George. That is to you at $580. And now it's between him and Guy Shard at the moment. Tom Petty, TP, is an OG VG cover and vinyl. Michael Hamburger has it for $25. Now, we had Darren Chrisman on the ELO waiting list. Jeff Halsworth on the ELO waiting list. We got Annie Gunn on ELO. And Annie, thank you. And anything that Annie Gunn's buying, we're going to tag it to the Vlodarchek family, okay? we're going to tag it to the Vladarchik family. So we still got 1 ELO, and we got 2 jelly rolls. ELO and jelly roll. Tom Petty's still getting bids. They're still going to be battling out the Taylor Swift. There's that. There's that. Next thing I have is Chad needs to drink some purple juice. Purple juice, purple juice. There's Paul. It's good for me? Oh, he says it's not good for me. Okay. Neither were those Krispy Kreme donuts I polished off this morning. All righty. Here we go. So, we need a new empty crate. And let's start moving on. Do. You, woman, right down the line. I've got Gary Rafferty stuck on my head. Okay. We got 3 copies of Nasty Savage back in stock. These are $59.99. Oh, Nasty Savage. Nasty Savage. That's a waiting list for Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Nasty Savage. A lot of people don't know this, but that was Paul's nickname in high school. Nasty Savage. That's $59.99. That's sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. $59.99 on that. And then we have Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. Motley Crue is $33.99. A 40th anniversary remaster of Dr. Feelgood. Now, this is not the colored vinyl, but this hadn't been in stock. I've been able to get Shout at the Devil. I've been able to get Too Fast for Love. I've been able to get Theater of Pain. I have not been able to get Dr. Feelgood, $33.99. $33.99. There's 2 Nasty Savage. That's a reissue of a pretty tough to get thrash album, okay? Now over here, we've got Taylor Swift at $610. Guy Shard, it goes back to you. Taylor Swift right now is at $610. $610 is the high bid right now. Tom Petty. This is with Michael Hamburger at $30. Michael Hamburger at $30. And then Credence Gold, I'm going to make that a buy it now for $35. Proud Mary down on the corner. Bad Moon Rising, I heard it through the grapevine. Have you ever seen the rain? Susie Q, that is a buy it now for $35. That is a buy it now. Let's try another auction right quick. Taylor Swift is at $620. We're at $620 on Taylor Swift with Guy Shard. We've already sold one of these tonight. Here's another Japanese pressing. Feels like the very first time. That is right here, Foreigner. And Foreigner is a Japanese pressing. I'm as cold as ice. $35 start on that. With OB Foreigner. There's that. There's that. And then over here, we got Tom Petty at $32. It is an OG VG. Taylor Swift at $620. Tom Petty, $32. Michael picks up the CCR. Brad, you're second. And Brandon Johnson on the old Motley Crue. And yes, that hadn't been in stock in a while. It is on black vinyl. But for some reason, that one's always tough to get. Plus, originals came out in what? 80, 90? Right, you know, it's right in that era. Not many OGs were made. It's not a rare record, but they're just, we don't hardly get OG Dr. Feelgoods too often. Michael Hamburger also wants one. Now Taylor Swift is at $640. And let me go ahead and show one more record here. And that's another jelly roll. And that's Whitsitt Chapel. Whitsitt Chapel is $29.99. And we have Chevelle. Wonder What's Next. Chevelle is $29.99. Next is Taylor Swift at $640. We have Tom Petty at $35. And Patrick Lear said it came out in '89. I knew it. Right around that era. And that's why OGs just don't come through as often. I've almost sold a whole box over here of 45s, doing them in 5 lots. And let's put up 5 more here for a $10 start on some 45s. I've got Earth, Wind, and Fire. I've got Earth, Wind, and Fire. This is Sing a Song. And then we have Jose Jimenez, Jose and Cleopatra. We have Elvis, Puppet on a String and Wooden Heart. The Bee Gees, an early one, I Can't See Nobody. And New York Mining Disaster, 1941. And Bee Gees, Wind of Change. And Jive Talkin'. Nice. Jive Talkin'. These 5 here are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. Next is Foreigner at $35 with Harold Ackerman. Taylor Swift is at $660 with George Sambaraz. And then over here was Corey Ross on Motley Crue, Nick Galetti on Motley Crue. Taylor, a new bidder has emerged. Natasha Pickett. Now we got three-way bidding. This is signed by Taylor Swift. We have a new bidder. We have a new bidder. We got George, Taylor, and Guy, all three bidding now. The singles are at 10. The singles are at 10. The singles are at 12. The singles are at 12. And now George Ellis on Chevelle. And let me go ahead and show one more record here. Nice. 3 of a perfect pair. King Crimson. $29.99. I love this era of King Crimson. It was on sale, 200 gram, just $29.99. Taylor Swift, $675. The singles are at 15 and 15. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Next record. Guy Shard says he's at $670. Natasha bid $675. The singles are at $20 with Brian Call. I don't even know about Tom Petty. Where are you, Tom? He's saying, don't do me like that. Please bid on me. Don't do me like that. And Tom Petty, the last bid was $35 with Michael Hamburger. We're about to sell it, and one bid on Foreigner for $35. Stephen A. Young wants a King Crimson. How great is that at just $29.99? What do I have here? Oh boy, we had a waiting list for Smokey the Bandit. Eastbound and Down. Smokey and the Bandit. Smokey and the Bandit. And the waiting list was Matt Shiker, Chris Bryant, Ken Crooker, and Jackie Ray. I repeat, Matt Shiker, Chris Bryant, Ken Crooker, and Jackie Ray. We got Smokey and the Bandit for $36.99. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 people on a waiting list. I got 2 extra copies. Over here, we got JK, Gianranco Korkavuka on Facebook. He gets King Crimson. Now Tom Petty has a new bid for $3.6. Now George Sambaraz has Taylor Swift at $690. He's in at $690. $690. $690. Tom Petty's at $36. Let's go ahead and sell Harold Ackerman, the Foreigner, $35. $35. Harold Ackerman, thank you. Another Japanese pressing. Harold is racking up on these Japanese pressings tonight. We may have a new Japanese collector in on the chat tonight as well. Thank you and welcome, Harold Ackerman. Thank you on that, Harold Ackerman. All righty, let's see what else is going over here. And what next do I have to put up for auction? What possibly could I put up for auction next? I don't know. What could it be? You never know about me. I hadn't even really got into the advertised stuff tonight. Most of the stuff on the table right now is unadvertised. We're mostly in unadvertised stuff right now. Can you believe it? That is mostly unadvertised stuff we're selling right now. Let's see what else I have over here. I have the following. Let's go ahead and put up the last $15 or less start, and that's on the sealed Thelonious Monk. This is Thelonious Monk, the unique Thelonious Monk, a $15 start. $15 start over here. Next thing is Foreigner. Jeremy Dalton, your bid came in next. Over here, we got Tom Petty at 36, Tom Petty at 44. Don't do me like that. Also over here, we got Taylor Swift at $730. $730. And now these singles. The last bid on these singles was Susie at 25. Brad Waits, you're out. Susie has these for $25. Now Tom Petty's at 37. Now Monk is at 20. And we have, there's a riot going on. Sly and the Family Stone. Rest in peace, Sly. Red vinyl, $33.99. The influential masterpiece of a darkly psychedelic funk turns 50 years old. It's a family affair. Sly, red vinyl, $33.99. Taylor Swift, $750. Monks at 15, Monks at 20. Final call on the singles. Taylor Swift is a guaranteed website exclusive, and I am guaranteeing it myself. I was convinced to sell this before we got a letter back from JSA. It's good to go, I promise. I'm guarantee it. Y'all know how I am with autographs. Very peculiar. I'm a collector myself, and I am guaranteeing it, and it is now up for bid. And now we have Who and What. The singles are a final call. What Monk over here? The Monk is Thelonious Monk, the unique Thelonious Monk, 2012 sealed. 2012 sealed. Also, we have 2 copies of House of Pain. Hiram Aponte, you was on a waiting list, and Hiram is going to get a jump rope. Jump around. Jump. And this is sold to Hiram Aponte. And he gets a free jump rope. To my knowledge, that was my last jump rope. That was my last jump rope. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Susie gets these singles for $25. Thank you, Susie. Those are sold to you. Taylor Swift is at $820, $860. Now, Craig Ruth wants a House of Pain. If anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list. I've got 2 copies. I haven't had this in a while. The Eagles, their debut album, 180 gram, new and sealed, 33. And, oh boy, in the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man. Now I've reached that age. Led Zeppelin is $33.99. This is 180 gram Jimmy Page remaster. Taylor Swift is at $870. Monk is at $25. We got 3 people throwing punches. This is like WrestleMania. We could be here till 8:30, 9 o'clock on this. Steve Parton on Zeppelin. That is sold to Stephen Parton. Monk's at 24. And let's start a waiting list. Actually, I don't need a waiting list. Tanner, isn't there some sealed Led Zeppelins up on the rack? Led Zeppelin 1s, I think they are. And then Tom Petty. Tom Petty, the last bid, hammers up. He's saying, don't do me like that. Please bid one more time, one more bump. Jeremy Dalton at $37. No, Michael Hamburger, $44. Michael Hamburger, $44. Michael Hamburger, Waterburger, $44 on Tom Petty. Let me see if I have a Taylor Swift for Mike Pierce. Mike, I should have those all over the place. I should have those hanging from the rafters. Let me see if there's a Led Zeppelin self-titled up here. Make sure also April's doing her job. There it is. No, it's not. There's no Led Zeppelin up here on the rack. I've got 2. I've got Presence. I've got House the Holy. I've got Led Zeppelin 2. I've got Rush. I've got Metallica, Fuel. Hey, here we go. We might can sell these because we're selling the CD right now. Here we go. Now, I do not see another Led Zeppelin 1. Can you believe it? There's no other Led Zeppelin 1s around here. New and sealed. I should be ashamed of myself. There might be some in another crate. Let's make a note. We got to get more of those. We got to get more of those. Okay, so let's make a note to find him one. I know there's one in a crate around here somewhere, Mike Pierce. If not, I'll get you one, okay? Taylor's at $910. Monk is at $28. Monk is at $26. Monk is at $30. Taylor Swift is at $920. Monk is at $30. Monk's at $32. Mary Miles on Eagles. We have a waiting list for House of Pain. Jump around. First person is Charlie Marks. And now Tom Petty's out. Now Taylor Swift is at $1,100. Monk is at $35. Monk is at $36. David V also wants an Eagles. $1,100. Monk is at $40. Next thing I have, Tom Petty is sold to Michael Hamburger. We love Michael Hamburgers. That is $44 sold to him. All right. Monk. Boy, the wind is blowing outside. Bob Dylan must be here. We have 1110. 11110. 111110 is the bid. I don't know if I called out as many of those as I was supposed to. Let me say that again. 11110. All right. So, new auction. Taylor Swift is at $1,200. Boy, I hadn't even got started at tonight's advertised auction. What about old David Lee Roth here? Uh-oh. An 86 US OG specialty copy. Originally the front man and lead singer of Van Halen. Then a very successful solo career. Still in shrink. A top copy. OG with the original on her sleeve. A $35 start. Taylor's at $1,200. Thelonious Monk. The last bid was Mary Miles at $40. Donna, I think it goes back to you. She said she's out. Here's what's left in our first crate of new vinyl. Jelly Roll, Ballads of the Broken. Red vinyl, $29.99. The very best of ELO, that's on red and white vinyl. ELO is $34.99. That's on red and I think white vinyl. I think it's red and white, just FYI. Just FYI. Okay? Now, Taylor's at $1,360. Next is Nasty Savage, $59.99. $59.99 on Nasty Savage. One copy left of Motley Crue. There's one copy left of Dr. Feelgood. We've sold 4. There's one left. Thelonious Monk is sold to Mary Miles for $40. Mary Miles, that's sold to you. Roth is already at $40. Roth, not Hyman Roth, not Hyman. David Lee Roth. Hyman Roth was on Godfather Part 2. Jelly Roll, Whitsitt Chapel. Jelly Roll is $29.99. Robin Murphy Glenn on one of the Motley Crues. Taylor Swift is at $1,400. Taylor Swift, let's take another look at it. Signed, $1,400. David Lee Roth is at $45. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing. It is a Japanese pressing of Bruce Lee in Tower of Death. I don't think I've had this one. Taylor Swift is at $1,550. That still would not get you front row to a concert. We have Tower of Death, a $35 start. It is with Obi. It is with the Japanese insert. There he is. I actually fought this guy once. I won't say who won, but I did actually fight him. That is going up for bid for a $35 start. Next, Chevelle, Wonder What's Next. One copy left, $29.99. Smokey and the Bandit, $36.99. Eastbound and Down. There's a riot going on. Sly and the Family Stone. Taylor Swift is at $1,600. April don't even know that we're bidding on a Taylor Swift autograph right now. It is Red Taylor's version, an autographed CD. No, you can't bid. You've got to stay away. Sorry. Now, you're welcome to bid. The high bid right now is $1,700 with George Sambares. Brian Reynolds on Smokey and the Bandit. That's sold to Brian Reynolds. April said she can't bid because she's on a teacher's salary. Okay? Maybe we can do a GoFundMe. Okay, the last bid on David Lee Roth was $55. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Charlie, I think you was already on a waiting list for Smokey. No, you wasn't. The waiting list was Matt Shiker, Chris Bryant, Ken Cooker, and Jackie Ray. So now we got one. We got one with Charlie Marks, Smokey and the Bandit, okay? Now we're sold out. Let's go back up to the top and figure out what's going on. The last thing I had was we sold Motley Crue. We have Taylor Swift bid, David Lee Roth bid. We got Taylor Swift bid, David Lee Roth bid. We got David Lee Roth, Taylor Swift, David Lee Roth, David Lee Roth. We got Smokey, sold to Brian Reynolds, Taylor 1700s, David 55. We sold another Smokey, and then we sold another Smokey, right? Brian Reynolds got one, Charlie got the last copy. Taylor Swift, $1,750. And then over here, Smokey and the Bandit was $36.99, okay? Crow's auction is going to go up for bid. Now, if anybody else wants a waiting list, let me know on Smoking the Bandit. We never get OGs of that. That was just our first crate of vinyl. We got Sly, we got Chevelle, we got Witsit Chapel, Nasty Savage, ELO, and Jelly Roll left. Boy, I feel like we was on this crate for a long time. It's because I've been calling out bids for every few seconds. Before I do anything else, let me go ahead and let y'all know right now that I'm going to be bringing over another new crate. And it's one more crate of new vinyl, then we're going to do a Paul. Mary, you did get an Eagles. And I have no idea where we're at on David Lee Roth. David Lee Roth, it looks like it's at 60 with Corey Ross. It is. Corey Ross has this for 60. Corey Ross has this for 60. Taylor Swift is at $1,750. Brad Waite's on the Smoky waiting list. No bid on Bruce Lee. We're looking for a $35 start. We're looking for a $35 start on Bruce Lee. A $35 start on Bruce Lee. Final call on Bruce Lee. We're looking for a $35 start. Do one more thing over here. Okay, now, let me go grab a new crate. All right, I'm halfway across the store, by the way, so I have no idea, but I am halfway across the store, and we are about to grab another new crate of vinyl. Then I'm going to go through this first crate Paul has marked. Paul and Laura today here marking new stuff. Boy, do we have a lot of great new vinyl to go through. That first crate was pretty wicked, and guess what? There's a lot more than where that came from. There's a whole lot more where that came from. And now, here we go. Oh, we have an out. We have an out. There is a hot picture for tonight. Yes. All right. Oh, man, what a great neck adjustment. Y'all have already wore me out. It's only 8 o'clock. It's only 8 o'clock, and I'm over here just absolutely exhausted. What is going on? So, first thing I have is David Lee Roth. There was no other bids, right? $60. This is let's go over it one more time. An 86 US OG Specialty Club in shrink. David Lee Roth was a final call for $60 to Corey Ross. There has not been a bid higher than 60 since Corey bid 60. Charlie Marks did bid on Bruce Lee for $35, going twice, going 3 times. Guy Shard looks like he is the high bidder. Guy Shard looks like he's the high bidder on this. Final call. Guy Shard, autographed Taylor Swift. It is Taylor Swift Red, Taylor's version. Guy Shard has it for $1,750. A final call. He was watching the night. We found that live. That was in a box of CDs stored here in our building. I didn't know I had it till we were literally just flipping through CDs one night. And since then, I have found about another 50 autographed CDs. Not by Taylor Swift, but I think y'all, if y'all been watching, I've probably found 2 or 3 stacks this tall of autographs. Some of them I've let go. Some of them people have found later to be autographed. And then I've got a bunch of stuff over here to be authenticated. I found 3 last night. So there's all kinds of autographed CDs in this building that I don't even know about. Plus, I got a stack that's already authenticated around the corner. I've got all kinds of authenticated blue CDs. So here we go. We have first, Smash Hits the 80s. Smash Hits the 80s. Never had this before. It's a 2 LP, $33.99. Don't go too far, Stacy. Here's an 80s compilation, $33.99. Smash Hits the 80s, $33.99. That's a 2 LP compilation. And I have back in stock Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath, $44.99. The all analog Kevin Gray. There it is, $44.99. All right. Now, the bidding's done on all auctions. Here, I'll do this right there. Let me go ahead and do this right here so there's no other confusion. No other confusion. Here's what I'm going to do. First of all, no more bids on those 3 auctions. Now, I was delivered the Vlodderchecks overnighted a new air horn. It's called a unlimited air horn. It's called a what? I got to figure out how to use this. It evidently never runs out. So let me see what's going on here. Let me go ahead and put on my ear protection before I blow my eardrum out, because I have no idea how loud this is going to be. And let's blow the air horn for Guy Shard, George Sambaraz, Natasha, Donna, everybody that was bidding. Michael Butler. There was a bunch of bidders on that. Natasha came in at like 1,000, so we still had several bidders. And here it is. Let me figure out how to use this. Never runs out, easy to carry. I don't know about that unless you're a clown. And then we have more durable by metal material, made in China. Okay, now evidently when I press this in, it's going to blow an air horn. Nope. I'm going to get some instructions. Maybe it's a gag gift. Hold on. Let's see here. It's like one of those things I'm afraid to do it. Okay, here we go. I don't know about this. All right, that's the best I got. I was hoping it'd be like, Here, I'll do it myself again. All right, we're going to get an air compressor. Listen, we're going to get an air compressor, a tank. We're going to plug it into the generator. And like at the high school football games I go to, we're going to have a legit train horn. We're going to have it's going to be, you'll hear it kick on every 30 minutes, generating air. And it's going to be like a legit train horn. That's the best I can offer right now. Okay. All right, so all right, all these auctions were done. Let's get them tagged to the right people. So first of all, this is sold to Charlie Marks for $35. Corey Ross got David Lee Roth for $60. And of course, we know who got Taylor Swift. Guy Shard, $1,750. All right, I'm going to go ahead and lay this in here. We might have to go back there and put it in the safe with the other Taylor Swift records. Now, the first time I knew Guy was a serious Taylor Swift buyer, he came out of the pocket and he bought all those record store day singles that night. And I still got those. I still got more of them. Guy bought a whole set, and I knew right from the shoot he was a serious Taylor Swift fan. And so, and if anybody else, since there may be some Taylor Swift fans watching that was bidding on that, I do have some more of those record store day singles. We literally keep them locked up in the safe. I didn't want them to get damaged. I don't want them to get misplaced. And if anybody else is interested, I can bring those out because We have them, and they're put up in the back. They're on average about 500 a piece. I think one 600, one maybe like 450, but the whole set's like a few $1,000s if anybody's interested. I have them here in the store. They're literally in our safe. They're actually on Discogs too. And if anybody wants to see those, I don't mind going to get them out on that. Okay, so I actually left off by starting this crate. We ended all three of those auctions, and Tim Graham got to smash the 80s. Stacy Metternich got to smash the 80s. And then we have the Smash the 80s is $33.99. Smash the 80s is $33.99. And we have, I think that was it. So let me just restart this crate and make sure I didn't miss anything else. And and we sold 2 Smash the 80s. And then over here is Jamie McCord. Okay, so let's just restart here. Jamie McCord, Smash the 80s, 2 LP, New Order, Duran Duran, Aha, Spandau Ballet, Simply Red, Bananarama, The Smiths, and more. That sounds great. That's $33.99. Jamie McCord was next. Susie wants one. There's one left. One left. Also over here, how much is... I don't have Taylor Swift autographs. No, I have Taylor Swift Record Store Day singles. Taylor Swift Record Store Day singles on Discogs. Taylor Swift Record Store Day singles on Discogs, okay? There's that. Now, also when I went up front to check on that Led Zeppelin, I grabbed 2 of these. I do have that album in stock on vinyl. They are $54.99. It's red, Taylor's version. So I do have that in stock on vinyl if anybody wants it. Oh my gosh. An album jacket, an LP album jacket signed by Taylor is very expensive. Much more expensive than that CD we just sold. An album jacket signed by Taylor, very difficult to come by. She don't sign a lot of album jackets. $54.99. I've got those available. Public Enemy is right back here. Public Enemy is It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back. That's a 2 LP. Public Enemy is $34.99. That is a deluxe edition on 2 LP remaster. Charlie, that's got your name all over it if you want it. Now, back to where we was. 1 Smash the 80s left. Here's the Black Sabbath, all analog, cut by Kevin Gray. I think y'all have seen us sell dozens and dozens of these. They're $44.99. Paul Brothers wants that last Smash the 80s. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. And we got Onslaught. Onslaught The Force is on limited edition colored vinyl, $33.99 on Onslaught The Force, $33.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is the Black Crowes Southern Harmony, a musical companion. Folks, this is a 1992 Euro original pressing. It's a 1992 Euro original pressing. Remedy. It is an OG copy of the Black Crowes from Europe. It's a $75 start. Put Angela Lewis down on the Smash the 80s waiting list. Charlie Marks wants Public Enemy. That's sold to Charlie Marks. Thank you. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. I've got 3 copies of Warbringer, and there was a waiting list for Warbringer. Worlds Torn Asunder. Warbringer should have a waiting list over here. And the waiting list for Warbringer was Bass Kicking. Bass Kicking. I got you down for a waiting list. Thank you, Bass Kicking. That is sold to you. Onslaught is $33.99. You can see the Black Crowes. It is on Deaf American Records. It is on Deaf American Records. Beautiful vinyl, too. EX. Just some light scuffing going on there. Very, very nice. Black Crowes already has a bid for $75. Onslaught, did I already pull one of those? No, somebody asked the price. Charlie Buck, $33.99. And then I've got 2 of Sly and the Family Stone, or technically Sly Stone, Sly Lives, which has Sly and the Family Stone music on it. Just FYI. Okay, there's that. And the next thing I have is Sly. There was a waiting list for Sly. The waiting list for Sly was Bill Sammis. Thank you, Bill Sammis. He was on a waiting list for this. This is sold to Bill Sammis. All right, now we have Black Crows. It's a 1992 Euro original with the original on her sleeve. It is in EX condition. It has bids for 75 and now 100. We have one slide left. I have Pantera Live 1998 Dynamo Open Air. Pantera is $33.99. 33. Charlie is obliterating the end caps. He got Public Enemy and he got Korn. Nice. Charlie taking care of the end caps for us. Let's restock those. But first, we need a new auction. We got a request for John Lee Hooker, and look what fell into my hands. John Lee Hooker is a 1974 OG, the best of John Lee Hooker. Let's go ahead and start that for $25. There's Pantera Live. It's a 2 LP gatefold, just $33.99. And then Leonard Skinner Live on air, $73. I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for this. Let me take a look over here. So let me go through some of my waiting list right quick to familiarize myself. We got waiting list for Wildside, Pinup, Van Halen, Iron Man, Metallica, Stranger Things, Vinyl Me Please, Was, Tom Petty, Nile, Johnny Cash, Guns N' Roses, Pestilence, Sabotage, Testament, Guitar, Metallica, Peter Murphy, Everclear, Junkyard. So Leonard Skinner is available. These are available. It's $33.99, live on air, 1973. All right, John Lee Hooker has a bid for $25. Gregory, Black Crows is looking good for you. The Black Crows over here is at $100 with Gregory Roberts. $100 with Gregory Roberts. Just so you know, Gregory, you do have the high bid on that, okay? Let's jump over here and do this and do this and do this. And now over here we got some more singles. I'm almost done with this box, and I'm going to go ahead and try to wrap these up. So here is 5 more singles here. 5 more singles. We got Paul Revere and the Raiders Kicks. We've got Billy Crystal, You Look Marvelous. Lynn Anderson, Nothing Between Us. Peter Gabriel, Shock the Monkey. And Dr. Hook, Sharing the Night Together. And those 5 singles are a $10 start. Those 5 singles are a $10 start. If anybody interested in those, they are up for bid. Just FYI. Okay? Now, what else do we have here? We got 2 copies here of STP. It's essentially a greatest hits on blue vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots, Thank You. 2 LP blue vinyl, $39.99. Harold Ackerman on the Leonard Skinner. Thank you, Harold. That's so to you. Robin has the singles for 10. We're about to sell the Black Crows for 100. An OG copy. That's something we don't get too often. Gregory has it for 100. And John Lee Hooker has 1 bid for 25, now 26. Stephen Parton wants the STP. That's essentially a best of STP. The singles have bids for 10, and now another pin with Jerry. And here is Onslaught again, Power from Hell, another limited edition colored vinyl. And this is $33.99. What a great crate that was. The Black Crows, there was 2 questions on what's the high bid. The most recent was Stephen Freyu. The Black Crows is at $100. It's a 1992 Euro original with the original on her sleeve. It is OG and it's at $100. And now John Lee Hooker's at $30. Now the singles are at $11. And Danny, the Leonard Skinner was a live unofficial. It is a 6-track live from 1973, $33.99. The Pantera is also $33.99. It's a 2 LP live at the Dynamo Open Air from 1998. Pantera is $33.99. Pantera is $33.99. Might dig out a couple more authenticated autographs I have over here for tonight. I've got some other stuff tucked away here and there, and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. What else do I have over here? Let's see. I was going to say nothing close to Taylor Swift, but I do have more authenticated autographs over here I've been trying to get out and get sold for a while. I got some very tough to get signed Bill Monroe albums. They're definitely air horn worthy. I don't know if anybody's interested, but I do have some air horn worthy Bill Monroe autographed albums that are very, very cool. I've had a couple for a while. There's some I've never shown before. If anybody out there's thinking you might be interested, I'll run one. Like I said, they are air horn worthy, but we're talking about the father of bluegrass signed an album. How cool is that? I've got some over here in stock that's never been ran before, never advertised before. Right now, let's go through this crate one more time. I'm about to go through a new crate that Paul's marked for tonight. I'm very excited to see what's in there. But first, we got Black Sabbath, self-titled. Listen, you got to have this, $44.99. Plain and simple. Just say, Chad, I'll take one. I don't have it. I need it. Give it to me, $44.99. Then some thrash metal, Onslaught. And these were out of stock, and I went ahead and back ordered them because this is a very desirable OG album, and I never have it. Colored vinyl, and look what shows up, Onslaught. $33.99. That one's called The Force. I've got 4 of them, and this is the only Warbringer that's in stock right now. This is the only Warbringer that's in stock. It's on limited edition blue vinyl. We had 1 person on a waiting list. There's 2 left. Now, Gregory, it looks like you're going to get the Black Crows. That is sold to you for $100. He was saying tick-tock, tick-tock. That's sold to Gregory for $100. And now, John Lee Hooker's at $38. John Lee Hooker's in VG Plus condition. The jacket's not bad. G&P Crescendo labels, they average out to VG Plus. Here's the gatefold jacket. Very, very cool. Lots of information right there inside the gatefold. That jacket's VG Plus or better. That's now at $38. Robin has these 5 singles at $13. She has those 5 singles at $13. That's a final call. Sly Lives. This is Sly and the Family Stone signature hits with alternate versions, new edits, and more. $39.99. It's a family affair. Pantera live. Oh, man, look at this track listing. Walk, A New Level, Becoming's on here, I'm Broken, Effing Hostile, Mouth of War, Cowboys from Hell, $33.99. Just a few highlights there. It's got a total of, it's a 2 LP. How many tracks? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 tracks. Wow. Patrick C. Smith Sr. on Warbringer. Hooker's still getting bids. Let's go ahead and throw up another new auction. And the next new auction I have for you is the Kentucky Headhunters. Oh boy. Here we go. It's a 1991 OG copy, EX condition. I don't get this one too often. A $35 start. $35 start. And then STP's greatest hits like Plush and Interstate Love Song, Creep, Vaseline, blue vinyl, $39.99. Kenny Stanley on Pantera, John Lee Hooker at $41. And then here's more Onslaughts. Power from Hell, $33. Also colored vinyl, and Leonard Skinner is $33. You'll definitely be seeing some more of these tomorrow for Metal Night. Tomorrow, Metal Night, there is some metal showing up new tomorrow, and then I've got a bunch of crates to go through and just compile and show you all kinds of other stuff. Boy, take a look at this. Love Always, Tanya Tucker. Tanya Tucker is autographed, not personalized. Just very nice. Love Always, Tanya Tucker. It is dated 1986. It's a gold stamp promo record. The actual LP is near mint minus, and it has been JSA authenticated. Autographed Tanya Tucker, a $55 start. Tanya's now up for bid, a $55 start. These 5 singles are sold for $13. 2, Rob and Glenn, thank you. John Lee Hooker still getting bids. The Kentucky Headhunters has bids. And then autographed Tanya Tucker, a $55 start. All right, let's go through our first crate of new pre-owned stuff for tonight. Haven't even had a chance to peek at it, but it's all going to go up right now. Let's see what we have here. There's no telling in a crate like this. Which one shall I go through first? Which one shall I go through first? I'm going to go through the one on the bottom first. I'm going to mix them up a little bit. I'm going to go through this one. Headhunters is a 91 euro. Yes, 91 euro. Tanya Tucker is a $55 start. Let me go ahead and try to bundle the 45s that hadn't sold tonight. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $18 on the bundle, 9 unsold records. The Archies, Earl Bostic, First Choice, Joe Jeffrey, Percy Faith, Rick Springfield, D.D. Sharp, Donovan, and Quincy Jones. $18 on those. They're available for a buy now. These are all new arrival sticker price. New arrival sticker price. They're going up right now. Chad's going to take one more drink of purple juice before I go any further. It's already been an exhausting sale. I can't believe it's just $8.21. Feels like it's $9.50. We're just getting started with new vinyl. Has everybody done me a favor? New, old, doesn't matter how long you've been watching. I need you to hit the like button on Facebook. I need you to hit the like button on YouTube. I need some help, folks. Okay? If you could do that for me, I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. If you could do that for me, I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. I need some help doing that. If you can do that, I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Okay? Let me jump over here, and here, and here, and we're good to go. Okay, so Stacy was first on the bundle, and then Paul Brothers. And I'm going to go ahead and take the first stack of sold 45s right around the corner. That's a lot of 45s over there. So there's that, and there's that. I smell ramen. I got a whiff of that, Laura. Oh, no. No, all right, I got ramen on my mind. Wow, that smells good. Holy moly. Ah. Nothing wrong with a big old bowl of microwaved ramen. When I was a kid, I'd call it Roman noodles. All right, Ryan Mustaine wants an STP. Ryan Mustaine wants an STP. That's from the previous bin. Awesome. All right, here we go. First thing is let's get going right here. We got Seals and Crofts Summer Breeze in quad, VG condition, $9.99. Seals and Croft. Also, we got Music of India, traditional and classic, ethnic folkways library. This is an original, wow, 1951. 1951. Folk Music of India, or excuse me, I should say Music of India Traditional and Classic, VG $11.99. Also, we have Stories. Stories is VG Plus $14.99, and Nancy, as in Nancy Sinatra, a VG Plus copy $14.99 for Nancy. Also, PJ Proby, Nikki Hokey, that's VG Plus $11.99. So let's see what's going on now. The last thing I remember saying is the Kentucky Headhunter $35 and Harold Ackerman $35. Now, Harold, you tied Gregory. His bid came in first. So you're out, just FYI. And now John Lee Hooker's at 46 with Michael Butler. And Tanya Tucker is a no bid. It is a autographed copy, Girls Like Me, signed, Love Always Tanya, no bid, looking for a $55 start. The first on the India record was Michael Butler, and then George Burleson second, then Robert Barnett third. We're going through new arrivals here. Sticker price, Artemis Pylban. You may know him from Leonard Skinner, VG Plus $14.99. And then we have John Lee Hooker at 46 with Michael Butler. Over here is Priminata Farina Marconi, Photos of Ghost. That's EX $17.99. And Pretty Poison Nighttime. Pretty Poison's an 84 US 12-inch single. VG Plus $9.99. This is Pearls Before Swine. VG Plus $16.99. Pearls Before Swine. Tom Rapp. Yeah. Tom Rapp. VG Plus $16.99. And we have Tals Valan Presidente, Mickey Way Moses, a 74 US Finnish jazz rock psych album, EX $22.99. All right, so John Lee Hooker is sold to Michael Butler for $46. That's sold for $46. Tanya Tucker's a no bid. She's a buy it now for $55. If anybody wants Tanya, that's a buy it now for $55. And the Kentucky Headhunters. I never did hear back from the tie bidder. So this is sold for $35 to Gregory Roberts, and his bid just came in. Sorry, I've already sold it to Gregory. Make sure sometimes when you bid, there's other people bidding on YouTube, and you may time. I've already sold it for $35. Sorry about that. Brad Bolin on Pretty Poison. That's sold to Brad Bolin. And his bid on 37 came in late. And then we have Blondie, the best of Blondie, EX $22.99. 2 or 3 times a day by Skillet and Leroy. That's VG minus $9.99. And Charlie Daniels, man, Million Mile Reflections. The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. Whoa. Oh, man. What about the dang Yankees here? Oh my gosh, we got the dang Yankees. 1990 U.S. We just sold the Kentucky Headhunters, and now here's the dang Yankees. It's a 1990 U.S. Specialty OG copy, EX, a $75 start. Wow, the dang Yankees. We don't get that too often. That is now up for bid, a $75 start. So Tanya has an offer, and then 2 people claimed it. I thought it would bring more. Brandon, it's up to you. If you want it for 55, it's yours. If not, Rich wants it for 55. If not, Chuck Haley wants it for 55. Somebody's about to get it for $55, and it looks like it's going to be Brandon Lack unless he says pass. If he says pass, then it goes to Rich Krulak. It is up to him. The Dang Yankees is a $75 start. Now we've already got a bid for $80. That's going to be sold to somebody. I've already got it in a new sleeve. Brad Bowling got Pretty Poison. And then over here, Charlie Marks wants the old Skillen and Leroy. I can't believe no one bought Charlie Daniels or Blondie or the Artemis Pyle. Those are kind of surprising. But here is Bertha. Can't Stop the Madness. Oh, Bertha is EX Edition $27.99. Brandon said he will take the Tanya for $55. It is storming here in Lebanon. I felt the roof pop a couple times. We got Supertramp Cannonball, VG Plus $14.99 Vaughn. This is a new arrivals crate. Everything in here is sticker price. Everything in here is sticker price. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Holy moly, we got some great country stuff in here. Rush, Jeff Healey. Also, we got George Strait and Collective Souls and AC/DCs and Japanese and Allman Brothers and Travis Tritts and Dream Theaters. And what do we have here? Billy Joe Schaefer. Wow, here's one I don't see as often. It is a 1987 U.S. Gold Stamp Promo EX Edition, a $35 start. Holy moly, that is salt of the earth. I don't get that one too often. $35 start. Gold Stamp Billy Joe Schaefer. The Dang Yankees is at 81, now 85. Von Stom on the Blondie. That's so to Von Stom. That's so to him. That is done. And then over here, we got It Was So Simple Long Dancer. That is a 73 U.S. Press EX $12.99. And Simple Pleasures, Bobby McFerrin. Simple Pleasures is VG Plus $11.99. All right, let's see what I've got left over here in this singles box. We've almost sold this entire box. Let's go ahead and sell everything that's left. I've been doing lots of 5 for 10, right? Here is Anthony Quinn, the Rugbies, Botman Turner Overdrive, Glenn Fry, Sexy Girl, Picture Sleeve, the New Colony 6. Don't forget about the Goober Man of Plains, Georgia, some kind of Jimmy Carter spoof thing there. BTO. Also, we got Captain and Tennille and David Gates from Bread. And all those singles are going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. Those are now up for bid. The rest of that box there. Next is the Masqueraders. Everybody's going to live on. The Masqueraders is a white label promo. EX $12.99. And the Marvelettes, Sophisticated Soul. The Marvelettes is in VG minus $12.99. Let's go back up to the top. We sold Blondie. The Dang Yankees got a bid for $90 with Jeff Brindley. Billy Joe Schaefer, one bid for $35. And Mary Miles wants BF. And BF was Bobby McFerrin. Robert Barnett, you were second. The Dang Yankees is out. Mary did get Bobby McFerrin. Also, The Blood has it never lost its power. Gene Martin. This looks like a Christian religious. Wow, $99.99. VG $99.99. A rare 1973 U.S. gospel album. How cool is that? $99.99. The Blood. Bass Kicking wants a Black Sabbath self-titled. There you go. Bass Kicking's going to be kicking in the bass when he's playing this. Holy moly. What is this shadow before me? What is this? Whatever. What is he saying? The song Black Sabbath? What is this shadow before me? Oh, God, help me. Okay, that was my best Black Sabbath. We have Bodacious DF, a 1973 U.S. Marty Ballin plays on this album. $14.99. Melanie Jennings wants Supertramp. I may have missed that earlier. Did I miss that? Yeah, I did. I thought that was an auction request. She wants Supertramp out of the crate. Thank you. Are we done on the Dang Yankees? $90 is the final call. $90. Final call. Jeff Brindley, a 1990 U.S. Specialty OG EX. It's a final call. That's one I don't get as often. And so is Billy Joe Schaefer, 35. I think I've already said those twice. Now we're about to say a third time and sell it. Now the singles are at 15. And then we got Moments With You. That is an early reissue on the second label. Moments With You, EX $17.99 on the Stang label. That is EX 1799. What is this stands before me? There it is. Thank you, Craig. Figure in black, which points at me. Turn around quick and start to run. Find out the chosen one. Oh no, God help me. Big black shape with eyes of fire, telling people their desire. Satan sitting there. He's smiling, watching those flames get higher and higher. Oh no, please, God help me. Down, 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 down. Now, don't y'all need this? Look how epic that was. And you can listen to it all analog, cut by Kevin Gray on 180 gram vinyl for $44.99. Are you kidding me? That is epic. Next is the Marvelettes Details. The Marvelettes Sophisticated Soul is a 69 UK stereo. It is property of UASFF Field Library Center. Looks like it was at a United States Air Force base, probably during the Vietnam War, and they were playing that. VG minus $12.99. No joke. Next thing we have is the singles are at 17. Right here, we have Love is the Answer. Van McCoy and the Soul City Symphony. Whoa, how cool is that? VG Plus. There we go. Another Black Sabbath sold. Michael says, Chad, after performance like that, how could I not say no? There's one sold. Anybody else? Man, don't forget about the warning and little bit of finger. Okay, I need the lyrics to that last part of Black Sabbath. The first time that I met you, I was feeling kind of strange. Something like that. I bet Craig can help us out. We got the Dang Yankees. That is sold for $90. That is sold for $90. And now Billy Joe Schaefer is sold to Dennis Jackson for $35. Paul's heading out. He just delivered another crate. And that is sold to Dennis Jackson for $35. Now these singles are at $20. That's another, I think it's called Sleeping Village, A Little Bit of Finger. That last track, it all runs together. Next thing in here is Hello People. Hello People is in VG condition, $9.99. And Stanley Jordan, Magic Touch. Oh man, this has that great cover of Eleanor Rigby. Have y'all ever heard that? Him doing that on guitar? Eleanor Rigby, Stanley Jordan, VG Plus, $14.99. The album that was at the Air Force Library was the Marvelettes. The Marvelettes is a 69 UK stereo, VG minus $12.99. VG minus $12.99. Adam Bernardi asked the details, and it's got a stamp on the back. Property of FLF 55110 UASFFF Field Library Center. That is available. JK on the Stanley Jordan, Gianranco Corcavoco. He's over on Facebook. Now we need more auctions, don't we? Copperhead Road. Steve Earle, holy moly. If you want to see Neyland Stadium get fired up at a football game, start playing this. 1988 UKOG, a stadium anthem up in Knoxville. Steve Earle's Copperhead Road. OG from 88 with the original on the sleeve. And that is a $35 start, Copperhead Road. These singles are now sold to 78 Trans Am for $20. Thank you, 78 Trans Am. Those are sold to you. Steve Earle's a $35 start. And then the next auction is going to go up right now. Oh, wow. Here it is. It is an 89 US OG Club. Out of print, never been reissued. The debut album from Garth Brooks, a $95 start. Now, Garth Brooks does have a little bit of cover damage right here. On the back, nice. It is OG with the original on her sleeve. Garth Brooks is a $95 start. That's now up for bid. Let's keep going through this crate. Paul's put out some really cool stuff. He just delivered another crate. We got a lot of new vinyl to go through, too. Jerry Douglas, Fluxido. Jerry Douglas is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Copperhead Road already has bids for $40, $35, $35, $35. And Buddy Edmonds, steel guitar. Buddy Edmonds, a bluegrass album, VG Plus, $11.99. We got George Benson, Tell It Like It Is. George Benson, VG Plus, $11.99. Garth Brooks is a $95 start. We got a pass on the Marvelettes. It's still available if anybody wants it. How about the Siegel Schwarl Band? The top seam does have a split. The Vinyls EX is $12.99 on Siegel Schwarl. The Concords, Relax. A rare Nashville gospel rock album, the Concords, EX, $17.99. That looks cool. And then we got Gypsy, Unlock the Gates. Gypsies, VG Plus, $19.99. Disco Baby, Van McCoy. This has the hustle on it. Van McCoy, EX, $12.99. Our next auction is going to go up for what? We're going to see what else I have over here in this autograph crate. I don't know what I have over here. What do I have over here? Let's see what I have in these autographs. Interesting. This might be one to get some activity. We'll try it. It's still one. You never know. We still find stuff all the time from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Here's the original sleeve. Dale had it stored in all these years. Right there, autographed. Tom Rush. Tom Rush is signed and it's autographed. It is same thing. I was going to say it's signed and it's authenticated by JSA is what I was going to say. Tom Rush, his self-titled album, he dated it 1984 or 9 it looks like. It's JSA certified. He's a $35 start. Now, do the hustle. I'm not too good at that. I'm much better at singing monotone metal stuff. I hadn't got into my disco. Now, I kind of got into a little bit of jive talking earlier. Jive talking. We have Steve Earle at 40, two $35 bids, and then we have a pass, and then we have a new bid, and then George Burleson on Jerry Douglas. That is sold to George Burleson. That is sold, and then over here, info on the Concords. The Concords is right here. That's called Relax. And that is EX, $17.99. Steve Earle 40, Steve Earle 42, Steve Earle 47. Nobody has bid on the debut Garth Brooks. We're looking for a $95 start. We're about to drop the hammer on it. Tom Rush is signed and JSA authenticated, a $35 start. Nice, Simple Minds, Sparkle in the Rain. Simple Minds is in VG Plus condition, $11.99. Slade is VG Plus, $16.99. And Light in the Night, John Melher and Kenneth Nash, an 84 US Jazz, VG Plus, $14.99. Over here is Jerry Douglas again, Fluxology. Jerry Douglas, VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Of Rivers and Religion, John Fahey and his orchestra. John Fahey is VG $14.99. Craig Weatherford on Simple Minds over here. Next thing is what is the Garth Brooks and condition. Garth Brooks is a 1989 USOG club copy. There is some cover damage right here. The vinyl's in near mint condition. We're about to make it a buy now for $95. Tom Rush is a $35 start, final call. Steve Earle's now at $48. This is a new vintage bin from Paul. Yes, new arrival, sticker price. The actual Garth Brooks record is near mint. And it has the original on the sleeve. George Burleson getting another Jerry Douglas. That's sold to him. Also, we have Spyro Gyra, Point of View. Spyro Gyra is VG condition, $11.99. Phoenix Sunshine, SON, Shining in the Light, a gospel country rock album, VG condition, $14.99. How cool is that? How interesting is that, huh? Very, very cool. Let me go right up here and click on this and this. Okay, so first thing we have is Garth Brooks is in with Guy Shard at $95. It was a $95 start. I grossly misspoke there for a split second. Garth is a $95 start, and we have a bid. And then Dwayne Caldwell on Phoenix. That's sort of Dwayne Caldwell. And then we have the Wooden Tops. The Wooden Tops is alternate rock from 86, a Ghost Stamp promo, $12.99. Tom Rush is a $35 buy now. JSA authenticated. Some of these authenticated autographs, any of them less than $45, I think is just a great deal based on what we had to pay to have it authenticated. So Tom Rush is a $35 buy now if anybody wants that. That's been in Dale's personal collection. Now I'm putting it right over here. It's a buy now. Surely somebody will pick that up. Signed and authenticated. We got Gary Bartz. This is a VG condition record for $9.99. Also Stone the Crows, and this is VG Plus $14.99. Are we done on Steve Earle? The last bid was Stephen Parton at $48 and 88 UK original, Copperhead Road, near mint with the original on her sleeve, $48. Now that Garth has a bid, I'm about to drop the hammer. It is a final call. It is a final call. And I have a random CD auction here for you. Is this it? Yeah, I've got a random CD auction here for you. I have a copy of Marilyn Manson, Mechanical Animals. This was laying on my table when I got here today. Must have been something somebody found laying in the back. This is a promo stickered Marilyn Manson, Mechanical Animals in the original blue jewel case. Everything's really nice. It looks like it was a promo copy. It's been punch holed, and it has a promo sticker, Marilyn Manson CD, a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Marilyn Manson, $10 start on that. George Burleson on Spyro Gyra. That's so to George Burleson, thank you. Over here is John Bailey, Before Man Learned to Fly. John Bailey is EX $12.99. And how about Mary McCaslin, EX $12.99 on that. Steve Earle is sold. The hammer's being dropped. Stephen Parton, $48. That's sold. Marilyn Manson, a $10 star. And Garth Brooks, congratulations again, Guy. And thank you again, Guy. That's sold to you for $95. Garth Brooks is sold. And we have two more records here. Bobby and the Midnights. That's Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead, VG Plus $17.99. And we have brother Jack McDuff, Getting Our Thing Together, VG Plus $19.99. Request for George Strait and Randy Travis. On deck, we still got The Cult, Stevie Ray Vaughan, David Allan Coe, Clint Black, Michael Jackson, Styx, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Rush, Jeff Healey, REM, Randy Travis, George Strait, B-52s, Collective Soul, AC/DC, Jimi Hendrix, David Bowie, Aerosmith, Beastie Boys, The Ramones, the Allman Brothers, Travis Tritt, Loretta Lynn, and Dream Theater. How about we do Collective Soul and Dream Theater? Here we go. Collective Soul, Hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid. Nice. The Record Store Day exclusive on red vinyl. This has shine on it. This was the first ever pressing, was this craft red vinyl for Record Store Day, limited to 3,000, a $45 start. This is sold for as much as $131. And then Dream Theater. I've never seen this before. Truly, first time I've seen this. Train of Thought, Dream Theater, released on vinyl for the first time. Music on vinyl, whoa, has only been on vinyl twice. The other pressings was a very limited edition run of 1,500 in 2016, and then this pressing here. It has not been pressed since this one. And then a sealed copy sold for as much as $747. Whoa. This is Dream Theater, Train of Thought, long out of print and scarce. $195 start. Let's go back to the top. The last thing we had, we sold Phoenix. We sold Spyro Gyra. Cody Gray put Mason $10. Now, Mason $10. You meant Marilyn Manson, right? You probably got auto-corrected. The Manson CDs at $10 with Cody Gray. Robert Tomic got Bobby and the Midnights. Thank you, Robert. And then we got Rush. We got Collective Soul. Collective Soul's at $80. Dream Theater's $195 start. And Marilyn Manson's at $11. That's a promo-marked CD. Promo-marked CD in the original blue jewel case. It is now at $11, okay? The Rush album is a copy of their OG, or excuse me, it is their debut album. It's an 83 copy. We'll be putting it up for auction in just a second. It's an 83 UK. We'll be putting it up for auction in just 1 second. All right, what a great crate there from Paul. Let me do another just quick flip through there and remind y'all of some stuff. And let me see what's going on here. Got a few more things to do right quick. Still working. We got ads running. We have ads running for the sale tomorrow, and I'm constantly basically over here just making sure people that knows what's going on is here, and I'm trying to get people here to watch, make sure they know we're live right now selling, etc., etc. Let's see here. 1 second. Okay. Sorry for the timeout. Now, let's go back up to the top and figure out what we have. Marilyn Manson 11, Marilyn Manson 15. All right, so final call on Collective Soul, the record store day edition, limited edition, red vinyl. This is at $80 of Kristen Driscoll, final call. Over here is Dream Theater, $195 start, no bid, looking for a starting bid. Marilyn Manson's with Cody Gray at 15, going once, going twice. I'm just going to read these titles. If you hear something and you want to know what more information about it, please ask. They're going to be right here behind me. Seals and Crofts, Summer Breeze and Quad, Stories, and this one is self-titled, VG Plus $14.99. Nancy by Nancy Sinatra, PJ Proby, Nikki Hokie, Artemis Pyle Band, Premonitia, Farina Marconi, that's Photos of Ghost. We have Tom Rapp, Pearls Before Swine. Taz Valayan, Presidente, and that is Presidente. That's Milky Way Moses. Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections. Bertha, If It Was So Simple, Long Dancer, The Masqueraders, Everybody Wanna Live On, The Blood, Bodacious DF, Moments With You. We have Van McCoy, Love Is the Answer, Hello People, The Marvelettes. We have Buddy Emmons. Bill Keenum says, I claimed Buddy Emmons 15 minutes ago. That means one or two things. One, it didn't come through on my screen, or two, I missed it, and if I ever do that, you just got to remind me again. So Buddy Edmonds, and so did Bill Keenum. Next thing is George Benson, Tell It Like It Is. The Siegel Schorl Band, 953 West. We got Gypsy. We've got Van McCoy, Disco Baby with the Hustle. We have the Concords, Slade, Light in the Night. Also of Rivers and Religion, The Wooden Tops, Gary Bartz, Stone the Crows, John Bailey, Barry McCaslin, and Brother Jack McDuff. All right, Marilyn Manson is sold for $15, and that's the Cody Gray. There is a new bid on Collective Soul for $81. Kristen Driscoll, You've Been Outbid. This is at $81. Dream Theater's at $185, and Joe Salamo wants Disco Baby. Van McCoy, he's going to listen to that and start doing the hustle. And then the price on Artemis Pyle Band is VG Plus $14.99. It's time for me to start a new crate. This one has filled up, and it's time for me to start a new crate of new stuff as well. Very busy tonight. Very busy tonight. If anybody decides you want anything else in here, let me know. Charlie Daniels, The Devil Went Down to Georgia, and that is VG Plus $14.99. Long Dancer price. Long Dancer. Oh boy, which one was that? What artist was that? Long Dancer. Sounds familiar. Where is that? Long Dancer. Masquerade, Long Dancer. Was that up here near the front? Long Dancer. Who was the artist on that one? Frank Galena. Otherwise, I don't know if I can get to that one immediately. Okay, and then Collective Soul. He's out, final call. Let me know who the artist was on that. And Dream Theater does have a bid with James Bragg. That is with James Bragg, okay? Next thing is another new crate over here. Oh my gosh, we got so much to go through. I better pick up the pace, folks. I better pick up the pace. Which one am I going to do next? Let's do this one right here. I better pick up the pace. I better pick it up. All right, we have no time to... This is it, folks. We are here. We are live. And Long Dancer was the Bertha record. Okay, Bertha, thank you. Bertha. That helped me out tremendously. No, this was... Wait a minute. Long Dancer. Okay, maybe... I flipped through here 3 times and didn't see it. If It Was So Simple. Long Dancer. Sorry. 73 US EX condition. $12.99. Boy, the Paul and Laura crates, because most of this stuff I've never seen before, if somebody's like, what was this? I'm like, okay, let me try to figure out what they're asking about, the second thing. All right, so the first thing we have is George Burleson is sold on AP. Josh Brown sold on Charlie Daniels. And then these are sold and sold here. Okay, so first, Charlie Daniels is sold to Josh Brown. Next over here is Artemis Pyle. That is sold to Ryan Eaton. And then Frank Galena says he'll take it. All right, so that's sold to Frank Galena. And then Collective Soul. Collective Soul. This is sold to Brandon Lack for $81. And Dream Theater is sold to James Bragg for $195. So those are sold and sold. Next, the sticky note with post Collective Soul. It's on the back. Yes, it's on the back. Okay, next auction is Rush, a 1983 UK reissue in VG condition. Rush by Rush, an 83 UK reissue, a $35 start on that. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Randy Travis, Storms of Life, an 86 US original pressing sealed. 86 US original pressing sealed, a $35 start on Randy Travis. Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill, 2LP, white and sandblasted orange marble vinyl. Panteras are $33.99. I have 2 of them. We have a waiting list for Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage. This is Iron Maiden live in Nijmegen, Holland, 1981, $38.99. This is Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, Nijmegen, Holland. And this waiting list for Iron Maiden is who and where? Is there a waiting list? Could there be a waiting list? We're about to find out. As soon as I clear off all this, and look, there may not be. I might have just ordered more because we needed more. I have a wait list for a puzzle. I have a waiting list for Legacy Mexico, Number of the Beast, more puzzles. And then there it is. This is sold to Troy Schrock. Thank you, Troy Schrock. That's sold to you. That's CHROCK. Thank you, Troy. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, there are 2 left. All right, so no bid on Rush, looking for a $35 start, final call. Randy Travis has 1 bid for $40, final call. Stephen Parton on Pantera. That is sold to Stephen Parton, thank you. Also, I got 2 copies here of the Stone Roses, $38.99. Self-titled Stone Roses, $38.99 on that. And the Cult Electric. The Cult Electric is a gatefold single LP, black vinyl, $34.99. And Eminem Curtain Call, a.k.a. Eminem's Greatest Hits. Eminem is $39.99. It's a gatefold 2 LP, essentially the best of Eminem. Don't forget about the Cult, the Stone Roses. And then Iron Maiden is Maiden Voyage. That one will have a hype sticker on it. They're on lagoon-colored vinyl. Lagoon-colored vinyl. And then Stone the Crows is sold to Kathy Collinsworth. Now, somebody want to know how much was a record from the previous crate. The Blood was $99.99. The Blood was $99.99. Has it ever lost its power? Gene Martin. A rare 73 U.S. gospel album. VG, $9.99. Final call. Rush does have a bid. Annie Gunn. Make sure this gets billed to the Vlotter chicks. That's on M&M. My name is. We had a waiting list for the Wild Side. Under the Influence, a gatefold Fire Orange. Of course, y'all know this is a very rare album, very difficult to come by, and this was the first time it had been reissued. And Rick Peabody and Steve Karczewski was on a waiting list. Rick Peabody and Steve Karczewski was on a waiting list. So those are sold and sold. That means I've got 3 extra copies of The Wild Side. Those are $39.99 if anybody wants one. Tony Kepler wants the Cult. So to Tony Kepler. And then we've got Wasp. And this is a 40th anniversary Half-Speed Master on red marble vinyl. That is Wasp, a 40th anniversary on red marble vinyl, Wasp, and that is W-A-S-P. And self-titled is Warren Hardin. That is Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N, H-A-R-D-I-N, a relatively new buyer. And then Jason Wilski. These are sold and sold. That means I've got 2 more left. How much was the Stone Roses? $38.99. Randy Travis, 1 bid, sealed, sold, $40. Rush, 1 bid, sold, $35 to Josh Brown. Folks, those are done. Next thing over here is George Strait, Living It Up. George Strait's a 1990 USOG Columbia Club, still in shrink, the Vinyls EX, and this is, check out his sick Entertainer of the Year belt buckle. That is pretty cool there. Who else was wearing a big belt buckle last night we were looking at? It might have been George Strait. That is a big belt buckle. That's in shrink EX edition, a $45 start. Jerry Rock on Wasp. That's sold. And George Strait, 1990. We don't get that one too often. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. And our next auction is going to be what? How about Aerosmith Pump? Aerosmith is a 1989 UK OG pressing, VG Plus condition. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Aerosmith Pump. We got Gnarls Barkley, The Odd Couple. This was a special request for Troy Robinson. If anybody else wants one, if anybody else wants one, if anybody else wants one, they're $29.99. Yeah, Gnarls Barkley, special request for Troy Robinson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I've got 2 copies of Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, featuring the smash single, Ball, What a Ding, a Bonga Bonga, Dingy Dingy. That is on there. It is $44.99. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. Aerosmith is $26. Now, right here, we got George Strait. Does anybody want to bid? There's only been 0 bids, $45. And there is 0 bids. Too bad metal auctions don't go this quick. They would if they didn't get a bid, but usually metal auctions get about 300 bids. Right now, Aerosmith 26, Aerosmith 26, Aerosmith 35, and how much is Wasp? It is $36.99. There's one left, and then Black Sabbath. This is called Heaven and Hell, a 2 LP album remastered. It has a disc with bonus tracks. Nice, $44.99. George Strait has a bid. Aerosmith has a bid. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing. It is the Steels Young Band. Long May You Run. Long May You Run. Stephen Stills, Neil Young, Japanese with Obi, a $35 start. Chad, did I get Randy Travis? Yes, you did. Pump Details. Pump is a 1989 UK original. It's in VG Plus condition. And then over here, we've got 2 copies of Killers Direct Hits. This is a Gatefold 2 LP, $46.99. Also, Incubus Science. Incubus is a Gatefold 2 LP, $38.99. $38.99. Let's go back to the top. Here's the high bid so far. We put up a George Strait. We put up an Aerosmith. We sold a Wasp. And then over here, we have Aerosmith 26, Aerosmith 26, Aerosmith 25. How much was Wasp? $36.99. Aerosmith 27, George Strait 45, George Strait 45. Brian Reynolds sold on Wasp. Now, Hiram asked about a track. If Hiram wants one, he can have this one. If not, it's sold to Brian Reynolds. Chad, did I get Randy Travis? Yes. Pump Details, 89 UK original, Rich Winter sleeve. Over here, Aerosmith 36, Aerosmith 30, George Strait 46, Aerosmith 27, Ryan Mustaine wants Incubus. That is sold to Ryan Mustaine. We've got Wasp, Dominator. Wasp is $29.99. Tony Kepler on a Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. In the Misty Morning, what a great album. Sabbath Volume 4, what a great album. $33.99. Wheels of Confusion, Snowblind, Supernaut. Wow, $33.99. 2 copies of NXS Live Original Centers, Cleveland, Agora Ballroom, Ohio, 1984, $29.99. George Strait, 48. Over here is Aerosmith, 37, and Steels Young Band, no bid, final call for $35, and Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger, Outshined. Yes, that track is on there, right? I think somebody replied to you, and I was going by their answer. But yes, it's on here. What was your actual? Let me confirm before I go by. Edmund Estrada said yes. And your question was to have the Animal track. And it has I Want to Be Somebody, Love Machine, The Flame, Bad School Days, Hellion, Sleeping in the Fire, On Your Knees, Tormentor, and The Torture Never Stops. That is the track listing there on the back. Okay, now back to the crate. We have George Strait at 48, Aerosmith's at 40. I feel like there was a bid already in higher, and then NXS is sold to Susie, NXS is sold to Kathy Collinsworth, and then Javi Soto wants a Wild Side. That is sold. All right, let's go back to that crate again. That was a speed run. Another one coming up right now on deck. First thing I have, though, is this. I have Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill, $33.99. Give me 1 second on that, though. Let me jump over here. Okay, so yeah, Pantera's $33.99, the Great Southern Trendkill. Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, Lagoon Colored Vinyl, $38.99 for Iron Maiden. The Stone Roses, self-titled, $38.99. The Cull Electric, $34.99. Eminem Curtain Call, his greatest hits, Volume 1, 2 LP, $39.99. Wildside, Fire Orange Vinyl, $39.99. Kid Rock's greatest hits is $44. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell is $44. Killer's Direct Hits, Somebody Told Me, Mr. Brightside, Smile Like You Mean It. All these things that I've done when you were young. Wow, Read My Mind. So many great songs by the Killers. $46.99. We've got 2 of those. What about Incubus? One left at $38. Wasp is $29.99. Dominator. Black Sabbath is $33. And Bad Motorfinger, $33. Melinda on Stone Roses. Who was the very first person to get one, though? I thought it was you. Who was the very first person on Stone Roses? Oh, that was Kathy Collinsworth. Okay, so let's go back to the top, and we sold an Incubus. We sold the NXS. Soundgarden's $33.99. Aerosmith $41. And then we have John Lee Hooker's already sold. Vicky Yoshikawa on Wildside. Melinda Gerhardt on that last Stone Roses. That is sold to Melinda for $38. And then we have Stephen Parton on Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. Nobody bid on Steele's Young Band, Long May You Run. So that's a buy now for $35. Stephen Steele's Neil Young, Long May You Run. $35 buy now on that. Final call on George Strait. The last bid was Nick Bargeron at $48. Caleb Howe's out. We're about to sell it. And now over here is Aerosmith. And the last bid was Michael Hamburger at $41. Rich Krulak, you're out. He hadn't said done, though, so it's a final call for $41. And Rich is still bidding. Now he's at $42. All righty. So we have what? We have a new crate to go through. The no bid, just one thing. Steele's Young and Tom Rush, autograph, JSA authenticated. That's it. Tom Rush, self-titled, JSA authenticated, autograph, $35. And what you just seen was Stephen Steele's and Neil Young. Those are $35 and $35. All right. Nick Bargeron gets George Strait for $48. Let's go change out crates. Changing crates. Tornado warnings in Cross Middle Tennessee. All right. What is next? Boy, there's box sets. There's everything over here. Holy moly. There's stuff everywhere. There's Introducing the Beatles stacked up over here. Looks like real copies, too. Where did all these come from? I'll walk by something in this store, and I'm like, is that what I think it is? And it'll be like a butcher cover. And I'm like, why is that just laying over here on top of a crate? It's probably where John found one and just pulled it out, laid it on top of a box, and then he left for the day. And I'm like, what the heck's going on? Why is there just like a random RL Led Zeppelin 2 just laying over here, you know, like propped up on the floor? And I'm like, oh, it must have been something we just found. All right, let's knock this out here. All right. Do you still have Blue Murder? I do. Let me do some stretching. Chad needs some water. Okay. So John does leave records everywhere. I know. We've got 15,000 comic books about to come to this store we bought, and we're gonna have to do some work over here in this booth. I'm gonna have to either tonight or tomorrow night. I'm gonna have to stay here all night and into the morning, and probably not go to sleep. So, okay. Aerosmith is at $43. Rich Krulak, you've been outbid. Let's put that right over here, and let's go ahead and put up more auctions. John Robb is ready to bid on Travis Tritt. He's been cracking his knuckles. He's ready to go. This is a 1990 US OG Columbia copy. This album was never sold in stores. No retail copies exist. This is it. It's near mint. It's a $95 start. $95 start for Travis Tritt. That's up for bid. Vicky Yoshikawa wants a Blue Murder. That was out of one of our new arrival bands tonight. Let me see if I can track one of those down. Let's see. This is new vinyl. Where are the Blue Murders? Let's see. Is this new stuff? This is new stuff, right? Yeah, Nasty Savage. All right, let me get a couple things condensed over here. I don't want to get completely out of order over here. We don't want to get out of order. There's the first crate of new stuff from tonight. There's the Sabbaths. I've already been pulling those out. All right, so it must be in one of these other crates with the Blue Murders for tonight. Let's see, is that them? Nope, that's Killing Joke. Did we sell them all? Surely not. Budo's Band. Huh. Are they down here? Aha, they're down here. There's Blue Murder. Okay, Vicky Yoshikawa on a Blue Murder. There's now one Blue Murder left if anybody wants it. There we go. Travis Tritt has bids for $95, and Aerosmith has bids for $44. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started right here. More new vinyl. Then I've got another pre-owned crate. I've got the Plasmatics for $29.99. New Hope for the Wretched. Excuse Wendy O. Williams there. Plasmatics is $29.99. 2 copies of Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. 180-gram remaster. There it is. The song remains the same. The Crunge, The Ocean, No Quarter. Eagles. I haven't had a new sealed copy of this, the Long Run, in a while. 180-gram. We sold out of the first Eagles album, Eagles by Eagles. That's the Long Run. In the City, Here's more Plasmatics, Beyond the Valley. We sold an OG copy last night. There's another copy. The Plasmatics is $24.99. Now, Travis Tritt already has 2 bids, 95 and now 96. And now we have a new bid on Aerosmith for 44. There was a new bid for 44. Michael Hamburger, he bid 43. Rich Krulak bid 44. And now he's out. That's sold to Rich Krulak for 44. Travis Tritt's at 98. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is the Ramones. The Ramones is an original 1983 U.S. Winchester original. Holy moly, an 83 U.S. original. $35 start, near mint with the original inner sleeve. Which Blue Murder? Blue Murder. This is called Blue Murder, Nothing But Trouble, 2 LP. First time on vinyl in the United States, 1993. Blue with black cat swirl colored vinyl, $54.99. How much is Led Zeppelin? $33.99. Led Zeppelin is $33.99. Travis Tritt, 100. Next thing is the Ramones, a $35 start. Led Zeppelin 2, $33.99. New and sealed, 180 gram. This is new and sealed, 180 gram. Led Zeppelin 2. Also, Elvis, #1 hits, 2 LP. Has the bonus track, A Little Less Conversation. $39.99 for those 30 #1 hits. Elvis is a gatefold 2 LP. Elvis Presley, a gatefold 2 LP. I wonder if Paul tried to auction this last Sunday. I got a box of really good looking CDs here. This is The Doors, Live in New York, Felt Forum CD box set. Give me 1 second, I'll tell you more about it. It is a CD box set. Looks like it's 6 disc. And we have a whole crate here of like great CD box sets that came from a collection. I think they were found all together. Tanner brought them up here. And yeah, this thing's pretty dang good. The last one sold earlier this month for $135. And it looks like they start after shipping for like $150. So this is a Doors Live in New York Felt Forum CD box set. I'm willing to start it right now at $95 if anybody's interested. Should be a great price on that. The Doors at the Live in New York Felt Forum, 6 disc, $95 start. The Ramones is at $45. Let's go over Travis Tritt again. Travis Tritt is a 1990 US, and this was the first time this album was ever pressed to vinyl. It is a really nice copy, also a really nice cover, just, you know, a little bit of sign of wear, but nothing. Very, very nice. He also started 95. Really? Wow, me and Paul's on the same wavelength. That's amazing. Me and Paul's on the same wavelength. 95. Yeah, that would be a very, very fair price. I mean, like right now, if you wanted to go buy one, it looks like it's going to cost you $155. So, We're on the same page usually on pricing. There's that, and now the Ramones is at $42. $42 on George Jones Ramones. Now, Travis Tritt still getting bids. I think there was a claim for Led Zeppelin 2. Let me go back and see. Let me see what happened here. So Led Zeppelin 2 was sold to Stephen Parton. Yes, Heartbreaker. And then over here we have Norah Jones, Feels Like Home. Norah Jones is $36.99. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for Norah. There very well could be a waiting list for Norah. N-O-R-H, Norah Jones. No waiting list for Norah Jones. So Norah is available if anybody wants in on Norah. It's a $36.99 gatefold. Over here is Led Zeppelin 4. That's on clear vinyl. That's $33.99, their fourth album. And we have Static X, and I haven't had this one before, I don't think. Project Regeneration, Volume 2. And I'm pretty sure that's yellow vinyl. Yellow vinyl, $33.99. So right here is an OG Ramone Subterranean Jungle. It's an 83 US Winchester. JK has it for $50. Donna Mitchell has it for $50. And then Travis Tritt. The last bid was Cody Wright at $110. Carly says she's done. So Travis is at $110, final call. He pretty much has nothing in print on vinyl. Nothing in print on vinyl. And then the Doors, final call to lock in a bid on that for $95. Led Zeppelin Presence. I basically went through the discography. I was out of stock of almost everything. There's Presence, $33.99, and more Plasmatics. This is Metal Priestess. $24.99 for Plasmatics Metal Priestess. Avenged Sevenfold, Hail to the Kings. This is an anniversary edition on gold vinyl. Gatefold 2 LP, $44.99 on that. The Presidents of the United States of America. POTUS is $29.99, and the Eagles, Hotel California, on a dark desert highway. Now, Dean Chandler, you have dibs on a couple of different Plasmatics here. I've got Metal Priestess for $24. I also have Plasmatics Beyond the Valley for $24, and then I have this first one, New Hope for the Wretched, for $29. So your dibs on those three. The Ramones is still getting bids. If anybody wants to buy the Doors, it's a $95 buy it now, live in New York at the Felt Forum. $95 buy it now on that. It is available. Sounds like we need to put it on Discogs for $150 best offer. Or you can buy it right now for $95. Your pick on that. Your decision. Your decision. Next thing we have is Demu Bijor. Demu Bigor. This is $59.99. This is Parentical Euphoric Misanthropa. Exactly. Demu Bigor is $59.99. Stephen A. Young says, you know what, Chad? Give me that Doors box set for $95. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. Great price on that. Now, Travis Tritt is sold for $110. Cody Wright. John Bobing II wants Achilles' Last Stand. Yes. Oh, man. It was an April morning when she told me... Wait a minute. It was an April morning when she told me we could go, something like that. Also, we have Ramones at 65. A lot of lyrics in Achilles' Last Stand. Dun, da, 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 da. Next is Wendy O. Williams' Wow. There's Wendy O. Williams' Wow. Produced by Gene Simmons. Special guest Ace Frehley. Of course, members of KISS would be hanging out with her. Wow, $29.99. Wow. Ramones is at $67. Now, we're ready for new auctions as soon as I can catch my breath. Speaking of Gene Simmons, I got this random photo here if anybody wants it for $4.99. Does anybody want that picture of Gene Simmons for $4.99? Now, anybody else? There's a lot of stuff left over in here. Holy moly, there's about 9 titles, a.k.a. most of the crate I thought we'd buy. Plus, we had a first-time buyer pick out a Plasmatics album. Still hadn't heard which one he wanted, and I got to confirm he is a first-time buyer. I haven't pulled anything yet. I haven't pulled anything yet, though. Next auction is what? Next auction is what? I don't know. But we're going to read through these one more time. Next thing over here is Plasmatics, Led Zeppelin, Eagles, Plasmatics, Led Zeppelin, Elvis, Norah Jones, Led Zeppelin, Static X, Led Zeppelin, Plasmatics, Avenged Sevenfold, POTUS, Eagles, Demi Begor, Eagles, and Wendy O. Williams. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. A lot of stuff left in there. Next auction going up right now is the good old Jeff Healey Band. Hell to Pay. Jeff Healey is a 1990 USOG VG++ EX. And Jeff Healey's going to go up for a $35 start. Hell to Pay. Jeff Healey Band, a $35 start. The Ramones at 67 with George Jones' Final Call. Let's go through another pre-owned crate from the night. Way too much stuff left in here. Haven't had those Plasmatics in a while. Zeppelin restocks. A Static X I haven't had in a while. A Vince Sevenfold I hadn't had in a while. The very popular POTUS. Elvis #1 hits. So many great things still left in there. So many great things left in there. Just sitting there waiting to be opened up and played. And the music will come alive. It's up to you. It's up to you. Here's our next auction. This is the Rolling Stones at the LA Forum. The Rolling Stones at the LA Forum is a 2-disc and DVD. A $10 start. LA Forum 75, 2-disc and DVD. A $10 start. Price on POTUS is $29.99. Let's go ahead and go through this other crate that Paul brought me before he left. I bet there's some cool stuff in here. We got a crate here. Laura's working on marking some records. I'm working on marking some records. I'm working on doing this. I'm working on doing that. But first, give me 1 second over here. Okay, here we go. Jeff Healey's a $35 start. No bid yet. George Jones gets the Ramones for $65.7. George Jones gets the Ramones for $67. Somebody said, can we bid on AC/DC? You got it. High voltage. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. That's what Metallica comes out to at their concerts. 1976 U.S. Specialty OG. Company inner sleeve, VG Plus, $25 start. It's a long way to the top if you want to try to sell out stadiums. A $25 start, AC/DC, high voltage. This is now up for bid. It also has TNT, Dynamite, $25 start. That's an OG US pressing. All right, let's see what's in this pre-owned bin. Bound to be some cool stuff in here. John Fahey, Christmas Guitar, Volume 1. No condition notes in shrink wrap, $14.99. The Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord, one of my favorites here. Beautiful vinyl, $14.99. I think Paul likes this album too. The Actor, The Word, Voices in the Sky. Nice, $14.99. And then over here, we have Bobby Rush, Chicken Heads. Bobby Rush is a 2021 Record Store Day sealed, $19.99. And we also have this here, Bobby Oroza, Get on the Other Side. Limited edition, sealed, colored vinyl, $29.99. AC/DC is sold to Kathy Collinsworth for $12. Or excuse me, the Rolling Stones is sold to Kathy Collinsworth for $12. Thank you, Kathy. That is sold to you. That sticker is going to peel right off. It was $18.95 previously. Now it's $12, and it's sold to Kathy Collinsworth. And now AC/DC, $25, $25, $26. And now over here, we have Von Stom on M Blues. Nice decision there. Von Stom on Moody Blues. Jeff Healey, a no bid. Unbelievable. A 1990, just a $35 buy now on that. Here is Infinite McCoy's. $24.99. Infinite McCoy's, $24 with Rick Zeringer, also known as Rick Derringer. That's how his name is originally spelled. Rick Zeringer, $24.99. Eddie Money, Can't Hold Back, $19.99 for Eddie Money. And Steve Morse Band, Stand Up. Steve Morse Band is $14.99. Jeremy Rourke, you get the Jeff Healey for $35. AC/DC's at $35. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. And that next Japanese auction is Deep Purple, made in Europe. Deep Purple is a Japanese pressing. It is a $35 start. We're talking about Richie Blackmore. We're talking about David Coverdale. We're talking the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. We're talking there's the Obi. We're talking there's the insert. we're talking a $35 start. Next is a Ronnie Montrose, Territory. Ronnie Montrose is $14.99. Don't forget, Eddie Money has Take Me Home Tonight on it. That is $19.99. Clean copy. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is in shrink wrap, just $24.99. A Euro import pressed in Germany. Nice Meatloaf, just $24.99. Fairport Convention, a white label promo, Angel Delight. Fairport Convention, $19.99. AC/DC's at $36. Our next CD is going to go up for bid right now. Let me see what's going on with this. This looks like a great release. Let me see what I can find out about it. May have to scan it. Some of these CD box sets, I'm like, all right, let me scan them just to see what's going on, and then we can take it from there. Let's see, has this thing got a barcode? I don't see a barcode. Maybe tougher than I think to try to check it. But I know this. I know it's George Harrison's All Things Must Pass CD box set. There's disc 1 and there's disc 2. And I think it is a 2-disc, yeah, with book. All Things Must Pass, George Harrison. There it is, 2 discs with book, box, and George Harrison is going to go up for a $10 start. Sunshine Doesn't Last All Morning. Stephen Parton on Meatloaf, that's sold. And then George Jones on Eddie Money. AC/DC 38. Final Call on Deep Purple for 35. John Fahey, Popular Songs of Christmas and New Year's. Guitar Instrumentals, $14.99. George Harrison, a $10 start. We got Snakes and Ladders, The Best of Faces. Snakes and Ladders is $19.99. The Best of Faces, $19.99. Bob Seger, Like a Rock. Bob Seger is $19.99. And, ooh, I've never seen this before. The Moody Blues Story. It's a Decca 2LP compilation for $19.99. A Netherlands import. Wow, that's got some great stuff on it, too. There it is. The Moody Blues Story. Pam Start is in on the George Harrison at 10. Alan's in on Deep Purple at 35. And George says, sorry, that was for Montrose. So no claim on Eddie Money. George Jones wanted Montrose. And that's Ronnie Montrose. So Eddie Money's still available, actually. AC/DC's at 38. Joe DeGatto, You're Out. Michael Butler on MB for the Moody Blues. And Robert Barnett on The Best of Faces. Stay With Me with Rod Stewart. Very cool. Let's go ahead and see what else I have. What happened to my box of 45s from last night? Aha. Here's all those indie and, well, they're not all indie. They're just a bunch of random top singles, but a lot of them is indie. Let me see if I can put 3 more up for a $12 start. Looks like George may be a final call, though, so just FYI, if you want to bid, make sure you bid quickly, okay? Now, over here, and Blaine Zapnick was second on Moody Blues. George Harrison has a new bid for 15. And did Armored Saints Symbol Salvation sell? Brian, I think you're looking at a post for tomorrow night. There is no Armored Saints tonight. You're probably looking at Thursday Night Metal Night sneak preview. And that is all going to be sold tomorrow. It's going to be an epic night. We may have a record attendance. It will be quite a crazy sale. Hopefully you're watching. Now, next record is Moby Grape Wow. Moby Grape is a 1968 UK copy. VG Plus $34.99. Let's go ahead and sell Deep Purple. This is sold 1 bid. Alan Hagen, $35. George Harrison box sets now at 16. And AC/DC High Voltage is at 40, now 42. Next thing in here is The Mob. And The Mob is a 71 US, VG Plus $14.99. And Kylie Minogue, Kylie is an 88 US, VG Plus $14.99 on Kylie Minogue. Also over here, we have Steve Miller Band, Greatest Hits, EX Edition, $22.99. Jungle Love. How about John Cougar? Some kind of promo deal here. A promo 12-inch single from his self-titled album, EX Edition, $12.99. AC/DC 42, AC/DC 44. Pam Start has the George Harrison at 16. I think we're about to sell it. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's the Colt. It's electric, and the Colt is an 87 US Specialty OG. It is OG VG with the original under sleeve, and the Colt is going to go up for a $30 start. There it is, folks, an 87 OG with original under sleeve. Javi Soto on Kylie Minogue. That's sold to Javi Soto. George Harris is now at 18. AC/DC's at 44. Our next auction is going to be a lot of these 3 singles. Where did I do with them? I have laid them down somewhere. Well, never mind. We'll keep showing records here. I have nice MC5, Kick Out the Jams, Blankety Blankers. This is an uncensored Sundays reissue uncensored Sunday's reissue. This is EX $22.99. So he doesn't say kick out the jams, brothers and sisters. He says kick out the jams. You can finish the rest. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun. You better kick out the jams. And the generator is plugged up. We was on 54%. Nice catch there. Generator is plugged up. It's plugged. It's charging. The Colts at 35. And details on Visage here. Is that still in here? Is that still in here? Visage? I think I've already sold it. I don't think that's anything left in here. Guyshard. And then next is MC5. That's sold to Jeremy Rourke. He says kick out the jams, and that's sold to him. The Colts, an 87 USOG VG. And that's the Colt. And then AC/DC, the last bit over here was Josh Brown out. Kristen Driscoll, 44, another OG VG plus. George Harrison sold to Chuck Haley for 18. Kylie Minogue is sold to Javi Soto. And then Guyshard, that's what... okay, that's sold. And then MC5 sold to Jeremy, Mark Stanley, Colt. Guyshard says in the front. It's at the front. Okay, we got John Fahey, Bobby Rush, Bobby Orza, Infinite McCoys, Steve Morris Band, Fairport Convention, John Fahey, Bob Seeger, Eddie Money, Moby Grape, The Mob, and John Cougar. Oh, we hadn't got to that record yet. That record has not been shown yet. It's the last record in the bin. So it will be shown here in just a second. It has not been shown. No jumping ahead. And then we have the Monkees' Greatest Hits. What's that mean? That means I'm about to show it. You now know when it's coming up. It is EX $27.99 on the Monkees' Greatest Hits. That's an original compilations on the Monkees. Yes, these have not been shown. Sorry. Sometimes I accidentally flash a record and I'm not supposed to. Then everything gets out of order. Sorry. Yes, I'm only showing what's being shown right now. And the only other sneak peeks I allow is when something can be seen around the other crates here. All right, so AC/DC's at 46. That's a new bid. And who had it for the longest? Kristen Driscoll, $44. I was pausing to sell it, and somebody has bid 46. Brian Mallard. It's at $46. And now the Colt, I hope everybody's done. There was about 20 bidders, and now everybody has stopped. It's at $40 for Michael Hamburger. That's also about to sell. I would bid immediately. Somebody go ahead and throw out $75. Somebody go ahead and throw out $100. Somebody go ahead and throw out $1,000. I guarantee you'll buy it. We have D. Kong on Steve Miller. That's sold to D. Kong. Next thing we have is Ian McLaughlin, Bump in the Night. Ian McLaughlin's an 81 US promo, VG plus $9.99. We have Earth, Wind, and Fire, Open Our Eyes. Earth, Wind, and Fire's in VG plus condition, $16.99. AC/DC's at $49. Final call on the Colt. I've lost about 3 people, but I'm about to sell it. We have Cirrus, Bobby Hutcherson, a VG minus copy. VG minus, $34.99. I've never seen that one before. VG minus, $34.99. On the Avenue by Ronnie Foster, VG plus, $24.99. Mark Stanley's bid 42 on the Colt. That you go ahead and throw out. Somebody go ahead and bid 75. We'll wrap this thing up. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing, though. I've never had this on Japanese vinyl. This is the Almond Joys Early Almonds. Very cool here. The cover does have quite a bit of discoloration on it. This does have quite a bit of discoloration on it from those humidity spots, but the vinyl's nice. This is the Almond Joys Early Almonds. $35 start on that. There's that. There's the Obi, and that's Greg and Dwayne Allman, pre-Allman Brothers recordings there. The Colts at $42. The Hammer's up again. Brian's out on AC/DC. This is immediately sold to Kristen Driscoll for $49. Thanks everybody that bid on that. Here is our next 3 singles. I put them right here. This is Saturday Looks Good to Me, Parking Lot Blues, Surfer Blood, Matter of Time, and Black Lips, Born to Be a Man. Those 3 singles are going to go up for how much? A $12 start. And then Michael Hamburger put C4T. C4T. C4 T. And then over here we have David Allen Co. Spectrum 8. David Allen Co. is a 1979 USOG steel and shrink original inner sleeve EX vinyl. David Allen Co. is a $25 start. $25 start on that. We got 4 auctions. We got Japanese Almond Joys. We got the Colt. We have David Allen Co. and we got those 3 singles. Back to this crate that Paul marked. Nice. King Crimson in the cord of the Kempson Cream. This is VG minus. What was I saying? In the cord of the Crimson King. VG minus $14.99. Okay. What else do we have? I have, what is this? Noel Nash, Noel Nash, Lady on the Shore. This is VG plus $14.99. Jeremy Rourke on King Crimson. That is sold. Frank Galena second. Looks like we're done on the Colt. I'm waiting for one person, Mark Stanley. Mark, the new bid is 45 with Mr. Hamburger. Mr. Hamburger has it for 45. Going once, going twice. Leg stretch. Okay, we have 1 Year by Colin Blunstone. Colin Blunstone is from the Zombies. Yes, thank you, Paul. He's on the same wavelength again. 71 USOG. That's Colin from the Zombies. $32.99, his solo album. We have None Such for Dulcimer. Roger Nicholson. An early UK repress. VG plus $9.99. And The Monkey's Head. Boy, that's one you don't see as often. And surprisingly, the cover's nice. VG plus $49.99. These 3 singles are a no bid. They're a $12 buy now if anybody wants them. David Allen Co. final call for $25. The Colt has a new bid. Nobody bid on the Almond Joys. Japanese pressing. It is a $35 buy now for the Almond Joys. Japanese pressing. If anybody wants that, it is available. ST on Colin. Colin is sold to ST. George Burleson gets the Almond Joys for $35. Thank you, George Burleson. That's sold to you. Now, Michael Hamburger, you're out on the Colt. And now ST wants the Monkeys. And Mary Miles wants None Such. Paul always putting out great, interesting records here. There's that. There's that. Next thing we have here is the David Grissom Rounder album. EX. That's on Rounder Records. EX, $22.99 here for David Grissom. Also, we got Michael Harara says he'll take the Eddie Money. Take Me Home Tonight. There it is. That's sold to Michael Harara. Now the Colt is at 50. Tobacco Road, brother Jack McDuff. Late 60s, early 70s reissue. VG minus from Atlantic Records. There's another Atlantic Record album I've never seen before. $9.99. Wow, just one bid on David Allen Co. That's sold for $25 to Cody Wright. Now we're ready for more new auctions. But first, let me empty this crate back here behind me. We had a drum set come in. And I think it was... I better get sticky notes. Let me check on a waiting list. I think somebody else wanted a Charlie Watts drum set. I think the Charlie Watts drum sets come in, but I got to figure out who, other than the one we tagged last night for Sherry Darnell, all got one. Make sense? I hope so. Next thing over here is Spooky Tooth Witness. Nice. Spooky Tooth. VG plus $14.99. Gary Wright in Spooky Tooth there. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And here we go, folks. It's Clint Black, Killing Time. This is a 1989 U.S. original, still in shrink EX edition. Clint Black is a $55 start. Never been reissued in shrink. Clint Black, a $55 start. We got George Burleson on Grissom. That's David Grissom, Rounder Records. That's sold to him. Clint Black's now up for bid. Ooh, cool cover here from Dusty Springfield. Unfortunately, has a wicked, ugly Goodwill sticker on the front. But man, I've never seen that one before. 67 UK mono. It does have cover damage. It's actually torn right here, as you can see. And it has an old Goodwill sticker on the front. But I have never seen this Dusty Springfield before. It's on the Phillips. Let me go ahead and put it. That's actually the original inner sleeve. I'm going to go ahead and put it in a MoFi sleeve because the polyline bag on that one has started to crumble. The polyline bag has crumbled a little bit. So there's that, and there's that. There's this, and there's this and this. Do you have any more Heaven and Hell? Yeah, I think there was one copy left, Michael. There's one copy left. So you might can get some goo gone and get that old Goodwill sticker off. But man, that's a good one there. Dusty Springfield. Spirit Clear, VG condition, $9.99. And we have Scott Fagan. And Scott is South Atlantic Blues. It is a 1968 U.S. EX condition, $36.99 on that. And then the Colt is now at 53. Somebody just go ahead and bid 75 and we'll wrap this thing up. Y'all just go ahead and bid 75. We'll wrap this thing up. Right now it's at 53. Clint Black's a $55 start. And George Burleson, the David Grissom you got was $22.99. Next thing in here is Everyday People. That is VG condition $9.99. Dusty Springfield was VG $19.99. VG $19.99. I've never seen that before. I love Dusty Springfield's music too. Never have seen that. Nobody's going to bid on Clint Black. Final call. We have this right here, a 69 U.S. Country Rock Psych album. VG minus $9.99. Fat Waters, VG minus $9.99. Yeah, ABBA. There's actually one no bid already tonight. ABBA's Greatest Hits. What did I do with it? It's a 35. No, or did somebody buy it? ABBA's Greatest Hits was a no bid. $35 buy it now, Alonzo. $35 buy it now. I don't know where I've laid it, but I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go ahead and start putting up some other ones because, yes, we have, well, here's one right here. I think this is a different one than I had, but here is an ABBA's Greatest Hits. It's $35 if you want it. This was a no bid. I'll go ahead and say this one right here. It is near mint minus and pristine, and this is the one that I had, or we had this one over here just a second ago. So there's that, there's this, there's the Gatefold Dancing Queen. Somebody might have bought that other one. I know we had one that was a no bid. It was one of our first no bids tonight. It's no longer in the no bid pile, so I might have slipped my memory and we might have already sold it. All right, I have since looked away and there's been about 20 claims. So there's the first one. And let me see what else is going on over here in the chat all of a sudden. And let me see if I can find that. Plus, I need to update our end caps. I got to do a bunch of stuff, folks. I got to run down to Walmart right quick and get some donuts. So just bear with me for a second. I'll see if my mic reaches. First thing, though, is the following. The Colt 50, the Colt 51, the Colt 52, the Colt 53. Now the Colt's at 55. Colts at 55 with Michael Hamburger. The next new claim, Alonzo asked about ABBA. Michael Herrera says he'll take a Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, if I still have one. I'm going to try my best to track one down for you. It could be in this crate right here. Let me see. There he is. Michael Herrera got a Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. That was my last copy. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. $44.99. Then Brian Ballard said, how much was Dusty Springfield? And then Pam Starr said, how much is Dusty Springfield? And then Vicky said, $19.99 for Dusty. Pam says, I'll take it. Brian Mallard, if you don't want Dusty Springfield, I'm going to sell it to Pam Starr. The next comment is, what is the Clint Black details? You got very lucky because I was about to make it a buy it now. This is an OG Clint Black, never been reissued in shrink. It is a $55 start. No one has bid. I'm about to make it a buy it now. Then the next comment is Brian Mallard on Fat Water. This is sold to Brian Mallard. Then the Colt got a bid for 55. Now Mark Stanley's out. And then Brian Mallard commented Fat Water again. Also, we have Coming of an Age, the 5-man electrical band. VG condition, $9.99. Here is Captain Beyond. Nice. No lenticular cover, but it is a 1974 U.S. third cover, heavy essential psych. VG $14.99. Paul's note says essential heavy psych. That is a good one, folks. If you don't have that, you're missing out. Pam Starr, you've bought from us before, right, Pam? You get Dusty Springfield. He's out on the Colt. This is sold to Michael Hamburger for $55. Do you have any Van Halen, miscellaneous items, posters, etc.? Not that I can put my hands on. I will be on a lookout for Van Halen stuff has skyrocketed lately in desirability. I will have my eyes and ears open. I will try to track down everything I can, and we'll start selling it here whenever I run across it. Right now, I don't have my hands on anything. Captain Beyond is sold to Clifford Umstead. Vicky Yoshikawa second. Clint Black is a buy now for $55. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. It's Rapid Eye Movement. This is REM Document. REM Document is a 1987 U.S. original pressing with the original under sleeve in VG condition. Document is OG VG for a $25 start. Clint Black is now up for a buy now of $55, just FYI. REM Document's a $25 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Pictures at an exhibition, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, pictures at an exhibition. Beautiful. There's the insert. There's the cover. There's the gate. There's the insert. Here's the gatefold cover and Obi, a $35 start. Gordon Lightfoot, if you could read my mind, EX, $17.99. Also, we have Wally, W-A-L-L-Y, a 74 U.S. Symphonic Prog album, VG Plus $9.99. Mizraw Vitruous, Mizlaw Virtuous, Magical Shepherd. Interesting. Paul says it's a funky album. Funky. VG Plus $14.99. And there it is. Visage, 1980 UK EX edition, $17.99. Visage, EX, $17.99. REM, no bid, final call for a $25 start. ELP, no bid, final call for a $35 start. Now, we're going to just read the titles left in here one more time. I still have how many crates of new vinyl to sell? I've still got 3 more crates of new vinyl to go through. I'm probably going to go through 2 more back-to-back right now, new arrivals, new and sealed stuff. Then we're going to go through this other Paul crate, and then I will still have a crate of new vinyl to go through. Here's that other ABBA buy now. So now we have 2 here. Now we have 2 here. There's ABBA's Greatest Hits. I've got 2 available for a $35 buy now. Blaine Zapnick got REM for $25, and then Chris Reddings beat out Guy Shard on the Visage. That is so to Chris Reddings. Guy, he beat you by 3 seconds, it looks like. Guy had already had his eye on that. Now it's so to Chris. Blaine, REM is a $25 bid with you, final call, and no members on that for $35. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, we are about to sell it. Here we go. Now, I can't believe no one got Clint Black. I'm pretty sure we had sold one of those already for a $55 star. First thing I'm going to do is step up here, and I'm going to grab a V8 out of the fridge. Hopefully everybody can still hear me. Might go ahead and grab a pack of trail mix. April, you did a terrible parking job there, it looks like. That's an absolute horrible... What are you watching there? Stranger Things? Oh, there is donuts up here. Trying to get April in on watching Stranger Things. Holy moly, look at these donuts. I was just joking, and then all of a sudden some up here. People say I do have ESP. People do have told me that before. I have ESP. Whoa. Let me see if I have here in the fridge. Ah, pomegranate blueberry. Nice. I don't need a donut, though. It's pomegranate blueberry. We're going to grab that right there. Might grab some crab chips. Might grab a Lysol wipe. Ooh, Seinfeld trivia game. What is that? That's going to be trash. Seth's been using our accounts. He buys stuff, has it shipped here. He don't trust the people that work for him at the pharmacy. Okay, April is keying in some records. What do you got there, April?
It's going in as a bundle, I guess.
I have no idea. That's up to you to figure out. That's what I'm paying you for. Thank you and welcome to ColleCo, everybody. And April is not doing the job too well, it looks like. Just joking. She is here. She's giving me that evil eye, the crook eye. That's all Seinfeld. She wouldn't know because she doesn't watch that either. Doesn't watch Stranger Things, doesn't watch Seinfeld. I'm like, what the heck is wrong with you? Doesn't watch Seinfeld, doesn't watch Stranger Things, doesn't watch full-length Led Zeppelin concerts on YouTube. Doesn't watch full-length Metallica concerts on YouTube. All right, here we go. Sorry, I had to go get a V8 and some trail mix. Y'all had already wore me out tonight. Guy Shard, George Samberez, Natasha Pickett, Taylor Swift auction wore me out. That was mental abuse almost. REM, wow, just one bid, $25 sold. ELP, wow, no bid, $35. Buy it now. We've got 3 crates of new vinyl. We got a Paul crate. We got discount crates. We got a lot of crates to go through tonight. A whole bunch of crates. What do I have in my pocket? A sticky note. It says, I don't know even what that goes to. I had a random Laura tagged auction sticky note in my pocket. That was interesting. Everybody still here with me? Welcome, everybody. Everybody still awake? Everybody still here? Anybody new watching for the first time want to say hi? Blaine Zapnick also picking up ALP. That is sold. Emerson, Lake, Palmer. Amazing stuff. One of my favorites there. All right, so we have a sponsor I've not purchased before. Pam Start. Pam Start. Let me go back to the top, Pam. Pam says, I'll take it. And then Pam. No, I don't think your reply ever came in, Pam. I don't think your reply ever came in. Let's put these over here. And here we go. All right, let me clean up my trash can a little bit. Great little time here to take a break, but let's go ahead and enter some auctions. I still got Stevie Ray Vaughan, Michael Jackson, Styx, Pink Floyd, Zeppelin, Beastie Tunes, Hendrix, Bowie, Beastie Boys, and Loretta Lynn. Let's go ahead and do these right now. Beastie Boys and Loretta Lynn. They've hung out before. The first thing I have is Beastie Boys, and this is an OG copy of License to Ill, a 1986 U.S. OG copy of License to Ill by the Beastie Boys, a VG copy, a $45 start. And here is the Loretta Lynn Van Leer Rose, produced by Jack White. It is a 2011 U.S. reissue from Third Man Records, still in shrink with the original inner sleeve, and Loretta is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start for Loretta Lynn. Some of these have sold for as much as $1.25, and that's going to go up right now. Beastie Boys already has a bid. All right, now this was a Paul crate. I'm just going to read what was left in here one more time. Hold on. April's also texted me from up front asking what the name of records are. I told y'all some of these artists don't have their stuff, and so if you're not really that into music, y'all see me struggle sometimes trying to figure out what something is. Sometimes we have people keying in records and they're like, what the heck is this? I don't know even what to call this. So I'm telling y'all, very difficult to figure out what some stuff. Pam Murray. Oh, that's Pam Murray. Okay, Pam Starrett Murray. Pam Murray is Pam Starrett on YouTube. Okay, that is no problem. I thought that name sounded familiar. It's Pam Starrett Murray. Okay, welcome. Here's what's left, or welcome back. She's here every night. John Fahey, Christmas Guitar. Bobby Rush, Chicken Heads. We have Bobby Oroza, Get on the Other Side. Infinite McCoy, Steve Morse Band, Fairport Convention, John Fahey, Bob Seger, Moby Grape Wow, The Mob, John Cougar 12-inch promo, Ian McLaughlin, The Monkees' Greatest Hits, Earth, Wind & Fire, Cirrus by Bobby Hutcherson, On the Avenue by Ronnie Foster, Lay on the Shore, and this is Noel Nash, Tobacco Road. We have Spooky Tooth, Spirit, Scott Fagan, Everyday People, Five-Man Electrical Band, Wally, Gordon Lightfoot, and Mislav Vituous. All right, so the auction on the left is a 1986 OG Beastie Boys License to Ill. It has the company inner sleeve. It's in VG condition. It's at $56. Loretta Lynn, Van Leer Rose, a 2011 U.S. and shrink. Loretta Lynn is a $55 start, and there's one bid with Amanda Darby for $55. One bid for $55. Next is price on Steve Morse Band. Steve Morse was right here, Edwin Riviera, and that is in shrink, no condition notes, $14.99. All right, now let me swap out crates. I'm going to do some condensing, though. Let me do this and this. Got these two new vinyl crates packed, and then the first two Paul crates are now going to go into one Paul crate. And if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Was that Nashville Teens Tobacco Road? No, it was not. No, it was not. It was Brother Jack McDuff. Brother Jack McDuff. Edwin said sold on Steve Morse. Thank you, Edwin Riviera. Talk about somebody that watches these shows every night. You can count. You can bet your dollar Edwin Riviera is going to be tuned in to ColleCo. Thank you as always, Edwin Riviera. Thank you as always, Edwin Riviera. Wally is still available. We're not talking about the robot either. All righty. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Let me actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and swap out crates so y'all can see that there is still something coming up. Wow, I've already emptied 5 crates tonight. That's amazing, because that's what happens when a lot of new vinyl comes in. And we have this, and what is this right here? Ooh, okay, waiting list, new arrivals, this and that. Nice. Let's go ahead and knock out this crate. All righty. Back of my mouth is burnt. Burnt my mouth last night on a piece of salmon. Salmon? Salmon. All right. Here we go. So let me grab one of those empty crates, actually, because we just swapped out. We filled up 4 crates of vinyl tonight. Folks, here's the agenda. We're going to be selling vinyl up until at least another hour and a half or 2 hours. And then the last hour, hour and a half of the show will be CD Blitz. And we sold more last night than we ever have before. It keeps on getting more and more popular. And since I've been away, there's been questions on about 7 records in the last bin. That was a great Paul crate. First thing, though, is Loretta Lynn sold to Amanda Darby, one bid $55. Now the Beastie Boys is at $61. And that means Mark Percelli, you're out. Now, Mark, if you want to bid again, it's up to you. If you're done, just let me know you're out. That way I know you are done and we can go on. We got questions about Moby Grape, Wally, and Spooky Tooth. All right, let me pull those. Maybe we can make 3 more sales right here. Let me pull all those out. There's 1, there's 2, and then let me find Wally. And there's that. Okay, so here is what is left. First thing is Wally. Wally is a 1974 US. It's a symphonic prog album, VG Plus $9.99. Spooky Tooth with Gary Wright. Spooky Tooth is VG Plus $14.99. And Moby Grape Wow. Moby Grape Wow is a 68 UK United Kingdom pressing, VG Plus $34.99. Maybe we can sell all 3 of those. I need Fred Carnell to say sold, Brian Mallard to say sold, and Kristen Driscoll to say sold. And now he's done on Beastie Boys, so that's a final call. Welcome all first-time viewers or viewers that haven't maybe been watching in a while. Great time to be watching ColleCo, everybody. Welcome and welcome. We got a few CD auctions I've been slipping as well. Movie posters. I essentially have posters I think we've shown before, but I think we have so many new customers that if we happen to go through movie posters again and start making it a thing, we would find a lot and sell a lot. So I've kind of been putting them away, and I told everybody last night, right now we're in our CD era. So we're in our CD era for late at night. We had our poster era. Now I guess we went through a 45 era, and we went through a Fred Goodwin era. And I think now we're kind of back into our CD era. And until we get over here to a big chunk of these CDs sold, we're going to be in CDs for a while. But I've kind of built up an audience. They know when to watch. They're watching on a regular basis now. Some people start getting on the stream just for CDs, like at 11:30. When a big chunk of those are gone, I'm probably going to say, all right, let's start getting back into posters and books and miscellaneous. But it's going to be a while because we're selling so many CDs right now. But for anybody interested, Craig asked, yes, we are going to get back to posters, but it's probably going to be a little while, maybe another week or 2 month. We have got thousands of CDs, and at the rate we're selling them, it's worth my time to basically say, let's do an hour or 2 of CDs. We probably sold 250 last night. And we're doing that now 6 nights a week, so we are moving some disc. Here is the Rolling Stones, the Marquee Club, and they found a big box of box sets like this today. And here it is, and that's going to go up for a $10 start, or the other day. So that's up for bid, a $10 start. And we have Beastie Boys sold to Carly Southers for $61. So we have 1 out of those 3 records, we sold 1, Brian Mallard on Wally. All right, so 1 out of 3 ain't bad. 1 out of 3 ain't bad. That's sold to Brian Mallard. But yes, for those that don't know, we bought Fred Goodwin's movie poster. At one time inside this building, we probably had 15 to 20,000 movie posters. I mean, box after box. It was amazing. We would go live at night after records, and I would be showing original movie poster. We're talking about not reprints, real theater movie posters. And if you hadn't been watching the last couple years, you missed all that stuff. We sold off thousands and thousands. That's why you got to be following us. That's why you got to be paying attention to what we're buying. We could get a call tomorrow, somebody in Texas with a warehouse full of posters, and we would probably go buy them. And we could start a whole nother poster business again. So if y'all remember that, it was epic. And we still got a bunch. We had a lot of high-end stuff that didn't sell. We had a lot of common stuff that we had duplicates of. And some of that stuff I still got stashed away. So, but basically I got to remind everybody we still got it. I got to get everybody watching. We got to build back up that audience, because some of those people that were watching, just like for CDs, they don't watch anymore at all because they know I don't do posters. I got to get Landon back on here, and Kenny Begley, and Curtis Marachi, and everybody, that's buying the heck out of posters. So, okay, we got Pink Floyd, a 79 U.S. Terre Haute. This is OG. This is an OG copy of The Wall. I Have Become Comfortably Numb. This is the first gatefold jacket. This is the first printing. The Roger Waters, only Roger Waters is mentioned right here. This is the first print. Only Roger Waters is mentioned. EX condition. Unfortunately, it's got a nasty booger right here. It's got a booger right there on the side. But that is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on Pink Floyd. The Rolling Stones has one bid, now two bids. It's at $12, a final call. I have not sold the Allman Brothers. I'll put it up right now. The Allman Brothers is going up for bid right now. It's called Where It All Begins. Allman Brothers, available on vinyl for the first time. It's a 2015 music on vinyl with an HD side and insert. A $45 start on that. And then we do have some putbacks. Yep. Actually, right around the corner, we had one person who bought a lot right there at the very end, and they never did pay for the last couple invoices. So actually, Craig, right here, I'm looking at 2 big crates full of folded and rolled posters from that person. They probably bought a household full of posters, and then their last couple invoices they never did pay for. So I've got all their stuff, but they, over the course of about a year, they bought a bunch, and I said, listen, either you can pay for these last 2 invoices or you just can't buy from us. Again, this is way too much. We can do payments. I don't want to do that. We never do that, and we never did hear back from them. So, but I still got all the stuff. That's the good thing. We still got them. Okay, we're good to go. Now, I stepped up front to get a V8. I never have muted my mic because I've been talking, but here's this, okay? But I've always tell people, those posters got out of control there for a while. Hey, listen, I got a house full of them. I have probably 50, 70 framed posters that I've never hung before. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 14 James Bond posters hanging up in our rafters right now because I just didn't have any room to put them in my house yet. So I love posters. Oh my gosh, I just bought a really expensive one 2 nights ago that I've been wanting for years. So here comes the Promajanet. Hey, there's the top of my head. Oh, let me fix my hair. Oh, it's backwards. Hey, there we go. All right, let's see here. Oh, there I am. I love being on camera. Hey, there's my Bond posters. I got to get these home. This right here is probably one of the most sentimental pieces I own. Right there. We do have a whole box of Kiss posters. Yeah, I've got about 150 back here behind me. Quantum of Solace, Octopussy, Tomorrow Never Dies. I like that one. Moonraker. For Your Eyes Only. License to Kill. No Time to Die. Spy Who Loved Me. Here's a gigantic one. I don't know where I'm going to be able to put it. But this was a Subway poster for GoldenEye. That frame, I think, cost as much as I paid for the poster. That's a big one. That is a gigantic poster. You only need, I have that one. The other 40 or 50, are at my house. But we've got about 150, 200 Kiss posters. They're somewhere right in that area right there. Okay. Ooh, what's right here on this shelf? I love this camera. What do we got right back here? What is this? Anthrax, King Diamond, Metallica, Journey, Volbeat. There's a box of metal CDs. We have everything. Everything y'all are naming, I have everything. Okay? I mean, everything is available. Yep. And then we're going to zoom in right here. And then there you have it. Okay. So let's go back to the top. We got 3 live auctions right now. We have Pink Floyd at 35. Before that, the Stones was at 12 of Kathy. And then Guy Shard bid 15 on the Stones. Kathy, you got outbid. The Wall got another bid for 35. The Allman Brothers 50, Pink Floyd 36, the Stones 18. The Allman Brothers 55. Any Kiss posters? Yes. Allman Brothers 51, Allman Brothers 56, Allman Brothers 60, Allman Brothers 63, The Wall 36, The Wall 38, Allman Brothers 65, The Allman Brothers 65, The Allman Brothers 68, The Allman Brothers 69. You only live twice. I have that one. The Ladder, $35. Chad, who was at the end? Guitar looks like Clapton. That was Eric Clapton. Allman Brothers 70. Do you have any Moonrakers? Yes. What's with the chair? It's not for sale. Well, I mean, I would sell it. Chair, $3,000. Is that an outhouse? Yes. Any Kiss posters? Yes. Any Rob Zombie? Yes. Allman Brothers, 71. Let's do some posters now. No. We have Moonraker on the big screen. Over here, any Alan Parsons? Yes. Do you have any King Diamond? Yes. Allman Brothers, 73. Which poster did you buy you was looking for? Yes. Is that Ronald Reagan? Yes. What poster did you get? Yes. Any more Billy Joe Schaefer? No. Info on The Wall? Yes. The Wall. is a 1979 U.S. Terre Haute. It is the first press. It has the original graphics, Roger Waters, words and music. It has 2 original inner sleeves. This is OG. It does have some cover damage here. And the last bit on Pink Floyd that came in, was Edward Rock at $38. The Edward Rock, $38. Now, what is the condition of Allman Brothers? The Allman Brothers is near mint. The Allman Brothers is a 2015 Euro music on vinyl, 180 gram HD side with insert. And then over here, the Allman Brothers, $76. Guy Shard, you have the Rolling Stones for $15. That's a final call. New vinyl here, sealed, never been shown before. Linkin Park, Meteora with Numb. It is on gold and red splatter vinyl, $33.99. I've got 2 copies of Wasp, a half-speed master, 2 LP with bonus tracks of the Crimson Idol. Haven't had that in a while. Wasp, $46.99. Allman Brothers, $37. Pink Floyd, $39. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party on red vinyl, $33.99. $33.99. We have NXS Kick, clear vinyl, $33.99. Gatefold, 180 gram. We just sold an OG copy. Next is Cash, Johnny Cash, Volume 6. There was a waiting list for Johnny Cash, and let's pull that up. Nick Bergeron was on a waiting list. If anybody else wants a copy, American Recordings Volume 6, that is sold to Nick Bergeron. I've got 2 more left, and this is $33.99. Allman Brothers is $80. I have no idea of my current stock of posters. It's kind of like vinyl. I have no clue. We've got tubs and tubs of Fred stuff that I've never gone through. So if anybody asks me about a poster like Duke, I honestly don't know. I doubt it. Y'all could list off movies for the next 30 minutes. My answer is going to be like, I really don't know. It's like vinyl. This is a large building. We find stuff in here every day we don't know what we have. Now, sometimes I can tell you right away if I do have it, if I know. But even if I said I did have it, I don't know where it is. You could give me a flashlight, a box of Little Debbie's. I could be in here for 2 days without any sleep, and we wouldn't look through half of the stuff that's in this building. We have a library literally stored right here next to me. We still got all 10, 12,000 books that came out of Fred Goodwin's house. They're stored right here next to me in tubs. I have no idea what's in them. That's why I say you better be watching. You never know what I'm going to put up for bid. Next thing is the Cult, Pure Cult, the singles, a 2 LP. It is $38.99. So poster inventory, undeterminate. Who knows? I don't even know what I have in my personal collection. Sometimes with these Bond posters, I'm like, let me go see if I have it. I've got pictures of them on my phone in a file, but now I've got so many. I have at least one of all the movies, but all the Japanese and this, I wouldn't have any idea. It's like, I have no idea. So Rolling Stones is sold to Guy Shard for $15. I didn't even know I had this. I didn't know I had that, and I didn't even know we had this. All new stuff to me. Allman Brothers is $88. Next is Incubus Morning View. This is a 2 LP, $38.99. Incubus Morning View. That's a gatefold 2 LP. And I did get a restock of the Grateful Dead Anthem of the Sun. That's a Vinyl Me Please Essential. All analog lacquers cut by Gary Berry by Chris Bellman. That is, who is this? It is cut by Chris Bellman at Bernie Grunman. I think there was a waiting list here for the old Grateful Dead. A great release here from Vinyl Me Please. Grateful Dead. And actually, we still don't have, there's no waiting list, so all these are available, $34.99. $34.99. Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. Next is Allman Brothers, $92. Are we done on the wall? The most recent bid was Edward Rock at $40. Edward Rock at $40. Allman Brothers is at $92. Next thing, we had a waiting list here for Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses. This is the Ultra Rare Tracks, Rarities, Obscurities, and Oddities, $36.99. GNR is a 2 LP red vinyl, GNR red vinyl. And the waiting list for this was MG Sanchez, Paul Brother, Stacy Brown, and Crystal Newman. MG Sanchez, Paul Brother, Stacy Brown, and Crystal Newman. 4 copies sold. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 2 extra copies of Guns N' Roses Ultra Rare Tracks if anybody else wants one. There they are. There's 3 copies left. Next is Stranger Things Season 3, Gatefold 2 LP, $28.99. It looks like we're done on Pink Floyd. Nobody else has bid. Edward Rock has it for $40. James Frank, hadn't heard back from him. And now the Allman Brothers is at $94 with George Jones. Now, here's what we have of Stranger Things. And like somebody said, I do realize we could be live right now on a different page selling posters. I could be live right now on a different page selling coins. I could be live on a different page right now selling records. I could be live on a different page right now selling CDs. I could be live right now on a different page selling coins and sports cards. Unfortunately, there's only one Chad, and that's me, and we're selling records right now, and that's what we sell every night. I do realize I could clone myself and have a movie poster auction every night, a coin auction every night, a toy auction every night, a sports card auction every night. We could do it. Unfortunately, I've looked into it. I don't know how to clone myself yet. Ben Diger, you was on a waiting list for Stranger Things. Ben Diger, you got a Stranger Things. That's so do you. Also, Susie wants a GNR. George Burleson wants a Grateful Dead. Pink Floyd is sold to Edward Rock for $40. Now, we got a Jerry Rock and we got an Edward Rock. Edward, I think this is your first purchase. If not, then welcome back. And if it is, make sure you're registered. Allman Brothers is at 100 with Farmer Redman. 100 with Farmer Redman. And that is a going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is Led Zeppelin Coda. Led Zeppelin Coda. It's a 1982 U.S. Allied original inner sleeve. It is going to go up for a $35 start. This is OG Coda, an 82 U.S. Allied original with the original inner sleeve, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Led Zeppelin Coda, an 82 U.S. Allied original with a saw cut. However, it is OG, a $30 start on Led Zeppelin. That's up for bid. Now, if anybody out there is interested in a job, you've got to do a couple things. You've got to be prepared to be away from home every night. You've got to be able to be a great salesman and have a lot of knowledge on any of the categories I just mentioned. Movie posters, coins, toys, sports cards, comics, anything like that. 2 requirements. You got to have a strong dedication and be prepared to be away from home and not have a family. And you got to have a lot of knowledge on something and be a great salesman. Did I mention that one? I mean a great salesman, not be stage fright. If you are, we might be interested in hiring you to do one of those shows I was talking about. But that's some of the requirements. Basically, no life, no family, great salesman, give me a call. Next thing is 1 copy of Stranger Things left for $38.99. Aretha Franklin, I Never Loved a Man the Way I Love You. I actually have a waiting list for this. It's a Vinyl Me Please, all analog, lacquer's cut, original mono tapes, $34.99. Aretha Franklin. The waiting list was Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. You was on a waiting list for this. That is so due for $34.99. Another Vinyl Me Please, $34.99. Farmer Redman's at 105 on the Allman Brothers. Next, I've got 2 copies of Wasp Babylon, and this one is $26.99. Wasp Babylon is $26. Wrong price. It says $46. These are $26.99. Wasp Babylon, $26.99. This is a gatefold single LP. These are actually $26.99. $26.99. Wasp Babylon. So they're $20 off. $26.99 for Wasp Babylon. I'll get those re-stickered over here. And we have got all those skills. How much you paying? What's the signing bonus? We have Led Zeppelin, a buy it now for $30. This is a no bid, an A2 US Allied original, and the Allman Brothers, Where It All Began. 2 LP, first time on vinyl, music on vinyl press. It's at 105 with Farmer Redman. 105 with Farmer Redman. All right, because y'all know, like if I had a life outside of this business and I wasn't a good salesman, I don't think these show, if I wasn't a good salesman and I had a life outside of this show every night, we probably would not be here every night, okay? That's kind of the couple of stipulations. If you got somebody that's like, hey, no, you can't go into work tonight. You got to go to little Joey's basketball game. You're probably going to be like, well, Chad, I can't do the live sale tonight. I'm going to be like, that's not good. We got Styx, Paradise Theater, a 1981 Japanese original. Styx, Paradise Theater with insert and Obi. It does have the HD side. Here is a Japanese pressing. I've got too much time on my hands. It is a $35 start. I wish I had more times. We'd be doing more streams. Buddy Cordova gets Wasp. Shannon Lee gets Wasp. Make sure these go in for $26.99. George Jones, do you want to get a bid on the Almond Brothers again? Final call to you. I've got 2 copies here of Nile, Black Seeds of Vengeance. They messed up the hop sticker on that one, but this is Nile. By the way, these don't come sealed. They are new. Wow, that's what the vinyl looks like. Nile is $33.99. $33.99. Nile, Black Seeds of Vengeance, $33.99. Nile, Nile. And Steve Weaver was on a waiting list. Ooh, Dream Weaver. Steve Weaver gets this one right here. That is sold to him, and I've got one more. I'm going to leave this one in here with a messed up hop sticker. Is it pretty much stuck to the cover? Yeah. They put that hop sticker, the machine put that one on sideways, it looks like. But I do have one more Nile. And now George Jones is back in, and so is Farmer Redman. Here's Madonna, Bedtime Stories. Madonna is $33.99, and there's more copies of Sting's Soul Cages. $34.99. $34.99. Sting, the Soul Cages. $34.99. Going to Metallica shows. Yeah, see, that would be like, no, I can't do that. That's the last time I took off. I think I've took off 2 events this year. The Masters for, I guess, 3 nights, 3 nights. And then I've took off 2 nights for Metallica. Now, I wish this V8 was full again. It's given me a certain great boost. It's giving me a great boost. Anybody else on this crate? Welcome to ColleCo. We got way off topic there. I try to stay focused and not mention too much other stuff we have for sale, because if I just had a list of stuff that we could possibly sell right now, the request list would be insane. So I try to just stay focused on what's in the crate in front of us. Tennessee football games, yes. Well, that wasn't this year. I guess the playoff game. Was that on this calendar year? Oh, I know y'all are going to keep up with my days off, because if I miss, I literally feel guilty. If I'm not here, y'all make me feel like I'm doing something bad. So it's like, man. I'm just like, golly. I'm going to have people literally upset because I'm not here. Sticks is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. Paradise Theater. It is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus, and pristine. If anybody wants it, it's a buy it now for $35. Don't forget about Led Zeppelin for $30. And then over here is Steele's Young Band, $35. And then Tom Rush, a signed album, JSA authenticated. This is also a buy it now for $35. That's our no bids tonight. That's it in the no bids. These right here. Oh, no, there's more. There's Clint Black for $55. No more, no less. And ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2 for $35. So ABBA, $35. ABBA, $35. Clint Black, $55. Firm. Steele's Young Band, $35. Led Zeppelin, $30. And Sticks, $35. And Tom Rush signed, $35. Few no bids tonight. They're right over here next to me. Yes, let's update the end caps before I swap out crates. Let's put that right there. And then back here in the back is going to be this right here. This right here. There is this and there's that, okay? All right, there's the end capes. And, oh, man, that was a great neck adjustment. Okay, first is Fred Carnell gets Sticks for $35. And Carly Southers on Clint Black for $55. I ran into a guy in town today who watches, and he told me about a stream once where you were the only one there in a storm and you were just plucking things off the shelves and selling them. Yeah, usually when a tornado is on the way, sales greatly increase. If there's a bad storm here in Lebanon, our sales skyrocket. I'll be like, hey, there's literally a storm on the way. I think everybody's like, oh crap, we better buy as much as we can before the store gets blown away. All right, next crate is going up right now. We're about to do this crate, and then I've got another Paul crate. And then I've got another crate of new vinyl after this. But no, I don't leave for tornadoes. DC. I do plan on going up there. I've got to literally go meet with a congressman. So I don't know when. I need to. I got to go up there though. Legit. What's next? Let me put something else back here in the back. Let's do this. Now, my family's trying to convince me to take off at the end of the month, and I was going to be gone for like a week, but I think I've convinced them to push it to October. But if we do still do it this week or this month, that's my plans, but who knows? All right. Here we go. Sounds serious, Chad. No, nothing serious. I get phone calls sometimes. I have to go take care of stuff. Next auction is going up right now. It's Michael Jackson Thriller. This is a 1982 U.S. Carrollton. This is an OG. It is a first press of Thriller. There's no co-produced by Michael Jackson. It is a gold stamp promo EX edition with the original inner sleeve. It is a $35 start. Gold stamp promo, $35 start. Michael Jackson Thriller. I have Michael Jackson up for bid, and I have Allman Brothers up for bid. Allman Brothers is at $125, Where It All Begins, and Michael Jackson Thriller is a $35 start. 82 OG first press gold stamp promo. They did not make any white label promos of Michael Jackson, just FYI. None of those, there was no white label promos of Michael Jackson, just FYI. Okay? Let's keep this show on the road. I can't believe it's already 10:30 and we got this much new stuff to show. First thing I have is Bernard Purdy, Pretty Good. Jazz Dispensary, second solo album from one of the best session drummers of all time. Recorded and engineered by Rudy Van Gelder, pressed at RTI, and all analog mastered by Kevin Gray. Just $29.99 for Pretty Good by Bernard Purdy. How nice is that? I got the Rolling Stones, a half-speed master of Voodoo Lounge. Just $38.99 for the Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge. $38.99. And then King Crimson in the Chord of the Crimson King. We just sold an OG earlier. Here's a 200-gram remaster, $33.99. $33.99. Final call on MJ and the Allman Brothers at $128. All right. There's that. There's that. And we have next. I thought I had another CD box set over here, but let me grab some more singles. Yeah, I do have. I've got a direct line to a congressman, the governor if needed, and a senator. But we don't have to call on them too much. The next auctions right now, we have the coat hangers, Adderall. We have the coat hangers and the Who. This is Modest Mouse, Black Mountain, Elliott Smith, and Minus the Bear. So 2 from the coat hangers. And then Modest Mouse, Black Mountain, Elliott Smith, and Minus the Bear. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $12 start. We're in a crate of new stuff here. The next thing is Pinup Girls, not easy to get. Pinup Girls, this is I believe, green vinyl that kind of matches the cover. This is $24.99 for Pinup Girls. Not easy to get. Doris Day, Marilyn Monroe. That's the name of it. Not easy to get. Doris Day, Marilyn Monroe, Mae West is on here. You ask to go upstairs like you're Mae West. And the waiting list for Pinup Girls, was Samuel Copage. So Samuel, I have you down for this. This is sold to Samuel Copage. This is sold to Samuel. There's 2 copies left if anybody else wants one. The bundle's now at 12 and then another 12. Allman Brothers is still getting bids. Now it's at 130. Also, I've got 2 copies here of Stanley Turrentine, Mr. Natural. Stanley Turrentine is a Blue Note Tone Poet series cut directly from the original analog tapes. Mastered by Kevin Gray, pressed at RTI, $34.99 on that. Now the singles are at 12, 12, 13, now 15. They're still bidding on the Allman Brothers, now 132. We got John Lee Hooker's Burning, a 60th anniversary remastered from the original analog tapes by Kevin Gray, 180 gram, $29.99. And then the next question is, what is the Dead Kennedys details? The end cap is working. Its end cap has been hot. The Dead Kennedys is Gimme Convenience or Gimme Death, remastered from the original studio tapes, includes a 32-page booklet. Dead Kennedys is $24.99. $24.99. Allman Brothers is at 132. Fred Carnell on ST, and that was for Stanley Turrentine. Very nice. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Fred Carnell. These three singles are with Jeremiah Lewis at 15, and now 20, and now 25. And then, wow, no bid on the OG Michael Jackson Gold Stamp Promo First Press. And this is a $35 buy it now for Thriller. A $35 buy it now for Thriller. If anybody wants it, it is available. $35 buy it now. Let's put that right there. Next thing is the Rolling Stones, Some Girls, live in Texas, 1978, 2 LP and DVD. The Rolling Stones is $34.99. Limp Bizkit, it's just one of those days, $39.99. Significant Other, Limp Bizkit, Nashville Tiger on MJ, that is sold for $35 on this, $35 on this, $35, and that's sold to Nashville Tiger. Details on John Lee Hooker, Burning. John Lee Hooker Burning, a 60th anniversary. That is remastered, new, sealed, $29.99. Robin Murphy Glenn was second on Michael. Can't believe no one bid on that. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, white and whiskey brown marble vinyl, $33.99. The Allman Brothers at $133. These three singles are sold to Jeremiah Lewis for $25. Thank you, Jeremiah. Those are sold to you. Let's grab three more out of there. I have a whole box here. This looks cool. Let's do this one by itself. Rodriguez. That's the Rodriguez that has the really rare album, the guy that was really popular and he didn't even know it. Wow, this looks really cool. Rodriguez, great documentary, numbered 210 of 1500. It's a double 45 gatefold. Rodriguez is a $7 start. Nice. The end cap strikes. Donna Mitchell on the Dead Kennedys, sold. Let's put something else back there. That's sold to Donna. Appreciate that. Let's put something else back there in the end cap. What shall we put back there next? What's going to sell in the end cap? In the end, nothing else matters. What is going to sell back there? Let's pull something out of New Arrivals. Holy moly. Let's put this. I can't believe they didn't sell out. Are you kidding me? Oingo Boingo. When's the last time we had an OG come through? Almost never. Can't believe those didn't sell out. And they're in colored vinyl. And Oingo Boingo's just $33.99. Next is Buddy Cordova on Pantera. Donna got Dead Kennedys. Josh Brown on Pantera. And then, yes, $24.99. Rodriguez is at $7. The Allman Brothers is at $135. Next here is Soundgarden. Spoon Man. Black Hole Sun. A 2 LP, $46.99. I have Rush, A Show of Hands, nice. Gatefold, 2 LP Rush, new sealed, $46.99. And the best of Rapid Eye Movement, REM, 88 to 2003, 2 LP, $46.99. 2 LP, $46.99. Aha, my price sheet. I'm going to need that later tonight. All right, let's put this right here. Rodriguez, George Burleson's out. Robert has it for $7. The Allman Brothers is now at $135 with George Jones. Next auction is going to go up right now. The next auction is going to be what? Who? When? Where? How? Why? When? Wow. ABBA. Arrival. With Obi that advertises Dancing Queen. An original album, Japanese pressing, a $35 start. ABBA, 1 LP. Insert. Gatefold, $35 start. Anybody else on anything in this crate? If not, we're going to go through another pre-owned crate that was marked today from Paul. And then we still got another new crate of vinyl to do after this one. Hope everybody's ready. Now, I am working on stretching. Okay, so we have REM, Rush, Soundgarden, Limp Bizkit, Rolling Stones, John Lee Hooker, Stanley Turrentine, Pinup Girls, King Crimson, Rolling Stones, and Bernard Purdy. Rodriguez is at 8. Chris Redding's Final Call to You. Allman Brothers is at 138. And ABBA's a $35 start. That's where we're at on those. Let's go ahead and go through this other crate. Stevie Ray Vaughan's on deck. Stevie Ray Vaughan is on deck. He's on deck. Okay. Which ABBA's up for bid? Arrival. A-R-R-I-V-A-L. Arrival. Chris Reddings gets Rodriguez for 8. Allman Brothers is still getting bids. ABBA Arrival, final call for a $35 start. Let's do another lot of singles. We got I'm going to try to do something I can actually read here. Merchandise. Here, this one, Paul Revere. This one's worthy of doing one by itself. Here is Beastie Boys, Paul Revere, original single. Beastie Boys, $5 start. Yes, I pulled Stanley Turrentine. Okay. Next thing I have here is Slumbering on the Cumberland. Slumbering on the Cumberland, 1999. John Hartford, Pat Byrne, and Benny Martin. John Hartford, 1999 on that one. Also, we have The Eyes of Mind, Tales of the Turquoise Umbrella. The Eyes of Mind, a 1984 psych record, 1999 on that. Robin Grill, Uprooted. Robin Grill is a 79 U.S. rock album, sealed, $14.99. Rob Grill was in a band called The Grassroots. Also, Eric Gale, Blue Horizon. Eric Gale is $9.99. And Bill Connors of Mist and Melting. Bill Connors is $19.99. Up at the top, ABBA, Allman Brothers. Allman Brothers, $139 with Farmer Redman. So Farmer and George Jones are in a steel cage death match right now. Allman Brothers is at $139. ABBA's at $35. Allman Brothers is at $140. Beastie Boys 5, Beastie Boys 6, Beastie Boys 10, Beastie Boys 10, Beastie Boys 12. Mary Miles wants John Hartford. Beastie Boys 10, Beastie Boys 13. Allman Brothers is at $142. And then Fred Carnell wants Mind. And that was Eyes of Mind. And then Mary Miles on Eric Gale. And now Beastie Boys are at $15. Now Fred Carnell got ABBA for $35. That's sold to Fred Carnell for $35. Thank you, Fred. That is sold to you. Fred Carnell on the ABBA Arrival. Next auction is Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimmy Vaughan, Family Style. Family Style is a 1990 U.S. OG Carrollton original, super clean, 1990 OG, a $35 start. The Allman Brothers is at $144. Beastie Boys is at $15. Next is Angel Alley, Linda Cohen. On the Tomato label, Angel Alley, Linda Cohen. No condition notes, $9.99. Allman Brothers is at $144. We have Eden Audle, Alibi. Eden Audle, a 1983 Christian rock album. That is $14.99. Eden Audle. Also Siren, All Is Forgiven. Siren is a 1989 Gold Stamp promo. Siren is $14.99. Allman Brothers at $144. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $35. Next is Richard Green, Ramblin'. Richard Green is a 79 Bluegrass, $9.99. And Todd Phillips, Released. Todd Phillips is a 1984 Bluegrass. Tony Rice plays on here. Wow, Tony Rice, $24.99. Beastie Boys is sold to David Smith for $15. Thank you, that's sold to you for $15. That is gone. Stevie Ray Vaughan has one bid for 15. Farmer Redman, it's up to you on the Almond Brothers. George Jones has it for 144. Next auction or next record is Silly Wizard, A Glint of Silver. 1986 Celtic Folk, $9.99. Fred wants something for his wife. Now, is that you saying you need to buy something for your wife? Is that a name of an album? Or I'm not for sure what that means. Now the Almond Brothers is at 145. Let's go ahead and grab some more singles and put these up for auction over here. What do we have? Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff in here. It's a lot. Let me grab another random handful and see what we pull. I will try my best to identify these. Now, we have what here? We have this. We have AFI Buffalo. We have Chavez. And we have Liars. New hot single, Slammin' Beats. It fit when I was a kid. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $12 start. Those 3 singles, $12 start. Now, over here, we got Almond Brothers at 145, now 146. Fred Carnell wants that. You silly wizard. You silly wizard. That's so to Fred Cardinale. And then Susan Mazur and Dallas Smith, Inner Rhythms, Electric Harp, and Lyricon Wind Synthesizer. Wow. A New Age album, $9.99. Also over here, we have Bobby Dazzler. Bobby Dazzler is a 77 rock album, sealed, $14.99. And then here is Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is $35. That's sold to Travis Woods. And now Farmer's out on the Almond Brothers. George has it for 146. Farmer says out. George Jones, you have the Almond Brothers for 146. Final call. Hey, there's another Bobby Dazzler. And then here's Pentangle, a Maid That's Deep in Love. Pentangle is $9.99. And Banish Misfortune, Malcolm Dalgillish and Gray Larson, a 77 U.S. Irish folk album, $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is David Bowie Live. David Bowie Live is a 74 U.S. Indianapolis original with the original on her sleeve. It's in EX condition, and this is a $25 start. $25 start for David Bowie. These singles have bids for 12, now 12, and now 13. Michael Butler on Pentangle. That's sold to Michael Butler. Next is Gauguin, G-A-U-G-H-N, Dick Gauguin, a 78 UK import folk with insert, $14.99. What a name. What a name. $14.99. October Nights, Stone Soup. Almost said sour. Stone Soup is an 87 U.S. folk album, $19.99. And Richard Thompson, Daring Adventures. Richard Thompson is $19.99. All right, so the Almond Brothers, after a long battle, they have went through war. It is sold to George Jones for $146. We started that at $45, and now it's sold for $146. Next is Love Shack Baby. This is an OG 89 Carrollton Club copy, and this is a $25 start. The Cosmic Thing by the B-52s. $25 start. We are in a new arrivals crate. This is all sticker price stuff. They were marked today by Paul. It's all new arrivals. New arrivals here. So let's go ahead and sell these 3 singles to Darren Johnson for $13. Thank you, Darren. Those are sold to you. Next in here is Wilderness Road, and Wilderness Road doesn't have anything on it. Paul, strike 1. And then over here, we've got Tommy Holan, Losing You to Sleep, a 1978 U.S. Power Pop, $19.99. We'll give that back to Paul and say, Paul, what are you doing putting records out not priced? So we got David Bowie and we got the B-52s up for bid. Looks like B-52s is already at 25 and 25 and now 28. And now David Bowie, no bid on Bowie. We're looking for a $25 start on that, just FYI. Also, we got Daniel Hecht, H-E-C-H-T, Willow. Daniel is $9.99. Daniel is $9.99. Now the B-52s is at $35. George McRae, Diamond Touch. George McRae is sealed for $24.99. So this is a new arrivals crate, and guess what? we've got another crate of new stuff tonight. We might have to go through the new stuff again. There is way too much left behind tonight, new. So there is just like way too much left behind. Way too much left behind. All right, so let's go through some more singles here. Let's see what's next in this handful that I've grabbed. And let's try to figure out what they are and put them up for bid. We got Parquet Courts. Uh-oh. That's a Laura band there. Parquet Courts and Future Punk. Looks like a split release. And then this is Who. This is Wild Birds and Peace Drums. And then this is Walker, Back of Dave. Walker, Back of Dave. Those three singles for a $12 start. Those three singles for a $12 start. Now, the B-52s was at 35 of Rydell. 35 of Rydell. Now at 30. It was already at 35. Now Bowie's at 25. Now Bowie's at 50. And now the B-52s is at 40. So B-52's 40. David Bowie 50. Next over here is Russia. Russia. A 1980 U.S. New Wave hard rock album. You got Asia. You got America. You got Boston. And then you got Russia. And Russia is $9.99. Don't confuse that with Kansas. That's Russia. We got Curtis Mayfield, Love is the Place. That is $19.99. Curtis Mayfield, Love is the Place. And over here is Hugh Muscella. Hugh Muscella, $19.99. The music contained herein speaks for itself. $19.99. Hugh Muscella. There we go. Laura is in on the singles at $12. Going once, going twice with Laura. She's bidding. She's here right now, live bidding in store. The B-52s is at $45 with Retro Class. That means everybody else is out. Now the Bowie's at $50. Now Chris Ridding's on Russia. There's Russia, so did Chris Riddings. And then we have another Hugh Muscella, another one, back to back there. Also, we have Saint Jacques. Saint Jacques. That is $19.99. Also, we have James Rutledge, Hooray for a Good Time. That is sealed for $14.99. And Bob Junkloss, Closer to the Flame. That's $9.99. And Spyro Gyra, Rites of Summer, $14.99. These three singles are sold to Laura for $12. I have a feeling she's going to want the Parquet Courts. Those are sold to her. Now, the Bowie is sold to Annie Gunn. That goes to the Vlodarchek family household. Annie, thank you. That's sold to you for $50. And now the B-52s is at 45 of Rydell. Hammers up, I'm about to sell it. Hammers up, I'm about to sell it. Love Shack Baby. Next is 7th Wave Sci-Fi, PSI-FI, a 75 US pop rock synth pop. Wow, a lot of interesting stuff here Paul puts out. I mean, how often do I go through a crate and I'm like, I don't know. It's amazing. What? I say it every time. All new stuff in here, all new to me. That's how many records are out there in the world, folks. I'm going to drink some water right quick. Love Shack Baby. All righty. Here we are. Okay. So B-52s is sold to Rydell. Thank you, Mr. Rydell. Retro Class Entertainment, $45. Congratulations, Annie. We got ourselves another Bowie fan. We got Shriekback lined up. This is Shriekback, and this is $9.99. April just ran into a door with a bunch of crates. Shriekback is $9.99. And we also have Black and Blue Suite by Larry Weiss. That's a 1974 U.S. country rock, folk rock album. Larry Rice is $9.99. Our next auction is going to be Jimi Hendrix. Here's one I've never seen before. What a cover. What a cover. I've never seen that one before. Jimi Hendrix, Loose Ends. Hendrix is a 73 French reissue and alternate cover art. One of the best cover arts I've seen in a while. I agree, Paul. Or Laura. Sorry. Laura Vici plus a $20 start. I have never seen that before. It looks like it's a flying hand that's a gun hand and it's shooting a laser, but it's also got wings. Never seen that before. $20 start on Jimi Hendrix. It's because it's from France. Fred Carnell says he'll take the synth pop. That one was this one right here, the sci-fi. That is sold to Fred Cardinal. Donna Mitchell on Shriekback. Fred Cardinal next on Shriekback. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for 20. George Burleson gets the Hugh Muscella. This is sold to George Burleson. That was this right here, the Hugh Muscella. And this is right here. It's around the corner on that table.
How much is it?
$1,750. Jimi Hendrix is at 25 with Michael Butler. The next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing, and it is a Japanese pressing of, what do we have over here? I have a Nobi. I've got a Nobi for the Beatles, Hey Jude. This is a Japanese pressing, and it is going to go up for a $35 start. Hey Jude, Say You Want a Revolution. There's that. There's the insert, and then here's the cover. Let's keep going through this crate here. What was the Spyro Gyra release? Spyro Gyra was Rites of Summer in Shrink, $14.99. We're going through a new arrivals crate here from Paul, all sticker price. I'm going to go ahead and try to finish it up right now, and we have more new vinyl to be shown. Also, I got the Whackers. This is called Shredder. The Whackers is in Shrink, $14.99. We have Crumbacher. Crumbacher is an 87 new wave synth pop album, $14.99 on Crumbacher. Lonnie Brooks, Wound Up Tight. Lonnie Brooks is sealed in 86 US. That's $19.99. Jimi Hendrix is at $34. Jameson Thomas, Highway 61 Blues, an 83 US Delta Blues album. That's $59.99. Jimi Hendrix 25-26, $33-34. The Beatles is a Japanese pressing of Hey Jude, but no Obi. Looking for a $35 start. We have MK Castingento, Neto, Leap Second. This is a this is on Milky Glob vinyl. It's a folk experimental album, Milky Glob vinyl. How interesting is that? It looks like a big bunch of milk spilt on the cover. $14.99 or on the vinyl. Crumbacher is sold to Fred Cardinal. Hendrix is at 37 with Michael Butler. And Early in the Morning, Vanity Fair in Shrink. That has their great hit song, Hitchin' a Ride. EX edition, $12.99. Let's put up some more singles here. Here's a few more singles for a $12 start. We got the music of Intro to Airlift. The music of Intro into Airlift of Montreal. And we have Don't Let Him Waste Your Time, Big Stuff by Jarvis. Those three singles for a $12 start. What was the Delta Blues? That was right here. That was Jameson Thomas, Highway 61 Blues, $59.99. Next is Fred Cardinal on MK, and that was this right here, MK. And this is Todd Saw, a New Arrivals Band sticker price. New Arrivals Band sticker price. We have Knowledge and Innocence, VG Plus, $14.99. He's out on Hendrix, so I'm about to sell that to Michael Butler for $37. And this one's for you, David and the Giants. That is a rare 1978 U.S. soft rock album, VG $12.99. I'm going to go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now. It's a Japanese pressing of Hey Jude. It can be bought right now, $35, a $35 buy it now. I'm going to go ahead and sell the Hendrix. And April's over here stomping her foot because she wants me to go let her out so she can go home, so she can lay on her couch and do nothing for the rest of the night while we're all here working. So here's this. If anybody wants that, it's a $35 buy it now. Joshua, great pickup there. That's all the B-sides, non-album singles. And then here's Jimi Hendrix. And Jimi Hendrix is sold to Michael Butler for $37. And Jared, I just sold the Beatles, but I may have another one. Let me go take care of that right quick. These three singles are a $12 start. Let me go ahead and put up two more Japanese pressings. I got Billy Joel, and I got Hall & Oates Ecstatic. And these are going to go up for $35 starts. I'll show more about them when I come back, but there's Hall & Oates, there's Billy Joel, and I still got a few more records left in this crate. I'm going to be gone for like 15 seconds. Was my mic muted? Oh, I didn't even mean to mute it. Just a habit. I was, MK, Beatles, and Michael Butler says, please bill me and give it to Robert Warner. All right, so the Jimi Hendrix here that was sold to Michael Butler, he wants to pay for it, and he wants to gift it to Robert Warner. Nice. Thank you, Michael Butler, on that. And I'm sure he's thank you, too. And then appreciate that. So let's make sure Michael Butler gets billed and send it to Robert Warner as a gift. These 3 singles are a buy it now for $12 if anybody wants them. And then let's see what we got back here. Is Billy Joel an Innocent Man? We heard everything, really? Well, I was basically telling her to leave and never come back. And then we have Billy Joel, an Innocent Man. Billy Joel is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. We have an insert, another insert, and we have Shrink and Obi, and that has one bid for $35, a final call. And then over here is Hall & Oates Ecstatic. And this is a Japanese pressing. I don't see this one as often for some reason. Hall & Oates Ecstatic is a $35 start. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. Let's finish up this Paul crate. Dennis Coffey and the Detroit Guitar Band. Dennis Coffey is EX $17.99. Over here is Roy Buchanan, VG Plus $14.99. Roy Buchanan. Levon Helm, VG $9.99. You may know him as the drummer and one of the vocalists of the band. Also, Sweet Power, Got Satan on the Run. Sweet Power is an 81 Christian rock, rare. EX $64.99. Sounds like it's pretty desirable too. And we have Shallow Morning. Shallow Morning's a folk rock, art rock album from '74. EX $17.99. And then over here, Greg Lee wants Levon. And then Donna Turner, the Hugh Muscella. We sold one. There's one left. It is Hugh Muscella. It is $19.99. It's on the Uni label, and it's called Muscella. It's the name of the album is Muscella by Hugh Muscella. All righty. Also over here, we have the history of the real Billie Holiday. That's in Shrink. It's a 2 LP, and that's EX $17.99. William Clark, Blowing Like Hell. William Clark is a 1990 US, the only time on vinyl, $36.99. Jeremy Dalton, you were the only bidder on Billy Joel, and that's sold you for $35. And Ecstatic by Hall & Oates, if anybody wants that, it can also be bought for a buy it now price of $35, if anybody wants that. Hall & Oates Ecstatic, if anybody wants that, it is a buy it now price of $35. This one right here. This one right here. It is available. Now, all the tagged and advertised auctions have all been sold from tonight. They're all gone. Everything's sold. And, well, there might be, let's see, I think the no bids are just Japanese pressing. So let me see what's actually in the no bid pile. There is just one advertised auction that didn't sell. And that's Led Zeppelin Coda, an 82 US Allied original with the original inner sleeve, and it's a $30 buy it now. It was their last release of unreleased materials after Bonham passed away. And then we got Japanese Steel Youngs, 2 ABBA Greatest Hits Volume 2. There's the Hall & Oates. There's the autographed Tom Rush, JSA certified, and Led Zeppelin Coda. That is the only no bids from tonight. Everything else that was advertised tonight has sold, except for a few singles, but let's bundle and sell them. So these were a bundle of 3 for $12 and another bundle of 3 for $12. So let's do these for, let's do them all for $12. Let's do all 6 for $12. All 6 for $12. That's the only unsold singles. And then Josh Brown got Led Zeppelin for $30. Mark Buddha was second. And if you want to look at those other ones a little bit closer, we have Tom Rush, Hall & Oates, ABBA, and Steele's Young. Okay, and then Jared Inc. says, or excuse me, Jared Inc. was third on Zeppelin. Craig gets those 6 singles for $12. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold CDs and 45s around the corner then. Let's go ahead and go through that other crate. Chatted rewards points like Amazon. The reward for buying for us is keeping us in business. So the more you buy, the reward is that I keep doing shows. That is the reward. That's the reward. You keep buying, I'll keep supplying you with live streams so you can buy more. All righty. The Steele's Young. Yep, it's right here. It's Stephen Steele's and Neil Young. Long May You Run. Beautiful Japanese pressing. $35 buy it now. And the next thing I'm going to do is go grab that last crate of new vinyl. And let's start showing that stuff right now. All right, more new vinyl coming up right now. Oh, as soon as I popped my knee back. I hope y'all didn't hear that. I had to sit down to do that. Oh my gosh. I feel better now. That was a relief. If you did hear that, that's what it was. And I have several toys to show you, but the only ones I have ready are these. Oh, there went my other knee. I shouldn't be popping like that, but I am. This is actually a new toy release. I've got 4 of them. I figured they would sell, so I went ahead and bought 4. And they're $14.99. And I think they're really cool. That's why I went ahead and bought 4. Stuff like this I can sell in the store, even if we don't sell it tonight. But let me go ahead and show these right now. All right. And then, this is sold to Joshua for $35. Sid, you were second. This is a new toy release. These are $14.99. It's from Transformers. It's a Ghostbusters Transformers. How cool is that? These are brand new, and they're $14.99. I've got 4 of them. Transformers Ghostbusters die-cast. Very, very cool. Model. What model is this? $132 maybe. But I've got 4 of them. They're $14.99. Brand new, 2025. One for David Smith. One for Susie Breedlove. And I've got 2 more if anybody else wants one. All right. Now, I've got 2 copies of Rush Rediscovered. $49.99. 2 copies of Rush Rediscovered. This is the only way the Rush album debuts in print. It comes as this box, and I have 2 available, and these are $49.99. Our next auction is Emerson, Lake & Palmer Works. Works is a gatefold, or actually a trifold jacket, a double LP, beautiful Japanese pressing, Emerson, Lake & Palmer Works. How cool is that? $35 start. It does have the Obi. Beautiful. Pam Murray wants a Ghostbusters. Who are you going to call when there's one left? You're going to call ColleCo. And there's now 1 left. They're very cool, very well made. They're not cheap looking at all. Those are sold, and there's 1 left. There's Rush Rediscovered, $49.99. Here's our weekly opportunity for you to purchase a Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. I think we actually sold 2 last week, so we're ahead of the game. One $14.99. It is available. They are $114.99. And our next Japanese auction is going to go up, and we have been doing a lot of Japanese tonight, so it would not be fair. It would not be fair if we didn't put up an Asia. And this is Astra, and Asia is going to go up for a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. It does have the sticker sheet. Nice. It does have some of the humidity spots, but it is complete with the sticker sheet, the solicitation card. It's in shrink with hype and Obi. $35 start. Are they Jada? These are made by Jada. Yes. Jada. Licensed by Hasbro, Cadillac, GM, and Transformers. Wow, they had to get a lot of licensing. Of course, that's modeled after that original Ghostbusters Hearst, and it's a collaboration with Transformers. Or is that something I don't know about? I know the Ghostbusters mobile there, and then I know about Transformers. I never did know they collaborated at any time until that right there. So, but yes, I've got 2 copies of George Strait Icon, which is essentially a greatest hits. This is Amarillo by Morning, Oceanfront Property, All My Exes Live in Texas, $33.99. That's George Strait. Here's Rush Fly by Night. We had a copy pop up the other night. This is the 180 gram, and this is $36.99. Juanita Gagny said sold on the Transformers. Thank you. And now those are gone. If anybody else wants one, let me know. But here is Rush Fly by Night. I'll put you on the waiting list for those. The Transformers Ghostbusters. Here's more copies of Johnny Cash, American Recordings Volume 4 with Hurt. The Man Comes Around, $44.99. $44.99. It was an ambulance. Did I say hearse? A Cadillac ambulance. Yes, a Cadillac ambulance. Ambulance. I think I said a hearse. I'm thinking about the Munsters. Well, no, their mobile was like a hot rod. Cash is $44.99. Retro Class Entertainment on George Strait. That is sold to George Strait, which is Rydell Martin. And then we have Soundgarden. This is Louder Than Love, $33.99. Next thing I have is some more singles over here for you. Let's pull some more singles out of this box and see what is over here. From this box, I got Fact 2, a Cabaret Voltaire. This looks interesting. Fact 2, a factory sample. I see Cabaret Voltaire. The Durruti column. John Doe. John Doe Cabaret Voltaire. The Durruti column. And Joy Division. I was about to say, usually when you say fact, it's Joy Division. So this is some kind of double disc, 4-artist deal here. That probably needs to be sold by itself. $7 start. I'll add more in another lot in just a second. We'll say that's a $7 start. Next is Stephen Parton on Soundgarden. And then Todd Saw on George Strait. The remake used a hearse. Okay, I wasn't far off. I knew somewhere a hearse was being used for something. Madonna, Like a Prayer. Madonna is $33.99. Like a Prayer. I've got 2 copies of REM, Out of Time. REM is $34.99, Out of Time. And 2 copies of Linkin Park, Menace to Midnight. Linkin Park, What Have I Done? $33.99. This is Linkin Park, Menace to Midnight. Factory has bids for 7, 7, and 7. Emerson, Lake and Palmer can be bought for a buy now of $35, and so can Asia. And Asia is complete with the sticker insert, but these are now buy nows for $35 and $35. We got Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and we have Asia also at $35. So those are buy nows, $3.5 and $3.5. And now the single has been bid up to 10 with Donna Mitchell. I'm going to put Asia also over here in a new single. Also want to let everybody know it is 11 o'clock. Here's what I've got to do. I'm right in the middle of new vinyl right now. When I finish with this one, I'm probably going to go back through like the very first crate that I went through like quickly just to show some of the great new titles that's come in. We'll do our couple discount crates, and then it will be time for us to move into segment number 2 with mostly compact disc. And I'll continue to run auctions in between now and then. And about the only other thing I have left over here is a bunch of Japanese. We've already sold a whole crate tonight, and I still got a bunch over here. And the other night, a U.S. pressing this popped up, and there was a lot of interest. So here is Hall & Oates H2O. Hall & Oates is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the insert, Man-Eater. There's the Obi, $35 on that. Okay, and then next in here is Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits. Welcome to the Jungle, $44.99. Rush Moving Pictures, Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta, Madonna, The Immaculate Collection. That's a Madonna Greatest Hits, $44.99. And Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. Linkin Park is $33.99. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. That's now at 16 with Robert Warner. And also, so 15, 15, 16, 16. So Robert has it at 16. Anybody else on anything in this bin? There is an unusual amount of new vinyl left for tonight. I think we started with 8 crates. I probably still have 6. And usually when I start with 8 crates, there's like 2 left. So want to make sure everybody has everything they want. I might send one more wave of reminders up about some of this stuff. It will eventually sell. I like selling it out and doing waiting lists the first night. And Susie, more guitars are ordered. They might be here by Friday. They might be here by Friday. They might be here by Friday. UPS, I hope UPS delivers tomorrow. I Googled it and they said they do deliver on Juneteenth. You know, the banks and the post office is closed tomorrow. But I'm pretty sure UPS is going to be delivering. If not, then the possibility goes down on that. Anybody else? I got Rush, Smashing Pumpkins, Rush, Johnny Cash, Soundgarden, Madonna, R.E.M., Linkin Park, Guns N' Roses, Rush, Madonna, and Linkin Park. And let me, as far as OGs in here, about the only OG I would run across anything in here would be Rush, Rush, and Rush. We had a reissue tonight. A true OG Moon copy is like $1,000. An OG copy of this is like $1,000. We just don't have OG copies laying around everywhere of that. Haven't seen an OG of that in a long time. Don't think I've ever had but a couple OGs ever of this. We sold a copy of this the other night that was scratched, like it skipped. And I think we still sold it for over $30. This is new and sealed for $33. We just sold an OG of this for almost $100. I don't know about an OG of Linkin Park, but very difficult to get. Guns N' Roses, there is no OG of that really. Rush, this should be the most common of the OGs of this whole crate, but this is amazing sounding. This OG sells for about $100, and this OG sells for hundreds. That's why I have all these in stock. Most of them, except for the box sets here, are less or $30 or $40 and less. Just saying. Usually when I remind people of Smashing Pumpkins, Chad's got the new box set, but I'll hold out for an original. You will also be holding out for about $1,000 purchase if you want a true, really nice OG one. And now Fact is at $30 with John Durden. And now Hall & Oates is a buy it now for $35. I'm going to go ahead and sleeve it and put it over here with the other no bids. And let me do that right now. There's no telling what's in this box of singles I have over here. I knew that was a good one. I could tell from the cover. Reminds me of a Kraftwerk album. Robert Vladicek on R.E.M. Nice decision. And R.E.M. does have the song Losing My Religion on it. Yeah, we sold a nice copy the other night for what, $95? So new and sealed here, $34.99. And typically, if I have new vinyl, it's because the OGs are pricey, rare, or we just sell them so fast we can't keep them in stock. And most of the new vinyl is stuff that's not available originally on vinyl. That's about the only reason I would order it. There's not many other reasons people would be manufacturing it either. So, yeah, OG Linkin Parks. Yes, I've heard those do sound amazing. So the Vladicek's got an R.E.M. The factories with John Durden at $30. Robert says he's done. And that's a final call. Let's pull us back in time just a little and see what I have over here in this crate. And we're going to keep adding Japanese auctions. And, of course, plenty and plenty of singles coming up. Let's see. Jim B's in at 31. Jim B says I'm in at 31. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're not done. Here we go. We're not done on... Here we go. What did I miss? You've missed a bunch, but you are about to catch a quick recap of some new releases here. Let me, like I said, go back in time. Let me restack a couple of these crates. I'm going to get them in the reverse order in which I had them. And I think this was one of the first crates I showed. Where was the first crate that I showed? Right here? Yeah. No. Maybe. No. Maybe. I think I got them in the wrong order, but I'll go ahead and do this again. Johnny Cash is $44.99. All right. Fact 35, fact 36. Before I do that, let me show you all the no bids. Let's try to maybe get some offers and get some of these sold. Here's some of the no bids. That's what they're bidding on right now. I've got an autographed Tom Rush album, JSA certified, $35. So that's signed and JSA authenticated. And then these are all buy it nows. I think all $35. Hall & Oates Ecstatic, ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. I have 2 of them. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, Asia Astra, and Hall & Oates H2O. And those are all buy it now or best offer if anybody wants those. Any MoFi this week. I think they're about to ship me Heart. I think Heart is going to be in on Friday. I think Heart will be here on Friday. I got to, yeah, I'll put in an order and tell him to ship those. They'll be here on Friday. All right, so they're still bidding on that. It's at $40. I knew if I heard the words Joy Division, it was going to be good. Joy Division. And then Cash Adam was $44.99. So those are all Japanese pressings. And here's some of the newest stuff that came in tonight. One more quick read through. And then we're going to do some buy it now best offer crates. I have Pantera, Great Southern Trendkill. That is on white and sandblasted orange marble vinyl, 33. This is a live Iron Maiden bootleg, Maiden Voyage. It is Nijmegen Holland 1981 Lagoon colored vinyl. They are numbered on the back. This is number 10 of 500. It's $38.99. And we got number 9, 009. That's $38.99. So Iron Maidens are hand numbered. Pantera's on colored vinyl. We have the Cult Electric. We sold one. There's one left. $34.99. By the way, Iron Maiden was a waiting list, so some of those already came in for a couple people. We have sold dozens of those on all kinds of different colors. We did sell one Pantera. There's one left. We sold one Cult. There's one left. We sold one Eminem. There's one left. This is Curtain Call, his greatest hits. My Name Is. Lose Yourselves on here. This is $39.99. The Real Slim Shady, Please Stand Up. Buddy Cordova on Iron Maiden. Buddy, I'm going to give you 009. That's so to you, Buddy Cordova. Iron Maiden, thank you. Joy Division's at 42. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing of Linda Ronstadt Retrospective. I don't know if I've had this one in a while or ever. Linda does have the Obi. Unfortunately, it's got a little bit of staining and a tear right there. But this is a great promo copy, too. Wow, promo copy. Near mint minus and pristine vinyl. It has 2 original on her sleeves, and this is a compilation of Linda Ronstadt's solo music and some of her Stone Ponies recordings. Very, very good. That's a $35 start. Chad, is that Fact 45-2 record? This is a double LP or a double single. Yeah, it's a double single on colored vinyl. It's got 4 artists. It's all on colored vinyl too. Joy Division, the Drutu Column, John Doe, and Cabaret Voltaire. But yes, and it's also on marbled vinyl. And that is a high bid right now of $43. Next is Jeremy Dalton on Eminem. Let's make a note to order more of those. That was my only 2, and those are gone. And then we sold 4 Wild Sides. We have 1 left. This originally came out in 1992, newly remastered. It is a gatefold fire orange vinyl. Good luck finding an original. $39.99. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. 2 LP, $44.99. Bati Di Wapa Bapa. We have All Summer Long. Born Free's on here. Also Picture with Sheryl Crow. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. And then we have Killers. Direct Hits. The Killers. Somebody Told Me. Smile Like You Mean It. When You Were Young. Mr. Brightside. All these things I've done. Great compilation there from The Killers. Direct Hits. $46.99. That is now up for bid. Also up for bid is what? I don't know. How about a Japanese pressing of Don Henley? You may know him from the Eagles. Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still, with his great hit Dirty Laundry. This is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. Now, Joy Division's at $46 with Jim B. Next thing we have is Incubus Science. Incubus, we sold 1, there's 1 left. $38.99. $38.99. This is Incubus Science, $38.99 on that. Also, Wasp Dominator. Dominator is a gatefold single LP, $29.99 on Wasp. That is available. Single LP, black vinyl, $29.99. So new Joy Division's at $46. John Durden, you're out. We also have Soundgarden, or excuse me, Black Sabbath Volume 4, 180 gram remaster, 2012 audio. Tomorrow's Dream and Snowblind, $33.99. And Soundgarden, and this is $33.99. Bad Motorfinger, Outshined. Slaves and Bulldozers, great song, $33. How about Searching with My Good Eye Closed? That's a good one too. Soundgarden, Chris Cornell, $33.99, sold one left. We had a waiting list for Jelly Roll. Those are already been pulled. Here's Mr. Jelly, and Jelly Ballads of the Broken is on cherry vinyl, and that is $29.99 on that. We have one copy left of the very best of ELO. I think it's red and white vinyl. These are $34.99. John Durden, do you want to bid again on Factory? Fact. It's up to you. Jim B has it for $46. Going once, going twice to Jim B for $46. ELO's $34.99. Nasty Savage is $59.99. Nasty Savage, $59.99. A reissue of a pretty dang tough thrash album to come across. $59.99. We have two. It's an import only, hence the price. And then over here is Whitsitt Chapel Baptist Church Jelly Roll. It's called Wheelie Chapel. It's called Jelly Roll Whitsitt Chapel, $29.99 on that. We got one copy of Chevelle Wonders What's Next, $29.99. And there's a riot going on. Sly and the Family Stone, red vinyl. Sly is $33.99. Is the Factory. I have no idea. This is the first time I've seen this in my life. But I'll tell you what, I'll check on it for you. Because I honestly have no idea. I have no idea. Okay. So the original came out in 1979. Here's the original. It came out in 1979. This is not the original. Okay? This is not the original. If this was the original, it would be selling somewhere between 500. Some of them have sold for as much as 750. Right now, if you want to buy one of these in the United States, an original copy, a nice one, let's call VG Plus nice, $765. That's the original. There is a beat-up copy for $225. So if you want to buy an original copy of this, a nice one is going to cost you at least $500, maybe $700. Lower grade copies sell for less. But it looks like a truly mint copy that is a $500 to $700 record. That's for an original. And then over here, this is a 2008 gray marbled unofficial, it looks like. It's going to be one of these releases right here. Gray and green, one of these. They're all bootlegs. There is no official reissue of this record. This has never been officially reissued. So you can either do a bootleg or you can buy an original. And this one is on gray and kind of teal, it looks like. Green and gray. There is, what other colors? White marbled, gray. It's got to be one of these. Probably this one right here. On Discogs, none for sale, none ever sold for one color. Here's another one. None for sale, none ever sold. Obviously, a very desirable release. But if you want an original of this in high grade, you're going to be spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars, it looks like. This actually folds out. It has a factory record sticker. It's got more stickers in here. It folds out. So, here's this and here's this. It's a bootleg. The high bid is a final call to Jim B for $46. John Durden says he's out. It is an unofficial. It's at $46. Probably not a bad price at all. Of course, you can't sell these on Discogs, it looks like. I don't know if one has snuck through on eBay, but probably not a bad price since it looks like you can't even get close to an original if you want one in nice condition for several hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So there's that. Hammers up, $46. Jim B has it. Okay, and then Alonzo, I don't know where that is, but Alonzo needs to put back his Nasty Savage. I think he was on a waiting list. Okay? He was on a waiting list, and he said he had already got one. Now, Linda Ronstadt's a buy it now for $35. That is called Retrospective, and Don Henley's a buy it now for $35. Some of these new wave and electronic type records like that from that era can get up into the hundreds of dollars, sometimes thousands. We found a record just in the back room just the other day. It was a rockabilly record. One hadn't sold in about 3 years. The last one sold for $1,000. My sister, who is working here now, she said, "Do what? How much does that sell for?" And like a lot of people don't realize, most of the rarest and most expensive records are singles. We sell albums, a buku of albums every night, but some of the most rarest and desirable and most valuable records are singles. And this is sold to Jim B for $46. Like, there's a lot more $1,000 records that are 7-inch singles than albums in the world. There are buku of $1,000 singles. There are a lot of $1,000 albums, but nowhere near as many 7-inch. I mean, there are thousands of 7-inch singles that sell for $1,000 plus all day long. Don Henley's a buy it now. Michael Nath got Linda Ronstadt. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you for $35. And let's put Don Henley in a new sleeve here, and he's a buy it now for $35. All right, let's go ahead and try a couple more Japanese. I think Todd saw during all that, he said he wanted very best. It won't let you down. I was making sure he didn't want that for sure. So, okay, anybody else? Sly? We got Chevelle, Jelly Roll, Nasty Savage, ELO. We have Jelly Roll, Soundgarden, Sabbath, Wasp, Incubus, Killers, Kid Rock, Wild Cycle, Iron Maiden, Pantera. Oh, absolutely. Jim B roughly just made between $400 and $600 right then. He just made one of his car payments. He is rubbing his hands together, and he's like, "Bring me more, Chad." Jim B just scored. He just got about a $500 record for $46, and he's rubbing his hands together. He's like, "I'm surprised people didn't bid higher. Y'all keep bringing them. I'll keep getting steals. I'll make my house payment, my water bill, my light bill." He's like, "This is fun. I'm watching. I'm getting paid to watch ColleCo." He's got it all figured out, folks. Next thing is going to be some sort of discount or half-off crate. Here we go. Now, Jim B. Oh, yeah, he just scored, folks. Cha-ching, his net worth just went up $500. Cha-ching. Jim B, notification. Your net worth just increased by $800. Purchase from ColleCo. Congratulations. He's got 7 or 8 brand new vehicles just from watching this stream the past month. I'm like, what's your secret? What is your secret? And he says, bid low and bid low again and keep bidding low and just keep bidding low. All right, we're going to do some half-off LPs here. Here's our crate of half-off vintage. I'd like to welcome everybody for staying late. How many people do we have on Facebook and YouTube right now? I'm kind of curious of our viewer attendance. I can't see it anymore. It really bothers me. I used to keep up. I haven't been able to see viewers in like 2 weeks. It's not working over here. It's not working anywhere. I can't see it. I'm blind to how many people. I don't know if I'm talking to 12 people. I don't know if I'm talking to 12 people or 100 people. So let's put up some more singles. Maybe we can find more of those. Who knows? But here are the next ones. Let's see what we got here. We got Yacht, Psychic City. We've got Brass Buttons by Graham Parsons. And a side-by-side release, also Brass Buttons by the Lemonheads. A Minor Forest with LSR, Panoply Academy by the Glee Club. These singles are going up for bid for a $12 start. So we got 68 on Facebook and 110 on YouTube. Oh boy, that's a lot. All right, let's do some half-off vintage. Hope everybody's ready. We're going to maybe try to slip in for a few more Japanese pressings as well. Are we on our 6th crate sold? How many have we sold here? Okay, yeah, we're about to do... All right, we're about to start on our 6th crate. So yeah, we definitely need to sell a bunch out of here, hopefully all of them, and then maybe some more after that, okay? So first thing I have is Jose Jimenez. Bill Dana on Earth, and Jose is now $5. Here's how the half-off crates work. They are half off, no more, no less. So if you want to bid, go right ahead. Or if you want to buy, go right ahead. They are half off, no more, no less. Very simple. We keep the half-off crates very simple. There's Jose. We have the greatest hits of Hank Williams, $12.50. Greatest hits of Hank Williams, that is $12.50. It's actually a 2 LP. What happened to the rest of the half-off lure crates? There are no more half-off lure crates. You might find 4 or 5 here and there, but there's no more. They're all gone. Graham Parker and the Rumor, Stick to Me. We sold that entire collection. It's virtually all gone. This is mastered by Bob Ludwig. Graham Parker's $5. Darren Johnson has the singles for $12. Boz Scaggs Slow Dancer. Mr. Boz is $10. The Essential Jimi Hendrix Volume 2. Now, what stinks about this one, someone took that bonus 7-inch single and they taped it to the cover. Unfortunate, but it's still there. Hendrix is now $20. And we have Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. Hello, Old Friend. Clapton is $17.50. Clapton is $17.50. No Reason to Cry. The Bee Gees, Children of the World. The Bee Gees is $5. Ada Bernardi on GP. Graham Parker, that sold Ada Bernardi for $5. Mary Miles on Boz Scaggs, sold to Mary Miles. These 3 singles are a final call. What's the Oingo Boingo? Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party, red vinyl, new, sealed, $33.99. You can keep the streak alive. Next is Styx, Paradise Theater, etched vinyl. I've got too much time on my hands. $10 on Styx. Another Styx. This one's $10. And Greg Beddinger on BGs. That's so to Greg Beddinger. We got the other Chet Atkins. Chet is $5. The other side, the other Chet Atkins. There's 5 on that. Chad next on BGs. John Cougar, American Fool. Hurt So Good. Jack and Diane, $10. These 3 singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $12. Hiram, your pick on Styx. Your pick on Styx, Hiram. And now we have more singles going up right now. We've got, boy, let's just sell all these together. We've got F'd Up. Oh my gosh, is that a picture from the whatchamacallit place? There's F'd Up, F'd Up, F'd Up, F'd Up, F'd Up, F'd Up, F'd Up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. $25 start. $25 start. That's a lot of F'd Up and a lot of F'd Up covers. That's a lot of F'd Up right there. There is 7 of them. $25 start. Now all up for bid. There it is. Jonestown. I think that's what that's a picture of. It definitely looks like it. Yeah. And then those are all up for bid, a $25 start. Now, the next thing is Jim B's late on the singles. Hiram, he said he wants Paradise Theater. That's sold to Hiram. Okay, so that is sold to Hiram. Next is Gary Wellman. Gary, you're next on Styx. If you want this, it's yours. Just say sold or pass. Then Buddy Cordova. And then Jeremy Dalton was next. Jeremy Dalton, hold on a second. So, yeah, Gary has dibs on sticks. And then Buddy Cordova's next. Amanda got John Cougar. Jerry next on sticks. Jeremy Dalton next on John Cougar. And then we have Raminac on EX. Yeah, if I don't say anything about condition, then they're EX plus or better. If I don't say anything about records, if I don't say anything about the grade, excuse me, let me rephrase this. If you don't hear me mention anything about a grade, then they're EX plus or better. So yes, if you want Clapton, just let me know. F'd up is at 25, F'd up's at 25. And then sticks, if Gary Wellman, he's passing, so it goes to the next person, which is Buddy Cordova. So, Buddy, if you want sticks, let me know. Next is Daryl Hall and John Oates. A lot of changes coming. Hall and Oates is now just $10. F'd up's at 25, now 26. We got the Dream Academy and Lloyd Cole and the Commotions. $12.50 on that. Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You. $7.50 on Sonny and Cher. Charlie Daniels Band Windows. $12.50. Ran Maniac on the Eric Clapton. Sold to Ran Maniac. Thank you on that. Next is Got Live If You Want It, the Rolling Stones. Blue London label, $15 on the Rolling Stones. Fresh Air 2 is $7.50. Buddy Cordova does want the sticks. That's sold to him for $10. Next is Aaron Below on the Dream Academy. That is sold to Aaron Below. Now, my crate is really full, so let's go ahead and swap out some crates. Let me go ahead and stack these Ghostbusters Transformers in here. Who you going to call? Ghostbusters. Thanks, everybody, for these. And let me stack these right in here. Who you going to call? Ghostbusters Transformers, $14.99. I'm going to definitely order some more of those. And now our crate here is full. Going through a great half-off crate. And we're going to do some more because I got a quota every night on some vinyl, okay? I got quotas to meet, personal goals, and we got to sell some more. So we're at least going to do this one and probably another one. So everybody stick with me, okay? F'd Up is at 27. And now Gary Wellman on CD. That's for Charlie Daniels. Michael Nath on Rolling Stones. And the Hall & Oates is some sort of bizarre foreign compilation. It's called A Lot of Changes Coming. It's a German compilation. It is earlier Hall & Oates. It's $10. We got a lot, I think, of 7 F'd up singles here. This is 3, 6, yeah, 7 F'd up singles here. GMB has them for $27. There's 7 of them there. Frank Sinatra, This Love of Mine. Sinatra is $7.50. We got Nielsen, Son of Schmilson with poster. Harry Nielsen has the original on her sleeve with it. $12.50 for Nielsen with poster. Nice. The Beatles 67 to 70. And this is on the Blue Apple. Nice. No condition notes, $25. We have Arnold Adams. Make sure this goes in for $10 to him. Thank you, Arnold. And then John Darren on Sinatra. Thank you, John Darren. So do you. F'd Up's at $28. The Supremes at their best. That is $7. F'd Up's at $29. We got Chester and Lester. Somebody wrote Summers on the cover. No condition notes on Chester and Lester, $5. Aaron Below on the Beatles. Patrick Lear was second. Next is Johnny Cash and Tammy Wynette. One Records Cash, One Records Tammy Wynette, $8.50. Gatefold 2 LP. Three Dog Night live at the Forum, $10. Gary Wellman on the Supremes. So did Gary Wellman. Thank you on that. Another Beatles, the early Beatles, an Apple reissue. And this is all the stuff that was basically released on those first couple VJ albums. $17.50 on that. John Durden on CL, and that's for Chester and Lester. F'd Up 30, F'd Up 30. Gary Wellman on Johnny Cash and Tammy Wynette. Then John Durden, Michael Nath on Three Dog Night. So John second on the Cash. Jim Ciascio next on Chester. Chicago, $5. Chicago. I have a feeling we're about to sell a bunch of vintage stuff here. Wow, just 5 on Chicago. F'd Up is tied at 30. And then Melissa Bailey on the Beatles. Thank you, Melissa Bailey. Love, Love Me Do. We have the Deadly Nightshade. Now $10 for the Deadly Nightshade. F'd Up's at 31. Charlie Daniels Band, a live promo. First track is The Devil Went Down to Georgia. This is a 6-track Charlie Daniels Band. Now just $15. Mary Miles on Chicago. Thank you, Mary. Gary second. Paul Simon. There There goes a Ryman Simon. Kodachrome, $10. Something So Right. Loves Me Like a Rock. The legendary Paul Simon, $10. Nice. A copy of Fleetwood Mac Rumors. This is on the first label. It does have the lyric insert with it. You Can Go Your Own Way for $17.50. Michael Nath on Charlie Daniels, then Gary Wellman. F'd Up's at 31. It's between Scott Fellows and Jim B. Darren says he's done. Next thing is Fresh Air 4, America Gramophone, $7.50. Mary Miles, Loves Me Like a Rock. Paul Simon sold. Fleetwood Mac sold Aaron Below. Amanda Darby second. How about this is some sort of German rock compilation? It's American artist. It's like literally the title's in German. Rock Liebt. 16 gold noties. $7.50. Cher, Eddie Cochran, The Crickets, The Fleetwoods, PJ Proby, Fats Domino. Fleetwood Mac, sold. Aaron Below was first, then Amanda, then Craig. Charlie Daniels, Full Moon. No Conditionals, $12.50. Jim B, do you want back in on some F'd Up? It's up to you, Jim B, if you want in some F'd Up. Carly Simon Spy, $5 for Carly. We have Roger Voudouris, Radio Dream. Roger is $5. Also, we have Dinah Ross and Supremes, $13.50. There's a bid on F'd Up for $28. The bid's already $31. The bid on F'd Up is already at $31. Michael Nath on CS for Carly Simon. Sold to Michael Nath. Next is It's Happening. Dinah Ross and Supremes with Neil Diamond, $7.50. Aaron Below on Rogers. Sold to Aaron for $5. Almost said sold to Aaron Rodgers. Frank Sinatra, My Kind of Broadway. Frank Sinatra is $7.50. F'd Up, Hammers Up, $31 on some F'd Up. Chicago is $7.50. Also, Paul Simon's Greatest Hits. Nice. Now here's his entire Greatest Hits collection, or at least part of it. Slip Sliding Away. That's now $10. Is DR a compilation? DR, yes. This is a triple LP, the best of the best. This is $13.50. Come See About Me. Where Did Our Love Go? It is a lot of music on here. $13.50. A triple LP. Adam, you need that. F'd Up, $32. Mary Miles, another Chicago. And now, Scott Fellows, you're out on F'd Up. Next is Bella Fleck with a Newgrass Revival. Wow. Bella Fleck, Deviation on Rounder Records for just $20. Arnold, you were next on Chicago. Mary Miles on Paul Simon. Now F'd Up's at $33. Janis Joplin, I've got them old Cosmic Blues again, mama. On the original label, a Columbia 2i stereo, beautiful, $17.50 for old Janis. The Best of John Prine, are you kidding me? $22.50. No Condition Notes, that was $44. Outlaws, Lady in Waiting, $10 on the Outlaws. And Canned Heat, original Canned Heat. This is an off-budget label Springboard compilation. $10. Michael Nath on Janis Joplin. Gary Wellman wants the Supremes. I'll make sure Adam Bernardi doesn't want it first. And then Mark Buda next on Janis Joplin. Adam Bernardi third on Janis Joplin. Aaron Below first on John Prine. Then Chris Frazier. And then Johnny Silva next on Janis Joplin. Michael Nath first on Canned Heat. Then Gary Wellman. Also, we have essentially Traffic. Welcome to the Canteen. $10 on that. And Shaking Up Vegas, the Tony Pastor Show, $5. And these singles are F'd Up at $33. And that is with Scott Fellows. I haven't heard back from David Smith, but we are about to sell them. He just bid $35, and now he put Supremes PA. He was about to say pass. I'm not for sure. We'll give that a final call before we tag it. And the Sinatra album was My Kind of Broadway. Sinatra, $7.50. Ran Maniac on the Traffic. Yes. Now, let's read through these one more time, and I'm going to go right into another one. Another one. David Smith, you get F'd Up. He gets all 7 of those for $35. Thank you, David Smith. Let's go ahead and check out some more over here. What is next in the box? What could we have over here? Oh, my goodness. What is this? I have no idea. It's Sub Pop. Sub Pop. Let me figure out which ones I want to bundle here. Block Party. This. Joan of Arc. F'd Up. Okay, so we got 2 more F'd Up. And then let's put with it Joan of Arc, Owen, The Love of Everything, Make Believe, The Association of Utopian Hologram Swallowers. And I'll go ahead and put in this too which is Blonde Redhead. And those 4 singles, we'll say a $12 start. Those 4 singles, a $12 start. All right, so that means the Supremes is sold. Don't go anywhere. This is sold to Gary Wellman. One more read through here. Those 4 singles, a $12 start. Jose Jimenez, a comedy album. Bill Dana on Earth. Jose is $5. Also, we have the greatest hits of Hank Williams, a 2 LP, $12.50. I believe this might be like a foreign import. No, it's U.S., but it's a 2 LP compilation there. Also, Jimi Hendrix. It is $20. It does have Hey Joe, Fire, Foxy Lady, Wind Cries Mary, I Don't Live Today, Crosstown Traffic, Wild Thing, Machine Gun, Star Spangled Banner. But the single has been taped to the cover. $20 on that. $20 on that. Chet Atkins is $5. Also, Sonny and Cher is $7.50. Fresh Air 2 was $7.50. Son of Schmilson. This includes the poster. By the way, this includes the poster, Harry Nilsson, Son of Schmilson, $12.50. And it does include the original lyric poster. And when you open it up, there he is. There's Dracula, $12.50. Harry Nilsson, Son of Schmilson. That is complete with poster, now $12.50, just FYI. Also, we had the Deadly Nightshade, it's $10. It has a promo stamp on the cover. We also had Fresh Air 4 for $7.50. Don't forget about the German rock compilation we had, All American Artists. There is some cover damage, $7.50 on the vinyl. Charlie Daniels was $12.50. Full Moon. Dinah Ross and Supremes with Neil Diamond, that's $7.50. Bella Fleck was $20. Outlaws was $10. Tony Pastor was $5. And Sinatra, $7.50. My Kind of Broadway. Hello, Dolly. How do you solve a problem like Maria? Lemon Tree, folks, Lemon Tree. We have these singles at 12. Craig started us out. Now another 12, now another 12, now another 12, now 13, now 15, now 15, now 16, now 18. Amanda Darby wants It's Happening, folks. That's sold to Amanda for $7.50. John Durden says he'll take some Las Vegas. Single 16. DJ Not So Good says he'll take some Nielsen. Nielsen with the poster sold to DJ Not So Good. And Bella Fleck is Bella Fleck with the Newgrass Revival Deviation. It is near mint minus on Rounder Records for $20. It looks like an original album from 1984. The singles are at 18. Singles are at 18. So excluding Bella Fleck and Jimi Hendrix, I'm going to bundle everything that's left in there. Are y'all sure you don't want Hendrix or Bella Fleck? I'm going to pull those out. And we got Sinatra, Outlaws, Charlie Daniels, the German rock compilation, Daily Nightshade, Fresh Air 2, Son and Cher, Chet Atkins, Greatest Hits, and Jose Jimenez. If not, when I come back, I'm going to bundle those, and then I'm going to leave those out. Okay? Because I'm going to either put them in the flip crate in the group in the morning, or you can buy them right now. And let me be picking out the next crate over here. The next crate is coming up righty now. What do we have, folks? What do we have? Yes. How do you solve a problem like Maria? Oh, man, let's keep this show on the road. I am going to be bringing some heat. I hope y'all are ready. We're not pick paddling around. I am going to grab a whole nother crate of just nonsense half off. I hope y'all are ready, okay? I'm bringing a whole nother crate of just nonsense half off. I hope y'all are ready. Bella Fleck is sold to Shakedown. The singles are at 23. The Hendrix. What is the Hendrix? Hendrix is Essential Hendrix Volume 2. Now, it comes with this bonus single. What somebody has decided they thought was smart, they took a piece of clear shipping tape and taped it to the cover. And I haven't tried, but I'm afraid if you try to peel that off, it's going to leave damage. What you could do is smooth it down right there and take a box cutter and cut it off, and then that would come loose, but you would have a piece of tape on the cover. It's $20. It's still a great compilation, and it's near mint, and it has the bonus single. I'm going to leave it out of the bundle. It's $20. It's $20. That's the half off price. And then we have next a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let me do that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 records there. I'm about to bundle them for somebody. The bundle is going to go up right now. The price is an even $50. An even $50 for everything that's left there. That is right at $4.50 a piece. Hendrix, who asked first? Clifford asked first. Clifford asked first. He gets it. Then Brian asked, where are we on the singles? These singles are a final call to Edward Rock at $23. Edward Rock at $23. Bundle, $50. I'm going to blow the air horn. And that is Sinatra, The Outlaws, Charlie Daniels, The Rock Comp, Fresh Air, Deadly Nightshade, Fresh Air, Sonny and Cher, Chet Atkins, Hank Williams, Jose Jimenez. I'm at $50. That's originally what we had priced Charlie Daniels and Hank Williams. We had those at $24.99 each. I know for sure I've sold those before at some point at $24.99 each. Now the whole crate is $50. Don't think long, you'll think wrong. If you think long about something, you'll think wrong. Okay? That's a rule. It's actually in writing somewhere. I don't know where. I read that somewhere, but it is in writing somewhere. David V has the singles for $25. Bundle, 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 bundle. Who wants them? Who's buying them? Bundle, bundle. Who wants them? Who's buying them? Okay, let's go ahead and go on to a new crate. Next thing I have is another crate. Right off the bat. Hope everybody's ready. We're going to do this one. We might even do another one. First thing, crazy. Right off the bat. First record, Tom Petty, Southern Accent, $17.50. Don't come around here no more. Half off, no more, no less. There's Tom Petty. Hello, my name is Blotto. What's yours? Blotto is $10. We have songs from Rawhide, Sheb Woolley, $10. How much was the bundle? The bundle was just $50 for 11 records. Next is Sheb Woolley, Blue Guitar, Bear Family Compilation, $10 on Sheb Woolley. We have Dave Guard and Whiskey Hill Singers, $10. Also, Archetypes, Tim Harden, $10. Sugarloaf, Don't Call Us, We'll Call You. Sugarloaf is in partial shrink, $10. The singles are at $26. David V, You're Out. Next is Craig Ruth on Tom Petty, sold. MT Matt was second. Stephen A. Young first on Rawhide, sold. Clifford Umstead second. Brewer and Shipley, Rural Space, $7.50. Eddie Gutt, I need you to say sold on the bundle. Sticks, Caught in the Act, 2 LPs, $17.50. We have Stand Up and Get Counted by Stray. Stray is a 1975 promo, half off of $39.99. Half off, $20. Next is Tommy the Who, a Decca pressing with booklet, $20 on Tommy the Who. Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. Steppenwolf is $10. Eddie Gutt's going to get the bundle. Sold 11 records, $50. Eddie Gutt. Thank you, Eddie Gutt. These are sold to you for $50. Boom, done, sold. Bow, bang, boom, done. Those are gone. Those are gone. Those are sold. Let's put sticky notes around them. Now we got to blow an air horn. Let's do it. Air horn. Where is it? I got a new one tonight. It's really cool. I don't know if y'all seen it or not. Here it is. Thank you. Next is Johnny Silva on Sticks. Sold. No, that was not Sticks. Here's Sticks. Sold to Johnny Silva. Stephen Parton on The Who. Sold. Stephen Parton. Thank you. Clifford Umstead next. Gary Wellman on Steppenwolf. And now these singles. We have Edward Rock is out. This is sold to David V for $28. Thank you, David V. Those are sold to you. Next in the half off bin is Stories. Stories is how much? $10. This is half off, no more, no less. Wow, Elvis, $20, a 71 press of his debut album, Brownsville Station, School Punks. Brownsville Station, $7.50. Jack Bruce, Songs for a Tailor. Jack Bruce is $12.50. Lenny Bruce, What I Was Arrested For. Lenny Bruce, there he is. He got arrested. $10, Narcotics, Not Surprised. Also, we have George Jones Country Hearts, 24 tracks, $10 for George Jones. Are you kidding me? Everything in here should be sold. What are y'all waiting for? We have this right here. Sell this, send this to Susie Breedlove. David V says he'll take the rest, but send this one to Susie. Susie, that's yours for free. David says you can have it. Mark, Aaron Below on Lent. Aaron Below, that was for Lenny. Lenny Bruce sold to Aaron Below. Gary Wellman on Jack Bruce from Cream sold. Michael Nath on LB, and that was for Lenny Bruce, so you were second. Edward Rock on Elvis. That is all sold. Next thing I have is Bessie Smith, Empty Bed Blues. Bessie Smith is $15. James Blood Ulmer, that is $15. Also, Mississippi Fred McDowell, oh my gosh, I do not play no rock and roll. A 74 press, half off, that is now just $25. $25. What's coming up next in the singles over here? What do we have in the singles? I have no idea. I've got more effed up. There's more effed up. Here is Hood Themselves, Push, Hood Themselves, and then Ahab Strap and Yuck, Georgia. That's what I say when we play them in football. Yuck, Georgia. Yuck. Yuck, Georgia. Those are 4 singles, going to go up for a $12 start. What is this one called? It's Hood and Themselves. It's a split picture disc. There's more effed up. One Day. There's Arab Strap. It's called Afternoon Soaps. And Yuck, Georgia. Yuck, Georgia. Ugh, Georgia. Patrick Lear on Mississippi Fred McDowell. Price on CP. CP. No CP left in here. And then Mississippi Fred, Aaron second. John Darden on George Jones. And now we have what? We have Robert Palmer, Clues. Robert Palmer is $10. Country Music Time Life Collection, Waylon Jennings, $10. We have who? Roy Harper once. As featured in Led Zeppelin. Hats off to Roy Harper. Last track on Led Zeppelin 3. Roy Harper, $15. And Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited, $17.50 on Bob Dylan. Highway 61 Revisited, $17.50. Next is Chad Davis on Waylon Jennings, sold. Next is Joe South, Introspect, $5. Also, Carla Thomas, Memphis Queen, wow. On Stax, Beautiful Jacket, vinyl, $17.50. Carla Thomas. Boy, these records don't want to stand up straight. Holy moly, what's going on? Next record from the front, because y'all might have accidentally seen it. Oh, wow, it's an OG. Bob Lugwood Mastered. Brothers in Arms, $17.50 for Dire Straits. Memphis Horns, $17.50. Final call on these 4 singles. No one's bid. I'm looking for a $12 start. Going twice, going 3 times. Are you auctioning more Obies? Yes, we can. Dylan, sold to Darren Johnson. Dylan, sold to Darren Johnson. Next is Carla Thomas, sold to Michael Nath. And we have the Dirty Blues Band, Stone Dirt. That's now $25. Scott Fellows on Dire Straits, $17.50. If you just joined us, we're going through a half-off band, no more, no less. Isaac Hayes, Joy. Isaac Hayes is $12.50. Jimmy Reed is now $22.50. The Boss Man of the Blues, More with the Best. Jimmy Reed, a 64 stereo, $22.50. Next is Aaron Below on MH for the Memphis Horns. That's sold to Aaron Below. What about Champion Jack Dupree? Hambark and Limer Beans. $10. Donna Turner on Isaac Hayes. Joy. Next is Bo Diddley in the Spotlight, $12.50. Donna on Jimmy Reed. Gary Wellman next on Isaac Hayes. And Michael Nath on SBB. And that was SBBBBB. What was that? Hold on a second. Next thing we have here is Isaac Hayes. This is a pass from Donna. So give that to Gary Wellman and next. And then SBBBB, Stone Blues Band or Dirty Blues Band. And then next is CDP. How about the CCCP? And then we have the NIA and the CIA. And this is CBD. And then CJBODPBD. The Blues. He wants the Stone Blues Band. Yes. So that's so to Michael Nath. Donna passed on Isaac, so it did go to Gary Wellman. Patrick on CDP. Champion Dupree. Yes, that's so to Patrick Lear. And then Gary Wellman was second. Then Donna first on Bo Diddley. Michael next on Dupree. And then Michael next on Bo Diddley. These 4 singles, what are they? Yuck, Georgia, Arab Strap, Afternoon Soaps, Hoods and then themselves, and F'd Up One Day. $12 start, no bid. All right, we got Frank Frost, Midnight Prowler, whoa, $12.50. We got Johnny Rivers, A Touch of Gold, a German press, $5 on that. And then the Butterfield Blues Band Live, a 2 LP, Butterfield Blues Band, $17.50. Electra Label, 2 LP, $17.50. Blue Cheer is now $32.50. This was $64.99. Blue Cheer, Oh Pleasant Hope, $64.99, now $32.50. Also over here, we got Donna Turner on FF. Frank Frost, that's so to Donna Turner, FF. Also, Otis Rush, So Many Roads, live in concert. Otis Rush is now $15. Patrick Lear on Butterfield Blues Band, so to Patrick Lear. How about Steve Hunter, Swept Away? Steve Hunter, $10. Gary Wellman on Blue Cheer, sold. Next is Pacific Gas and Electric, Are You Ready? Does have a little bit of cover damage, but first label, just $9. Michael Nath on Otis Rush. That is so to Michael Nath. Next thing is Bobby Whitlock, Rock Your Socks Off, everybody. $10 on that. And we also have the James Dean Story, now just $12.50. Gary Wellman next on Otis. These 3-4 singles, I buy it now for $12. Next thing is Aaron Below on Pacific Gas Electric, sold. Aaron Below. Michael Butler, sold on Steve Hunter. And then this Oh Heart of Mine, nice and original, 66 OG Isley Brothers, $17.50. James Dean, sold to Amanda Darby. We have A Woman Lives for Love, Wanda Jackson and Shrink, $7.50. We have Love Out Here. Love is a 69 Monarch, $32.50. Donna Turner on the Isley Brothers. Next is She's Back. Nice. Big Mama Thornton. Just $17.50. $17.50 on that. Donna got Isley's. Michaels was next. And whoa. Bob Dylan, a 67 Santa Maria. Second label. A Columbia 2i. $25. Next is Aaron Below on Love. Nice pickup. Gary Wellman on Wanda Jackson. Nice pickup. Patrick Lear next on Love. Big Mama Thornton, sold to Michael Nath, then Donna Turner. And then Jim Ciascio on BE. BE was possibly for Bob Dylan. We'll give him a quick decision to let me know. If not, then it definitely goes to Michael Butler. And then Jim Ciascio definitely gets Bobby Whitlock. He might have meant BW, and it auto-corrected to BE. Right, Jim? I bet that's what happened. So, Michael, I'll go ahead and give you the Bob Dylan. I told you that was a crazy crate, and guess what? That's all that's left, and we're going to go through them right now one more time very quickly. Not before I introduce another lot of singles and one more quick handful of Japanese obies. What do we have here? John Legend and the Roots featuring Common and Melanie Fiona. Wake Up, Everybody. How about this? What is it? It's Sunshine and the Starlight. The Hearse, Warm Pipe, I think, or War Pipe. And then, what about Woods? I'm not for sure. 4 singles, a $12 start. Holy moly. All right, here we go. We got Blotto. Hello, my name's Blotto. $10 on Blotto. Sheb Woolley. That's a Bear Family German compilation from Fred's collection. $10. Whiskey Hill Singers. Dave Garden, the Whiskey Hill Singers. $10 on that. Also, Archetypes, Tim Harden, $10. We also have Sugarloaf. Don't call us, we'll call you. Sugarloaf is $10. What about Brewer and Shipley, Rural Space? Brewer and Shipley is $7.50. Stray, Stand Up and Be Counted. Interesting record here. It's a 1975 promo. Does have a clip corner. It's on Pi Records. $20 on Stray. Craig has those 4 singles at $12. Stories is now $10. We got Brownsville Station School Punks. It's $7.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Bessie Smith, Empty Bed Blues, a 2 LP Columbia compilation, $15. Gary Wellman on SL for Sugar Loaf. That is so to Gary Wellman. Also over here is James Blood Ulmer, Black Rock. $15 on James Blood Ullman. We got Robert Palmer Clues for $10. Also, we got Roy Harper Once for $15. Hats off to Roy Harper. Joe South, Introspect was $5. And Johnny Rivers, A Touch of Gold, a German press for $5. All right. Bringing another crate. Let's do one more. Let's do one more. The feed tonight, I don't think I started the feed until like almost 1:40, I think, 1:36. I was pretty late. I was here at 5:05. I was done eating by 5:15. Had to talk to Tanner. We had to get set up. Next thing I know, it's 5:30, and I was like, holy crap. Then I turned on my mic, had to wake back up the computer. By the time I logged back in and hit live stream, it's 5:36. I was like, oh my gosh. I was here in plenty of time, and now I'm very late. It happens all the time. Happens all the time. Okay, anybody else? Let's see what's going on here. Next is we sold SL. Michael Butler on Stray. Let's do that right quick. Stray. Stray was Stray. That's sold to Michael Butler. And then Gary Wellman on RP for Robert Palmer sold. And then Gary Wellman on JS for Joe South sold. Avery, you were next on Joe South. Okay, then we have a putback on Dire Straits. That's only a $3,000 restocking fee. Who wants an OG Dire Straits? It's in shrink. It's an original OG pressing mastered by Bob Lowick. It's only $17.50. Here it is. That is available if anybody wants it. That is going to go right here, actually. I know somebody's going to want it. It's in shrink. It is beautiful. Darren Johnson says he'll take the last 4 unsold singles for $12. And now these have a bid for $13 with Jim B, which means Craig Ruth, you've been outbid. Jim B's at $13. Josh Brown says he'll take the Dire Straits. Now that's sold. Now my crate's full. Here's the bundle. Johnny Rivers, Roy Harper, James Blood Ulmer, Bessie Smith, Brownsville Station, Stories, Brewer and Shipley, Tim Harden, Whiskey Hill, Sheb Woolley, and Blotto. It was an RL. So here's what we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Great titles in this one. 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, $55 buy it now. You can clear out the crate. We'll blow the air horn again. $55 will clear out the crate. We have filled up another sold crate here. Spectacular. Folks, this is real and it's spectacular. And now let's do another one. Let's sell the bundle first. Who wants it? 55. Josh Brown beat you to the Dire Straits, Patrick. One more second sooner and your name would have been on it. Holy moly. I've promised 3 times at least one more Japanese pressing. I've got about 100 over here that has not been ran. Let's pull out another one right quick. Let's do a late night. Let's do a late night low start. Let's do, here we go. This is so cool. And this is it. The Sting. The Sting is a $15 start. It's a Japanese pressing. Beautiful. Near mint minus Japanese pressing. It has the obi. It has no inserts. I don't know if it came with one. I'm sure it did. But that's just a $15 start. These 4 singles are sold to Jim B for $13. Bundle. Think about it. I'm going to step right around this wall of vinyl and be picking out the next half-off crate. My question is to you, do you believe in magic? Think about it. Think about it. This is another pretty solid-looking crate. I even see some blues in here. I even see some classic rock. I see a couple soundtracks. I see some compilations. I see an album by a band that's one of my favorites. And I'm going to move it to the back and make it the first record. And then, probably by the time we get done with these, we should be able to have one more crate full. We'll be good to go. Maybe one more. And that still leaves us at least an hour and a half for compact disc. And we're going to sell a bunch of them. We've almost gone through that entire stash. When this stash runs out, I'm going to have to start doing some digging again. I'm going to have to start doing some digging again. I'm going to be like, where do we go to from here? 11 records at 55. Who wants the bundle deal? Maybe somebody's already claimed it. Let me walk over here and see what's happened, okay? Over here. This is here. This is here. Do you see any punk? Oh, man. Punk records sold since January 1st. And now, thousands. Tens of thousands. Anybody on bundle? Collectively, punk records, since I've sold here live since January 1st, tens of thousands. Those singles we had, oh my gosh. David, you're just a tad, you missed one of the largest singles, hardcore and punk singles collections that we've ever obtained. I think you just missed them. All right, here we go. Let's do some more half off. The show is resumed. We got Rush, Exit Stage Left. This is a Gatefold 2 LP. The price is now $25. Rush, Exit Stage Left. Charlie Ventura and his band in concert. Charlie Ventura is $5. Also, Rhinoceros, Satin Chickens. Rhinoceros is $10. Next is Great Rhythm and Blues Oldies, Louis Jordan. This is $10. Great Rhythm and Blues Oldies, Louis Jordan, $10. The Buckinghams, Kind of a Drag. The Buckinghams is $12.50. Kind of a Drag. Josh Brown First on Rush. You bought a bunch. Okay, welcome. So yeah, then you seen what I was talking about. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that just comes in waves. We'll have no punk, and then all of a sudden we'll have 10,000. They'll be gone in a couple weeks, and then we'll be wishing we had more. Odie, so did Donna Turner. Gary Wellman on Rhinoceros. Still got the Buckingham. Still got Charlie Ventura. I got Niles Jones, The Welfare Blues, an 88 UK EX, $9. We have Beach Music from the Tams. The Tams is $7.50. This is a 69 German pressing of the Midnight Cowboy soundtrack, also known as Asphalt Cowboy. You bought a car because it belonged to John Voight? John Voight bit you? $10 on the Electric Cowboy, German press, Quicksilver, with that great song. Just a hint of fresh air. VG Plus, $7.50 on Quicksilver. We got the McCoy's Human Ball, $7.50 on the McCoy's. Blues Buster, Buster Benton, $7.50 on Buster Benton. Mumbo Jumbo, the Tailgaters, that is sealed for $7.50. And David Johansen, David Johansen, Here Comes the Night, VG Plus, $6.50. Also, this is a Warner Brothers compilation, Give 'em the Works. EX, $11.50. Gary Wellman, how about another hit of Fresh Air? So did Gary Wellman, Aaron below second. Donna on Buster Benton, then Chris Reddings. George Burleson third on Quicksilver. Angela Bofield, Let Me Be the One, $7.50. Sting, The Sting soundtrack, great movie, $15 buy now. No bid, who wants it? Japanese pressing. That is a buy it now if anybody wants it for $15. Your pick right now. Think long, you'll think wrong. Next thing over here is Jim Ciascio and DJ. And DJ was David J right here. That is sold to Jim Ciascio. Thank you. Next is Maureen McGovern. This is now $5. Also, we have the Waltons. Thank God for the Waltons. The Waltons is in VG condition, $5. Also, Marty Ballin. Marty Ballin is Ballin. It's $5. Susie says $15. I'm not for sure what that is. That's for the Sting soundtrack. Sold to Susie Breedlove for $15. Singles coming up right now. As soon as I show you Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven. Elvin Bishop is $7.50. What about Mark Hodgkin and the Rudy Tootie Band? That is at $81 US for $5. What about Jeff Muldaur? That's another blues album for $5. Blues Boy. What about Sherman Robertson and the Crosstown Blues Band? 1974 US sealed. Now just $22.50. Next auction is going to go up right now. Next auction. Let's see what I have over here in the singles box. I've got Of Montreal. I've got Of Montreal. I've got Of Montreal, Of Montreal, Of Montreal. And we've got those. We've got 5 singles there from Of Montreal, a $15 start. $15 start, Of Montreal, Of Montreal, Of Montreal, Of Montreal, Of Montreal, $15 start. Next, Michael Butler on Sherman, so to Michael Butler, you got it. Next is the 11th Hour Band, Hot Time in the City Tonight, $7.50. This is a half off bin crate, no more, no less. $10 for Denny Freeman, Blues Cruise. Denny Freeman is $10. Peppermint Harris, I Got Loaded. Peppermint Harris, he got loaded. It is now $9. It's in EX condition. It is an EX condition. He got loaded. Peppermint Harris. Next thing I have over here is Keith Cardine, I'm Easy. That's VG plus 650. Natasha's in on the singles at $19. Jackie Wilson, You Got Me Walking. Jackie Wilson, VG plus 750. The original Johnny Otis show, that is EX $9. Singles 15, Natasha has them for 19. John Mayall, Moving On, VG plus $10. John Mayall, Moving On, VG plus $10. Lloyd Glenn, Texas Man, sealed for $9. Also, we have Joy Alkalukadin. This is sealed with signed insert, $15. Now, the singles are at $22. Donna Turner on JW. JW for Jackie Wilson. And then I'll buy the Tams to Shag 2 and Myrtle Beach. Greg Beddinger is going to buy the Tams, and he's going to be listening to this and shagging. Wow, that's so to Greg Beddinger. Next thing we have is the Temptation Special Shrinking Hype VG condition, $5. Also, Bob Dylan, When the Night Comes Falling from the Sky, a 12-inch single, 1985 UK 2-track from Burlesque Empire Burlesque. That's now $10. It was $19.99. The singles are at $22 of Michael Butler. Natasha says she's out. Donna Turner got the Temptations. That's so to Donna. Thank you. Next thing is Medicine Ball Caravan. That's a soundtrack with Alice Cooper, B.B. King, The Young Blood, Stone Ground, Delaney and Bonnie, and Doug Kershaw. And the last bid on that was $12.50. Ken Roning has the Of Montreals for $25. Bob Dylan, so to Michael Nath. Gary Wellman, you were second on the Temptations. Next in here is John Kay from Steppenwolf. Forgotten Songs and Unsung Heroes. John Kay is $10. Tracy Songer got the McCoys. That's so to Tracy. VG plus $7.50. So to Tracy. Next is the Amazing Rhythm Aces. That is now $7.50. Don't forget about Roy Buchanan's Livestock. He is $10. Michael has the singles at $30. We're not done. Smith minus plus. Smith is $10. Roy Buchanan's second album, $10. So we got two Roy Buchanan's, Livestock and second album. Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby, $10. Don McLean Chain Lightning, $5. And Marshall Crenshaw, also $5. Wow, a lot of $5-buckers there. That is a whole lot of $5-buckers. Next thing we had was Gary Wellman on ARS. Right? I bet he won ARS. And now we have Jim Ciascio on MBC. MBC was Medicine Ball Caravan. So did Jim Ciascio. We have 10 Years After. That's Alvin Lee. Live at Woodstock. Alvin Lee and Company. $10. It's not actually live at Woodstock. I'm pretty sure that image was taken from his live Woodstock performance. I'm Going Home. Have you ever heard that? It's amazing. Adam Bernardi on Don McLean. That is so to Adam Bernardi. Adam Bernardi, thank you, on Don McLean. What about Freddie Prinz? Looking Good. Freddie Prinz with the Egyptian Sphinx cover. He's vandalized it. $10 on that. Also, Jethro Tull Heavy Horses. Jethro Tull Heavy Horses is now $10. No condition notes on that. Also, we got Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airman. Commander is $10. 10YA, $10. Yes, 10 Years After. Are we done on the singles? I hadn't heard back from Ken Roning. Michael Butler has them for $30. I've got to sell them soon. What about Bang by James Gang? James Gang is $15. That's in shrink, $15 on that. BTO Head On, $7.50. Ike and Tina Turner working together. Ike and Tina, just $12.50 on that. Michael Knapp said he will take 10 Years After. Great decision. And then James Gang again, this time live in concert. Clean, nice, $10. Jim Ciascio and Commander Cody sold to him. These singles are sold to Michael Butler for $40. Ken Roning, you said out as soon as I was saying so. That was amazing. All right, let's see what's going on here. Adam and Artie on Ike. Aaron Below got both James Gangs. All right. Let me just read through these, see if anybody wants a price on something. Next single. Ooh, this might be a good one. Biz Markie, Just a Friend. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Now, I've never seen a Biz Markie picture sleeve. And here's Talking Heads, Burning Down the House. It's a $5 start. Talking Heads, $5 start. Biz Markie, $5 start. Who would like to bid? 5 and 5. Next is Melanie Jennings on Jethro Tull. That's sold. Biz Markie 5, Talking Heads 5. And now let's go ahead and read through these one more time. If y'all want a price, let me know. First thing was Charlie Ventura. It was $5. Buckingham's was $12.50. I'll go ahead and say the prices. Niles Jones was EX $9. We had the Midnight Cowboy soundtrack. John Voight Bit You, $10. Tailgaters was sealed for $7.50. This is one of those Warner Brothers samplers, $11.50. It's got Rod Stewart, Foghat, Jimmy Cliff, Montrose, Tower of Power, Van Dyke Parks, and then over here you have the Meters, Leo Sayer, Little Feat, Commander Cody, Richard Pryor, Frank Zappa. That is some of the artists on two sides of the 4 disc of the 4 sides. $11.50 on that. Biz Markie 5, Biz Markie 5, Biz Markie 5, Biz Markie 7. Talking Heads is a $5 start. Angela Bofield, $7.50. Maureen McGovern was $5. We have the Waltons VG for $5. Biz is now at $10. Marty Ballin is $5. We got Elvin Bishop for $7.50. Hog Heaven. Mark Hodgkins is $5. I got Jeff Moldar for $5. I got the 11th Hour Band for $7.50. Hot Time in the City Tonight. Sealed Denny Freeman for $10. Also, Peppermint Harris was sealed for $9. Keith Cardine was VG Plus $6.50. This is the original Johnny Otis EX $9. And John Mayall was VG Plus $10. Also, Lloyd Glenn was sealed $9. And then Joy Alla Kadukin, that was sealed for $15. What was the one, the horses on the back? I lost connection. That has already sold. Biz Markie 10, Biz Markie 10, Donovan 10, Jim Tyler. And then Ken Roning wants Elvin Bishop. Elvin Bishop is sold to Ken Roning. Elvin Bishop also got Maureen McGovern from a few back. Talking Heads has a bid for 5. Biz Markie 11. Talking Heads another 5. Just Elvin Bishop, no Maureen McGovern, okay? No Maureen McGovern. Jim Ciasso wants the Warner Brothers comp. That's sold to Jim for $11.50. John Kay is $10. Forgotten Songs. Smith was $10. And Roy Buchanan was $10. Roy Buchanan was $10. How much was Peppermint Harris? He was sealed for $9. Sealed for $9. Arlo Guthrie was $10. Also, Marshall Crenshaw, $5. Freddie Penn's, $10. And BTO was $7.50. Biz Markie, the most recent high bid is $13 of Mark Buddha. Talking Heads, Burning Down the House. I Get Wild, Wild Gravity. That has 2 $5 bids. Amanda Darby was first, going once, going twice. Donna said she will take Peppermint Harris. Now, y'all are going to have about 60 seconds to make final claims. That's a big bundle, but I'm going to offer them to somebody. That's going to be a big bundle, but somebody's going to get the offer. Somebody may buy them. Think long and you'll think wrong. Somebody may purchase these. Right now's your chance. Think about it. But if you think long, you'll think wrong. I hadn't even priced them. You're already thinking too long. You should probably already be saying, Chad, I'll take the bundle regardless of the price. That would probably be your best decision. In the meantime, I'm over here stretching. I'm going to get a good stretch in. I had to sit down so I could put my weight against this chair. Okay. I'm going to try to attempt to stand up. I'm almost on the floor. Someone said, Chad, you need to go see a chiropractor. I actually used to go. Oh. That's before I moved to Lebanon. But I think she opened an office in Lebanon. I got to reach out to her. Oh, standing sideways for 8 hours a night doesn't really help me. I get all twisted and knotted. Okay. So, next thing here. So Donna got that, and then Biz 13. Biz is at 13, and now Donna's out, and now Talking Heads is at 8, and Amanda's out. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. There's 26, but wait, there's more. 26, but wait, there's more. 26. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. 37. Now, if no one buys these, then this would make a great like $6.99 flip for me to do any other time. And there's a good chance they're all going to sell for $6.99. The last time I did a crate like this, it was a bundle deal somebody didn't do. I ended up selling them for essentially twice as much. Okay? So 37. There's 37 records in here. $135. $135. That's a one-time deal for everything. I'm pretty sure I can sell them for twice as much individually, no problem. But if somebody wants all of this crate, I think there's 37. I didn't get a great count, but that was close. $135. That's like $3.50 a piece. 135 bundle deal. How could you say no? 135. Bismarcky condition. I hadn't even looked at it. Bismarcky, it is near mint. Not even minus. It is brand new looking. Bismarcky, just a friend. 1989 original. Talking Heads is sold for $8 to Craig Ruth. Can I flip through them? I will read you the titles. Johnny Rivers, A Touch of Gold. Roy Harper, Once. James Blood Armor, Black Rock. Bessie Smith, Brownsville Station. Stories, Brewer and Shipley. Tim Harden, Whiskey Hill Singers. Sheb Woolley, Blotto. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Freddie Prinze. Marshall Crenshaw, Arlo Guthrie, Roy Buchanan, Smith, John Kay, Maureen McGovern, Joy Oladukin, Lloyd Glenn, John Mayall, Johnny Otis, Keith Cardine, Benny Freeman, 11th Hour Band, Jeff Muldar, March Hodgkins, Marty Ballin, The Waltons, Angela Bofield, Mumbo Jumbo, the Tailgaters, Asphalt Cowboy, also known as Midnight Cowboy, Niles Jones, the Buckingham, and Charlie Ventura. If we sell those, I'll try to squeeze in one more half-off crate. Quickly. We got to get somebody bought in on this. Can I have the movie one? Movie one. Movie. Do you know the title? Oh, the Midnight Cowboy. This one here. Let's sell this to Guy Shard for $10. The soundtrack. It also has Nielsen. Everybody's talking. I can't hear a word they're saying. $10, and that was with who? Guy Shard. Bismarcky's at $18. Any takers? I'll make it even easier. So now $125. Now $125. $10 less. We just sold a $10 record out of there. Now $125. We've already had some people bundle out this month and week. I'm going to give it like 60 more seconds. especially while I drink this water. Ah. I'm going to look up Bismarcky. I'm curious. I'm curious now. Pretty good single. Pretty good single. There should be 36, Romelu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. 36. 36. $125. Just a second ago, it was $135. We've got to make a decision. If they sell, I'll do one more crate. You got to sing it like Phil Collins, one more night. One more crate. Just give me one more crate. Bismarcky's at $22 of Darren Johnson. Going once, going twice. Mark Boot is out, Jim B's out. One more crate. One more crate. That's my best Phil Collins. That's like the best I could do. One more crate. Give me one more crate. All right, sold to Romelu for $120. I probably wouldn't have done that if Guy Shard hadn't have bought Midnight Cowboy, but let's do it. All right, done. Y'all got it. One more crate. One more crate. Here they come. Nice. Awesome. We all owe a thank you to Romelu. Thank you, Romelu. One more crate. One. I don't. There's a girl that's been on my mind all the time. Crate, crate, crate. I can feel crates coming in the air tonight. I like the Sussudio remix either. There's been a crate that's been on my mind all the time. Crate, crate, crate. Uh-huh. Give me a chance. Give me a crate. Crate, crate, crate. All right, I'm having to dig one out over here. I wasn't expecting this, but y'all keep on keeping on. Curtis Mayfield. Keep on keeping on. All right, here we go. Y'all gonna like this one. Let's do it. All the time, crate, crate, crate. All right, Biz Markie. Biz Markie is $24. Final call to Darren Johnson. Everybody done? $24. Here we go. Peter Frampton, Wind of Change. $5. Peter Frampton. We have Bo Diddley, Half a Guitar Will Travel. Bo Diddley is $17.50. Bo Diddley, Half a Guitar Will Travel. Crossroads, music by Ry Cooter, $17.50. Shrink Wrap. Jimmy Buffett, $10. White Sport Coat and Pink Crustacean. My Bella Me by T-Set. $10 on that. Bo Diddley sold to Patrick Lear. Sold. Next thing is Cry Like a Baby. When I think about the good times you gave me, I cry like a baby. The box tops is $10. What is going on here? Steven Steele's Illegal Steals, the Moonshine cover. Cool. $10. Biz Markie, $25. Darren Johnson, You've Been Outbid. Buffalo Springfield, a Gatefold 2LP compilation, yellow Atco label, $20 on that. Blackfoot Marauder, Blackfoot's $10. We also have CCR, Royal Albert Hall. CCR is $15. Brownsville Station, $7.50. Bee Gees Idea, $10. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. This is our third half-off crate in a row. We have sold everything in the last crates. I'm just waiting for the comments to start flooding in. Boom, 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 boom. Right now, there's only been on one with Patrick Lear on Bo Diddley. MT Matt put B. That could be for BGs. That could be for Brownsville Station. It could be for Blackfoot. It could be for Buffalo Springfield. It could be for the box tops. It could be for my Bella Me or Jimmy Buffett. Or it could have been for Peter Brampton. But I did say Frampton. So MT Matt, you got a bunch of decisions to make. And then Edward on Blackfoot and Greg Beddinger on Blackfoot. So we'll see who gets what then. Biz Markie, Darren Johnson, $26. MT Matt wants Blackfoot. That is sold to him. Edward Rock, you were next in. Greg Beddinger. Next in the bed. Next in the what? The bed? How about the crate? Jimmy Buffett, Volcano. Gold stamp promo, $10. We have Outlaws playing to win. $10 on Outlaws. What about Peter Frampton's Camel? Peter Frampton is just $5. Oh my gosh, that's getting me choked up. Wow, Phil Collins, here it is, Abacab. No reply at all, $10. I love Phil Collins. If y'all didn't know what I just did, I just went into total karaoke mode a second ago. Another record, $10 for Genesis. Are you kidding me? Is everybody still awake out there? What about Hank Williams Sr.'s 24 Greatest Hits, $15. 24 hits, $15. We have Amy Grant for $5. We also have the Kinks Present a Soap Opera, $12.50. Manaheim Steamroller, Fresh Air 5, $12.50. Brownsville Station, $7.50. Buffalo Springfield, Mono with Hop Sticker for what it's worth, $20. Josh Brown wants Phil Collins. I'm assuming he means Genesis. Sold to him. Darren Johnson gets Biz Markie for $26. Darren, that's sold to you. Done. Hammers down. Next is the best and the rest of Bebop Deluxe. $12.50. The 13-4 elevators. $20. A 2002 Italian press. Next is Fresh Air. That's $7.50. Manaheim Steamroller. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant. Arlo Guthrie is $10. Head East is $10. A different kind of crazy. Andrew Gold is $5. The Kinks is $12.50. Grand Funk on Time is $10. Holy moly. I think some people fell asleep earlier when we were debating on what the next crate would be. We's waiting for the bundle decision. Everybody's already went to bed. All right, I'm going to stop the crate there. Good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I thought. Facebook comments are hung up. Facebook comments are hung up. Yep. Facebook comments are hung up. All right, we got to put Biz Markie back. Give it 1 second. Facebook comments are hung up. Yeah. All right, we're not done on Biz Markie, and we're not done claiming stuff. But I got to go by whatever I see on my phone. So Phil Collins, which is Genesis, was sold to Josh Brown. Ken Roning on Rye Cooter. And Ken, I'm assuming you want that Rye Cooter from very early in the crate, Crossroads. David V got the 13-4 elevators. David V got the 13-4 elevators. And Patrick Lear wants the Buffalo Springfield. We got to give it 1 more second. Don't make any more claims. Facebook's about to reconnect. Yes, we're still live on Facebook. Yes, you can still hear me. Yes, I can still hear you. I actually can't hear you. Let me rephrase that. Yes, we're still live on Facebook. Yes, you can still hear me. Yes, the stream's still going. But y'all's comments are invisible. You might as well just not even be out there. It'll reconnect here in about 3 seconds. Give it a second. It's completely hung up. There it goes. There it goes. All right. So, there it, whoa, boom, 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 boom. There it goes. All right. So, if that ever happens, Facebook is still connected. Y'all are just invisible for a few seconds, for a few moments, for a few minutes. Y'all are invisible. You can comment all you want. You just can't see. I can't see it. All right. So, Biz Markie, $26. Now there's a bid for $27. He's back in. Let's go back over those claims again. The claims are as follows. Bo Diddley went to Patrick Lear. Blackfoot went to MT Matt. Genesis went to Josh Brown. Ken Roning got Rye Cooter. David V got 13-4 elevators. Patrick Lear got the Mono Buffalo Springfield. David Smith on Arlo Guthrie. Next, Mark Buda, 27 on that. Next thing is Robin Glenn on Andrew Gold. Fresh Air is not a picture disc. Now, Michael Rudolph wants Jimmy B times 2. Jimmy B times 2. Jimmy Buffett times 1. Jimmy Buffett times 2. Sold to Michael Rudolph. What was the last kink? Celluloid Heroes. Celluloid Heroes is $12.50. Gary Wellman next on 13th floor. And then, both Buffetts just sold. Biz Markie 27, now Biz Markie 28. We're back in action, folks. We are back in action. Let's keep going, and I'll probably do the crate again. We got Jethro Tull under wraps. Jethro Tull, $10. Next is Cat, selection for the Richmond Broadway cast, $10. Abacab and Close to Edge coming next month. I will personally definitely be getting close to the edge. I would like to listen to Abacab, so I'll probably order one. Maybe somebody will buy it, and I can convince them to let me open it, because that's another great album. Also, we have Amy Grant, The Collection, $5. Now, Robin just commented Amy Grant. She probably wants this one here. There's another Amy Grant as well. Now, Michael Butler on Jethro Tull. So to Michael Butler. Now, 1965 Classic Rock Collection. An amazing compilation. $12.50. Mr. Buddha. Buddha, you were outbid on Biz Markie. Darren Johnson has it for $28. Just so you know, I think your connection is very delayed because every time he bids 28, 3 minutes later, you bid 29. Just so you know, you're outbid again. Now, Romy Lou gets this Amy Grant. Robin Glenn was second. Next is 1965. Also, Endless Love soundtrack. I Was Made for Loving You. $10. I got John Fred and his Playboy Band. Judy in Disguise with Glasses. $10 on that. Ames English. There is some cover damage at the bottom. We got Whistle Stompin' with Jonathan Winters. $7.50. Hank Williams' Greatest Hits is $12.50. Tony Joe Williams is $12.50. Also, Reflection, $17.50. Bismarcky is sold. Darren Johnson, $28. Thank you for letting me know you're out. The Knack, self-titled, My Sharona, $7.50. Bismarcky's already sold. Annie in Wonderland, Annie has them. Annie in Wonderland is $7.50. Wanda Jackson, By the Time I Get the Phoenix, $6.50. Jay Giles Band Live, $7.50. We're going through a half off bin, no more, no less. Gentle Giant is $10. Giant for a Day. Black Oak, Arkansas, with the Heaven on Earth certificate, $12.50. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell, $10. And Wishbone Ash, self-titled, MCA Records, $10. Wow, a lot of great stuff still left in there. I can tell it's late. I can tell it's the last crate of the night. Kid. Susie put kid, KID. Not for sure what that's for, but we will give Jerry Rock Knack, My Sharona. That's so to Jerry Rock. Gary Wellman on GG for Gentle Giant. So to Gary Wellman. Now Jim Ciascio on Jay Giles. Live, so to Jim Ciascio. Todd Saw in Black Oak, Arkansas, sold. MT Matt is first on Wishbone Ash. Jim, you got Giles, and Gentle Giant's already sold Patrick Lear. Let's go ahead and swap out crates. And while I recap this one, we have filled up that one. Nice, 7 crates full. Boom, just like that. That's what happens when you do half-off records for an hour straight. We've sold pretty much 3 full crates of vinyl. Boom. That's it, especially as fast as I'm reading these off. Next thing we have here is Black Oak, Arkansas is sold already. David V, 65. He wants this Time Life collection. Great decision there. Now, since we had a connection problem, let's go through this crate again. And then next is Wishbone Ash, Airs My, and then Info 65. That just got claimed. Children. I don't know if this is actually a children's LP. I know it looks like a cover, but I think you're talking about this here. I don't think this is actually a children's record. But if you do want it, just let me know. And then let's go through these again, okay? First thing we have here is Peter Frampton, Wind of Change. $5 on Peter Frampton. My Bella Me T-set, that's $10. The Box Tops Cry Like a Baby, $10. Stephen Steele's $10. Also, we had Buffalo Springfield, $20. It's called Buffalo Springfield, $20 on that. CCR Live, how about just $15? And then Brownsville Station, $7.50. That Robin claimed collection, 1965. No, I think she wanted the Amy Grant collection. She was second on the Amy Grant collection. BG's Idea is $10. BG's Idea. Outlaws Playing to Win is $10. We got Peter Frampton's Camel is $5. Hank Williams' 24 Greatest Hits, $15. Also, the Kinks present a soap opera. The Kinks is $12.50. Manaheim Steamroller, Fresh Air 5, $7.50 on that. Avery 7001 on Peter Frampton, sold to Avery. Brownsville Station Air Special, that is $7.50. The Best and the Rest of Bebop Deluxe, $12.50. Fresh Air, $7.50. Also, Head East, A Different Kind of Crazy, $10. Grand Funk, nice copy of On Time. The first copy I ever had a lot of ring wear, and then the next 20 copies I seen all had ring wear. This one doesn't have any ring wear. $10 on that. Avery wants both Framptons. Frampton sold to Avery. Frampton sold to Avery. $5, $5. The Kinks Celluloid Heroes, $12.50. Next is Cats. Cats is $10. Next is Endless Love. I Was Made for Loving You by Kiss is on there. $10 on that. What's next? For John Fred and his Playboy Band. There's some cover damage along the bottom. $10 on that. Judy in Disguise with Glasses. Jonathan Winters, Whistle Stoppin', $7.50. Another Hank Williams comp, $12.50. Tony Joe White was $12.50. The Real Thing. Terry Knight and the Pack, $17.50. Wanda Jackson, $6.50. Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell was $10. And Andy in Wonderland, Annie Haslam. This is not Alice in Wonderland. This is Annie in Wonderland. Next thing is Patrick Lear on GF, and that was for the Grand Funk. Here is On Time, sold to Patrick Lear. Next, and CCR Royal Albert Hall is sold to Todd Sod. Now, no bundle on these. No bundle on these because there's way too many good titles left, and a lot of this I will probably use for the flip crate in the morning. Probably about half of them, and they might even be discounted further. Some of them might be not as cheap, and we'll probably end up selling them all. Michael Butler, so if anybody does want anything, they're right here. I'm going to leave those be. But if somebody does want a bundle, I mean, I'll price them, but there's still some great titles in here. All right, we have No Time to Waste. That was the conclusion of vinyl. No more albums, no more auctions, no more singles. That, folks, is the conclusion of vinyl. Now, for the next hour, if you want to be entertained, you're about to see a CD blitz. I'm going to take these sold CDs right in here, or they sold singles. There's about to be a CD blitz. There's a storm a-brewing. It's called compact disc. There is a storm brewing. It's called compact disc. If anybody wants anything in here, now's the time to claim it. I'm about to flip over an empty crate, and we are about to get to work. Bee Gees is sold to Robin Glenn. Yes, you got Wanda Jackson, Michael Butler. You sure did. And I can go through these pretty fast. You know why? Or I can get started pretty fast. There was already a crate up here from last night we didn't finish. So let's do that right now, okay? Here we go. These are all $6.99. We got about one good hour left in us. I have Wetton and Downs. We had one of those last night. That's John Wetton and Jeff Downs. And that is $6.99. That looks like a great set. Night Ranger, Don't Let Up, deluxe CD and DVD. Night Ranger. Here is Summer Jammin' compilation with Shaggy and Eddie Grant and the DJ Jazzy Jeff. Looks like hip-hop and reggae. Here is Yanni, Reflections of Passion. Here is Nothing. Here is The Middle. The Middle, that's a 4-track, $6.99. What about AKJA, Chapters in Faith? This looks some kind of homemade deal, but I'll leave it in there. Michael Stanley Band, right back at you. There is quite a bit of wear on the jewel case. Unreleased, unrated. That looks pretty interesting there. It's a DVD, and then Totally Hits too. These are all $6.99. Michael Ruttman first on Night Ranger, sold. Next is Sid Blair on Icon, sold. And Susie on MR. That was probably for Night Ranger, so you were next on that. All these are still available if anybody wants them. Let me do some moving around on some crates over here because I'm going to need my trash can probably to pitch some empty jewel cases. I'm sure we'll run across a few empty jewel cases tonight. So let me get my trash can compacted. I actually had more than I wanted to last night. We ran across a bunch of empty discs over there. Angela Lewis third on that. Let's keep going right here. We got CDs galore here. Oh boy, guess what we got? Another Night Ranger. Midnight Madness, Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, Bouvier Free, American Thrash, Walt Disney's Beauty and the Beast, sealed. Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits, sealed. Also, we have Gems, Michael Bolton, The Duet, sealed. Keys 2000. This is Ramos Hugo, The Dream. This is trash. And then over here we have Jermaine Stewart, Frantic Romantic, and that looks like Lionel Richie Renaissance. That is advanced music. Lionel Richie, $6.99. First is Michael Ruttman on Night Ranger. Michael, you got dibs on Midnight Madness or Dawn Patrol. Chris Frazier first on BJ. That was the sealed Bon Jovi, sold. And now here's what's left in this stack. First, Susie got Beauty and the Beast, sold. Here's what's left in the stack. BVR Free, American Trash, not Thrash. How about Trash? Michael Bolton, The Fabulous Grecian Keys, Ramos Hugo's, Jermaine Stewart, Lionel Richie. Next comment is BVR and Hugo. That must be what this is here. That is sold to Chris Riddings. Todd Saw on BJ. BJ for Todd Saw was for Bon Jovi, already sold. Paul next on Dizzy. Robin next on Bon Jovi. Both Night Rangers is sold. Paul Brothers wants the uncensored DVD. That could be pretty interesting here. What is going on the cover? I'm not for sure, but that is sold to Paul Brothers. There we go. Boom, next stack coming at you right now. First thing I have is what? I don't know. We're about to find out. We got Charlotte Church, Just Wave Hello. Charlotte Church, Just Wave Hello. This looks like Santana. I said that the last time. It's Elton John again, the one. Elton John. Here is Nothing. And then here is Little Steven, Freedom. Little Steven, Freedom, 2-disc. Now, let's do this. Hold on one second. I've been keeping these over here for whenever I found them. 1, 2. Okay, that's just duplicates. Here is a 4-disc Zeppelin for $20. 4-disc Zeppelin for $20. So this is from a box set. It's 4 discs of Zeppelin music, $20 on those. Next is Zion, and then we have another Wet and Downs icon, and then we have Pearl Harbor soundtrack, Hans Zimmer, Gold Stamp promo. Nice, Hans Zimmer. I didn't know he did Pearl Harbor. I hadn't watched that in a long time. $6.99 on Pearl Harbor. Next is Ramos Hugos. That must be something still over here, Chris. Ramos Hugos, right here. This right here. So Chris Reddings also wants Ramos Hugos. Chris Reddings also got Zion. And then Burt Jordan got the 4 Zeps for $20. Make sure those go in for $20. Paul Brothers was next. So that stack left another Wet and Downs icon, Pearl Harbor, Charlotte Church, Elton John, and Little Steven. Next is Angela next on Zion. Paul Brothers was first to Pearl Harbor, though. Then Guy Shard and Susie next on Led Zeppelin. Moving right along. Buddy Cordova, you were also next on the Zeppelin. Almost done with this box, and I'll have to run to the back and get some more. What do we have here? This is a 4 CD set. Golden Hits of the 50s. It's never been opened. It is $6.99. Looks like it was $7 at Dollar General store 20 years ago. Here's Little Steven, Voice of America. Here's another Little Steven, Disciples of Souls. These Little Stevens, including the last one, they're both like deluxe editions, just FYI. The Mob, the new melodic supergroup with members of Whitesnake, Winger, Doc and King's X, Night Ranger, and Whitesnake, and it's produced by Kip Winger. We got Kelly Keegy, I'm Alive, Joe Hoekstra, The Moon is Falling, and the Buku 30th Anniversary Live. Those are all $6.99. Next is Donna Turner on the 50. So did Donna for $6.99. Chris Reddings on the Mob. So did Chris Reddings on the Mob. Almost everything I've sold so far here tonight is pretty much not available on vinyl or very difficult to obtain on vinyl. If you're new to the CD world, welcome. I recommend getting you a CD player because there's some cool stuff in here we're selling. A lot of stuff you can't get on vinyl. If you want a physical format of it, this may be the only way. Some of the stuff's probably not even streaming. We sold the Mob. We had another Mob. Chris Reddings on Joel. That's sold to Chris Reddings. Andrew Lewis on M.O. And that was the Mob. And Sid Blair wants Jermaine Stewart. And I think that might already been claimed unless that was in the last stack. I can't believe when no one else got the other Wit and Downs. Is Jermaine Stewart still available or did that get claimed? Jermaine Stewart, Jermaine Stewart, Jermaine Stewart. Jermaine Stewart right here. This is Jermaine Stewart, and that is sold. All right. And guess what? Well, no, there's another handful in this box. Looks like we got some more. Well, we'll just see what they are. Here's Quad City DJs. Come on. Ride It. The Train. That's a maxi single. What do we have here? This is Shut Up Your Face. Joe Dulce. Basic Need to Howl. Promo. Milo Z. Basic Need to Howl. Those are nothing. And then 4Play 4. 4Play 4 and KWS, Please Don't Go, the album. KWS, Please Don't Go. Also over here, those are nothing. Okay, and then Paul Brothers on Quad. And then Quad City DJ sold to Paul Brothers. All right, let me go get a new box. Here we go. Fresh box. That was what was left over we didn't get to last night. We got plenty of time to go through a bunch of CDs tonight. Let's get the party started. It's a compact disc party. I've only got 30,000 more to go. Here, I'll take a picture of this shelf over here just so y'all can see what this thing looks like. And I'm not even pulling off these yet. Let me see what April wants. And then... Sorry. Okay, I was replying to a text. We're good to go now. Oh my gosh. Once there was a way to get back homeward. Once there was a way to get back home. George Burleson, 2 Little Stevens. All right. I actually got one more. I'll give you these 2, George, and I got also Freedom from earlier. I still got another one. I didn't miss any other claims, did I? All right, here we go. Interesting stuff. Here we go. All right, VH1 Storytellers, promo, Bowie, Jewel, The Pretenders, Counting Crow, Stevie Nicks, Sheryl Crow, MTV, Party to Go, Dr. Dre, Tag Team, Tupac, Tony, Philip Berg, Solo Piano, Cinema, that looks interesting, Steps Ahead, Live in Tokyo, Michael Brecker, Mike Manieri, Mike and Stern, Simon Phillips, Another Lifetime, Rich and Roach, Battle of the Drums, Tony Bennett, Perfectly Frank, Universal Records Pop Rock Sampler. This is Light. Yep. We have what? Tuck and Payne, Learning to Fly. Oh my gosh. It's Tupac, Greatest Hits. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I knew something didn't feel right. That's a copy. That's a TDX copy. And then Celine Dion, The Power of Love. Okay, $6.99. The Tupac is a TDX copy. I knew it. It was too light. It's too light. All right, so first thing we have over here is what? We had George Burleson sold on that other one as well. So all 3 Little Stevens sold to George Burleson, and then John Durden first on Party. So Party is Party to Go. That's sold to John Durden. And then Shakedown was second. No, Shakedown put Story. I think Shakedown wanted Storytellers, right? John Durden got Party. Shakedown got Storytellers. Donna next on MTV. Michael Ruttman next on MTV. Robin next on MTV. Susie Breedlove got Pop. Susie Breedlove got Pop Rock. Donna. Now, if you still want Pac, let me know, Donna. I think everybody's going to end up passing. I knew it didn't feel right. That is a copy. Now, it's in the original jewel case, probably. That's the original artwork. It's just a TDX copy of that. So it's Donna, then Shakedown, Romelu on Tony Bennett, and as usual, if y'all get any of these and it's not the right disc in them, whenever y'all get them, just let Ed know. We don't have time to check all these. There's no way. We wouldn't be able to do this. And then it's Chris, then Michael, then Susie, then Michael, and then Ken Roning wants Rich and Roach. This is sold to him. Thank you on that. That's sold to Ken Roning. And then Pass on Pac. George Burleson says, I'll take Freedom, Little Steven. I got you for it, Pass. And then over here, we got Pass. And then over here, yeah, CD bootlegs, not cool. Vinyl bootlegs, everybody wants them. Okay, so was there anybody that wants this? Just speak now or forever hold your peace. Paul Brothers got Celine Dion, and that left Tuck and Payne, Learning to Fly, sealed. Simon Phillips, Steps Ahead, Live in Tokyo, and Philip A.A. Berg, A.A. Ron. It's A.A. Berg. Those are still available. So is the copy of Pac. The copy of Pac. That's a Tupac copy, folks. Tupac copy. All righty. Here we go. They're trying to check most of these, by the way. What do we have here? This is sealed. Celtic Journey. Celtic Journey is sealed. That looks interesting. And then here is Next, Rated Next, a promo. Purple Rain by Prince. Prince, $6.99. We got All for Love. Next is Spice Girls. Oh my gosh. And then here is Sonique, It Feels So Good. Akon, no artwork, Belly Dancer Bonanza. It's a single. It's actually got 2 tracks, 6 mixes. Nice. Mariah Carey, Butterfly. Also, we have, Whitney Houston with a lenticular. The Preacher's Wife, Whitney Houston. Also over here, the single soundtrack. That's cool. And Tony Bennett's Missing a Disc. Sorry, I'm texting back. Texting over here. Sorry, I'm texting and selling CDs. That can be dangerous. You hear all the time, don't text and drive. Do not text and sell CDs. First thing over here is what is Donna put next. So did Donna. Next. Gone. And then a shakedown on Prince. Then Stephen Parton next on Prince. Donna on All for One. Right up Donna's alley here. Melanie Jennings next on Prince. Burt Jordan next on Prince. Susie first on Spice Girls. Celtic is So to Paul Brothers. Sonique. So to Leslie Holt. What is next? Robin next on Spice. Donna on Mariah Carey. Next is Paul on Spice. Donna on Whitney. Mariah next with Paul. Stephen Parton first on Singles. And that list, Shakedown next on Singles. Amanda next on Singles. Robin next on Whitney Houston. Mike next on Singles. Paul next on Singles. And the only thing left is Akon, Belly Dancer, Bonanza. And folks, we have our first full stack of showed CDs here. Wow, those are showed CDs. And let me go ahead and take that stack right around the corner. I'm the man in the corner. I am Chad. All right, done and done. One more night. One more CD box. Here we go. Where should I grab a handful out of here? Oh my goodness. This looks like a Donna Turner special here. Everybody better have their fingers ready. Oh my gosh. Here we go. We have sealed Blood on the Dance Floor, Michael Jackson, History in the Mix. My goodness. Next is Marcia Griffin's Carousel. This is Luther Vandross, The Best of Love, Volume 2. Babyface, MTV Unplugged. Mariah Carey, self-titled. This is Chris Rock, Roll with the New. Chris Rock, All for One, and the Music Speaks. How about Boys to Men on Bended Knee, Boys to Men. Next is The Braxtons. Next is Yanni, Keys to Imagination. Also, Bobby Brown, Dance, You Know It. Whoa, a Prince single, a German import of Erotic City and I Would Die for You. It's a single. That's interesting. And then we have The Temptations, Phoenix Rising, a gold stamp promo, and All for One, another gold stamp promo. On and on. All for One, on and on. Holy moly. That's going to be a wipeout of a stack. Goodness gracious. Blah. Next thing we have here is who and what and when, and let's also try to figure out why and how. And then all of a sudden, I got a big hankering for a big glass of milk and some Oreos. I don't know about y'all, but it just happened. Donna Turner got MJ. Michael Ruttman was second. Susie Breelove got Seal. No Seal in here. And then the next thing is Jim B on Michael Jackson. Donna Turner on Luther Vandross. Thank you, Donna on Luther. Donna on BF for Babyface. And then Michael Jackson. Donna, what just happened here? The next thing is Paul Brothers on LB. I think that was LV for Luther Vandross, maybe. And then Donna on Mariah Carey. That's sort of Mariah Carey. So did Donna Turner. Then Paul Brothers. And then, God, mind blown. Paul Brothers next to Mariah Carey. I think Donna got two comments in one. She got Mariah Carey and Boys to Men. Paul next to Mariah. Shakedown first on Prince. Rob and Glenn got All for One. John Durden next on Prince. Amanda next on Prince. Boys to Men, Jim B was next, or Paul Brothers was next. Jim B next on Prince. Michael Ruttman next on Prince. Donna first on Temptations. Rob and Glenn first on Bobby Brown. Guy Shard on P. And P was probably Prince, maybe, but either way, next. Then Burt Jordan on Temptations. Robin next on Temptations. And so here's what's left. All for One, On and On. Yanni, Keys to Imagination. The Braxtons, So Many Ways. Chris Rock, Roll with the New. And Marcia Griffin's Carousel. Now, to my knowledge, none of those were claimed. And everything else I just said was sold. People in the operation room is going to stab me if I don't make all this clear and concise. I'm going to walk in tomorrow and say, guys, I was stabbed. That's going to be the post on Facebook. It's just going to be a word post in all letters. It's going to say, folks, I was stabbed. That'd probably get a lot of activity, actually. Here is Tupac. Strictly for I won't finish the title. This is Tupac. That's a real one. $6.99. Holy moly. Wycliffe Jean presents the Carnival featuring Refugee All-Stars. Next is the Jets, Magic. Also, we have Criss Cross, Totally Crossed Out. Criss Cross, whoa. Coolio, Gangster's Paradise from the motion picture, whoa. Samantha Fox, I Want to Have Some Fun, whoa. Here's Yanni. Yanni, that is Optimistique, whoa. Michael Jackson, Bad, nice, whoa. Michael Jackson, Dangerous, whoa. We have Maximilian, Take Your Time. Back in the Day, Jams. That's like a really cool, like cameo Parliament, Rick James. And then Tony Braxton, $6.99 for Secrets. This might be more hectic than metal CDs. I think it is. This R&B stuff and Michael Jackson, this is like, there's like punches, there's blood all over the dance floor. I think that was the name of one of those Michael Jacksons. Okay, first thing we have was Paul Brothers wants Yanni from that last stack. Oh, Yanni over here. That's so to Paul Brothers. And Donna was first on Tupac Shakur. Nice, Tupac. His stuff, like I can get that on vinyl. I never ordered. It's expensive. Like the cost on it, or the, well, let's say MSRP, I think it's like $69.99 for a double album. That's why y'all never see me have those. But I guess I need to order some because obviously Tupac, gonna sell. Donna was first. Shakedown was second. Michael Ruttman third. Jim B fourth. Shakedown first on Wycliffe Jean though. And then Donna. Paul next on Tupac, then Susie. Donna on KK for Criss Cross. Shakedown on Cool for Coolio. Paul Brothers next on Wycliffe Jean. Melanie said Testing. Donna next on Coolio. Susie next on Coolio. Donna, you got dibs on MJ. I know what that's going to mean. She's probably going to take both. Paul next on Coolio. Paul next on MJ. Michael next on MJ. Bert next on MJ. Robin next on MJ. Susie next on MJ. Melanie Bennett on Tony Braxton. Vicki Allison gets the jams. And then over here, we have Donna wants both MJ. So the only thing left in that stack was the Jets, Samantha Fox, Yanni, and Maximilian. Take Your Time. That's the only ones left in there. Coming up next is what? We have no idea. I have no idea. Let's just grab a stack right out here. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. I'm looking at some of the titles. Goodness. All right, everybody pop your neck and crack your knuckles. Hope you've already walked your dog. If not, he's probably like any day now. It's only 1 a.m. Here we go. We got the Essential 80s, 85 to 89, the Essential 80s. Michael Bolton, Vintage. Prince. This is Thieves in the Temple. That's a single. Prince. Notorious. Biggie. Born Again. A promo Biggie. Real McCoy. One More Time. Levert. The Whole Scenario. We have Jose, no, what's that say? Juice, Joose. Robin S. From Now On. Sam Cooke, The Man and His Music. I think that's an early CD. Like 1986. And Little Richard's 18 Greatest Hits from those original recordings on Specialty. So if you listen to that, it will be the original. A wop bop, boom bop, blah bop bop boom. Tutti Frutti. Ah, Rudy. I got a girl named Sue. She just knows what to do. Next is who? Robin Glenn wants the Jets. Robin Glenn got the Jets. Jet. That's a Paul McCartney song. Next is Donna Turner on Prince. So did Donna Turner. Shakedown was second. Jim B was third. Shakedown first, though, on Biggie. Donna was second. Paul Brothers got the 80s. Paul next on Prince. Bert next on Prince. Robin next on 80s. Donna on Levert or Levert. Levert. That is so to Donna. Jim B on Big. And Big was for Biggie. And then Mark Buddha. Then Paul Brothers. And then Donna Turner on Sam. And then Bert Jordan on Little Richard. And that left the following. Robin S. From Now On. Joose. Real McCoy and Michael Bolton. Holy moly. A wop, bomp, boom, bomp, a bomp, bomp, bomb. Let's keep going. The Jets already sold. Next is public announcement. All work, no play. Prince. Prince, back to back. This is Emancipation. I don't know what this one's called. And then Mark Morrison, Return of the Mac. Blackstreet, Another Level. Mark Morrison, Return of the Mac. Whitney Houston by Whitney Houston. In Trance, Happy Hour. Warren G, Regulate G, Funk Era. And there's old Big Bub. There's Big Bub, You Need Love. Big Bub. Promo sticker. Promo sticker on Big Bub. All right, let's see who gets what. First on that stack was Paul Brothers wants Michael Bolton from the last stack. So did Paul Brothers. Donna, first on P. Now, P was probably for Prince. Okay? So, Donna, that means your dibs. I think she'll take both. Susie on O, which was probably for Prince. And then Jim B next on Prince. And then Donna is first on MM. And that was Mark Morrison. Now there's two. There's two Mark Morrisons here. I'm going to give Donna the first one with the hop sticker and the gold stamp promo. That's probably the better one, and she was first. And then Michael next on Prince. Then Burt Jordan next on Prince. And then Susie also corrected her comment still later on Prince. And then Donna on BS. And BS was for Blackstreet. Donna did get Whitney Houston. Donna did also get Warren G. Shakedown put WA, probably for Warren G. Donna also got Big Bub. Michael Ruttman next on Warren G. Mark Buddha was second. Robin Glenn on BS. Not available anymore. Eric next on Warren G. And then Donna gets both Prince. Holy moly. The only thing left there is another Mark Morrison, Return of the Mac, In Trance, Happy Hour, and Public Announcement. Sealed. All work, no play. Hope everybody's got their fingers ready. Here comes another stack. Here comes my girl. That is a Tom Petty song. Okay, next thing we have, I don't know. Let's flip it over. Culture Beat, Serenity. Also, we have Take 6, Greatest Hits. Also have Robin R. We got Stevie B, Love and Emotion. We got George Duke, Is Love Enough? We got Roy Haynes, T-View. We also got Larry Coryell, Tom Coster, and Steve Smith, Cause and Effect. Kenny G, Duo Tones. The Chick Corea Electric Band. Dave Weckl, Master Plan. And Dave Weckl, Hardwired. The next is, let's see here. Next is Susie wanted PA for, Donna wanted PA for public announcement. First claim is Donna on T6. T6, so did Donna. That was Take 6. So did Donna. Next is Donna on GD. And GD was for George Duke. So did Donna. Next is Donna on RH. That was for Roy Haynes. And then next is Donna on Kenny G. So did Donna. Now my stack is really tall. Here's what's left. Culture Beat, Robin is here. Steve B, Love and Emotion. Larry Coryell, Chick Corea, Dave Weckl, and Dave Reckel. Let's go ahead and take this stack to the back. I've got one more handful in this box, and it's time for a new box. It's a new box time. I got one question for Donna, since we're in a little bit of a low moment here. Donna, are you typing on a keyboard, an iPad? I'm very curious how you're even getting the keystrokes in fast enough. I'm very curious how, I don't know if she's on a keyboard. She has one of those chips. She's got one of those chips in her brain, Neuralink. Those people with the Neuralink chips can just think about the letters and they automatically type. She's on a laptop. She is fast. Holy moly. That's impressive. She's got one of those Neuralink. She's just thinking about them. Just automatically types it for you. Elon chip. Okay, first thing we have is this. We have Lisa Lisa and Cult Jam, Spanish Fly. Next is 2 Unlimited, Hits Unlimited. Tia Marie, Star Child. Next is Corona, The Rhythm of the Night. Mariah Carey, Music Box. 98 Degrees and Rising. This looks like, there he is, My Name Is. Slim Shady with promo stickers. Holy moly. And there's old Bobby Brown. There's old Bobby Brown there. That is Forever, sealed with hype sticker. And let's see who was first. First is Robin Glenn on LL. That was Lisa Lisa. Robin gets the Lisa Lisa. Donna Turner on Tina Marie. Next is Donna Turner on Mariah Carey. Next is Robin Glenn on Tia Marie. Jim B on Eminem, My Name Is. Donna Turner was next. Then Shakedown. Then Lucas Patterson. Donna Turner on Bobby Brown. And we have Robin Glenn next on Eminem. That leaves 98 Degrees, Corona, and 2 Unlimited, Hits Unlimited. All right, now let's go get a new box, folks. We have went through a whole box. Not much left in that one. Goodness gracious, not much left in all. Let's toss that right over here. Let's go get a new box. A new box. My name is Slim Shady. Neuralink chip. Impossible time reaction. How could you beat somebody that could think about it? Cyborg. All right. What do we got on over here, folks? My name is... My name is... I can't get to those. All right, let's get these. Man, there's a great tub. I saw Mark Bolan and T-Rex. I see Tears for Fears, Elemental. Just stuff I can't get to. We got to just do them one at a time. Let's go ahead and knock all these out. Here we go. Fingers up. Ringo Starr, I Want to Be Santa Claus, no artwork. Ringo Starr. Peter Gabriel, So nice. Peter Gabriel. This is Winter, Fire, and Snow, songs for the holiday season. Columbia, Christmas Classics. Warrant, Blood, Sweat, and Beers Tour. I bet it's a bootleg. A live Warrant bootleg, cool. This is Winger, no artwork. Winger. What about Clay Walker there? Rumor has it, Clay Walker. Kenny Chesney, I Will Stand. We got Joe D. Messina, I'm All Right, promo. What about Martina McBride, Wild Angels? What about Faith Hill, It Matters to Me? What about Celebrate the Season? Celebrate the Season. That is some kind of Christmas. Amy Grant, Toby Keith, Moody Blues, Josh Tesh, $6.99. All right. Jim B wants to put back Eminem and give it to Donna. I already have it. That's like a $3,000 CD, Jim B. Are you kidding me? So, Donna, you get Eminem Slim Shady. She wins again. She even wins in the putbacks. All right, so that's sold to Donna. Change that. Melanie Jennings first on RS. Ringo Starr, that's sold to Melanie. Michael Ruttman got Peter Gabriel. Susie was next. And then Melanie Jennings wants CCC, Columbia Christmas Classics. Robin Glenn first on Warrant. Paul Brothers next on Peter Gabriel. Michael Ruttman next on Warrant. Chris Riddick next on Warrant. Clay Moore next on Warrant. Susie next on Warrant. Paul next on Warrant. Angela next on Warrant. And then Robin Glenn on MC. Robin Glenn on MC. Robin Glenn on MC. Robin Glenn on MC. MC was for I'm Not For Sure. And then Paul Brothers put Winner. And then Susie put KC. And, okay, so let me figure some of this out. Robin, what was your MC for? She meant KC for Kenny Chesney. Okay, so that's so to Robin. And then Paul, your winger. I bet that was for winger, wasn't it? Paul wanted winger. Susie next on Kenny Chesney. Paul Brothers first on Faith Hill. Romelu on CEL. Romelu on CEL. 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 Not for sure on that one. And then Paul, I did not get your 98 degrees, but I will right now. Paul also wanted 98 degrees. That was from earlier. I got you now, okay? So thank you on that. So here's what's left. Celebrate the Season, Martina McBride, Joe D. Messina, Clay Walker, and Winter, Fire, and Snow. Those are still available, okay? Let me crisscross applesauce some of these here, or uncrisscross applesauce them. Let me put those right back there. Nice. And Stephen Parton on Clay Walker. All right, nice, nice. Might be getting into some stuff here that's really tough to get on vinyl, like some country stuff. We have Tim McGraw, Everywhere. We have David Foster, Christmas album. Tim McGraw, Everywhere promo. The Judds, #1 hits. Tim McGraw, Set This Circus Down. The Judds, Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Holiday Entertaining Music. What a cool cover. Holiday Entertaining Music. Here is Little Texas, Kick a Little, No Artwork, Winona Judd, Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces, the Dixie Chicks. Next thing we have is, we have Romelu on Celebrate Christmas. We got Celebrate the Snow, or Celebrate the Season. That's what Romelu wanted, Celebrate the Season. All right, that's so to Romelu, done. Next is Robin Glenn on MM. Robin Glenn on MM. MM for Robin Glenn. MM, that's probably Martina McBride from earlier. That's so to Robin Glenn, Martina McBride. Then Robin's first on Kid. Robin's first on Kid. Kid, is that still over here too? Kid. Robin Glenn, Kid. Was that an autocorrect from Judd's? And then Paul Brothers on Tim McGraw. Paul, you got dibs on three Tim McGraws, 2 different ones, or you could say all or one of each. And then Paul's possibly next on Judd's, and then Stephen Parton on Chicks, and then Winona is sold to Robin Glenn. So Stephen got Chicks, Robin got Winona, and now Robin, the only one that's confused me so far is you put KID. Okay, so here's been your comments. KID, Judd, WY, Judd, WY. So if this is for the Judds, you got a couple different picks there. Okay, and then I'm going to give Paul the Tim McGraw CDs. Thank you, Paul Brothers. Kid was Judds. Okay, I'm going to give you both of them. Both sold to you, and that leaves David Foster, Holiday Entertaining, and the Little Texas, Kick a Little, that's missing the artwork. Next thing here is more CDs. Here is Winona Judd Sampler, a collection from 3 important works. That looks interesting, some kind of promo. Nice. Garth Brooks, In Pieces. Martina McBride, Wild Angels. This is Neil McCoy's Greatest Hits. John Barry's Greatest Hits. Black Hawk 2, Strong Enough. Clay Walker, If I Could Make a Living. John Michael Montgomery, Home to You. Tracy Byrd, No Ordinary Man. Garth Brooks, The Hits, Limited Time Only. And Trisha Yearwood, The Song Remembers When. Those are all $6.99. First thing is Stephen Parton on Garth Brooks. That's so to Stephen. Next is Leslie Holt on the Winona Sampler. And then Paul Brothers on MM from Martina McBride. And that leaves Neil McCoy. That leaves John Barry. That leaves Black Hawk. It leaves Clay Walker. Clay Walker is sold to Paul Brothers. Leslie Holt on Garth Brooks, The Hits. Stephen Parton second on that one. So that leaves Trisha Yearwood, Tracy Byrd, John Michael Montgomery, Black Hawk, John Barry, and Neil McCoy. Moving right along. Next thing is what? Let's do a random handful right here. Okay? First thing we have is Oops, I Did It Again, Britney Spears. Oops, I Did It Again. This is, who signed this? Where's that copied? Stuart Smith, Heaven and Earth. Also, nice, Smashing Pumpkins. That is Smashing Pumpkins. Is that technically self-titled? That's not available on vinyl. Autograph, that's the stuff. Autograph. What about South Gang? South Gang. What about Soul Asylum? And then we have Sons of Angels. Also, Patti Smythe. That is Patti Smythe self-titled. Here is Michael W. Smith, Live the Life. Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. Rick Springfield, Karma. And there's another Britney, Baby One More Time. There it is. And it even has the merch insert still with it. There she is. You can order a t-shirt, a poster. Wow, t-shirt, $20. That's probably selling on eBay right now for $3.90. I'm glad those fell off there and not... Oh, no. I dropped my first CD. I dropped my first CD out of thousands. They're flying all over the table. What did I drop? It's perfectly okay. I dropped the Sons of the Angels. I bet somebody claimed it too. I just broke the jewel case. I just dropped the first CD. Okay, so let's go over here. And I know somebody got Neil McCoy. Let's go back to the top. Sherry Darnell got Neil McCoy. And Robin, I've already pulled those Judds for you. Robin, those Judds have already been pulled. I am so fast, you didn't even see me do it. I have pulled those long ago. And then Sherry Darnell on John Michael Montgomery. And then Robin Glenn on BB. Now, I got all these out of order. Robin Glenn on BB. Robin Glenn on BB. Brittany. Robin Glenn on BB. Robin Glenn put BB. Is that something from the last stack? Or was that supposed to be for Britney Spears? I'm not for sure, but we'll move on. And then Shakedown got Smashing Pumpkins. Stephen Parton was second. Jim B was third. Clay Moore on Autograph. Clay Moore, you get Autograph. And then next is Michael Ruttman. Stephen Parton on Soul Asylum. Sold on Soul Asylum. Stephen Parton. That one was still down in this crate. Right here, Soul Asylum. That is sold to Stephen Parton. Angela next on Autograph. Chris Redding on Heaven South. South Gang. Chris Redding on South Gang. That's sold to you. Next is Angela Lewis on SH. SH for Angela Lewis. SH. I'm going to move on. Mike Ospaw next on Autograph. Jerry next on Autograph. Robin put BB again. Still not for sure what that was. We'll move on from that. And then Chris got South Gang. And then did I get the Judds or Winona? I got you for 2 Judds and a Winona. I got you for 2 Judds and a Winona. And then Susie next on Smashing Pumpkins. And then Regina on Rick Springfield. You're going to want all those, Robin, I promise. And then Regina got Rick Springfield. And then Awesome. And she put BB twice for Britney Spears. These are both sold to Robin Glenn. So we have Sons of an Angel, now with a cracked jewel case. I got Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. I have Michael W. Smith, Live the Life. I got Patti Smythe, and I got Stuart Smith, Heaven and Earth. Okay? Those are done and done. Next handful. My stack's almost full here, so let me go ahead and take it to the back. Kind of an interesting time for me to pause and go ahead and take these to the back. Oops, I did it again. Baby One More Time. Britney Spears, as featured in that Austin Powers movie. Gold member. Yeah, baby. That's when he catches that bullet with his teeth. Here we go. Garth Brooks, No Fences. Ty England, self-titled. Kevin Sharp, Love Is. We got Tracy Lawrence, I See It Now, No Artwork. Trisha Yearwood, Where Your Road Leads. Little Texas, Gold Stamp Promo. Faith Hill Cry. I thought that was Britney Spears for a second. Looks just like her. Garth Brooks Sevens, and there it is. Shania Twain, come on over. There was probably, no exaggeration, about 20 million of these made on CD. Around 20 million CDs, copies sold. Something crazy like that. Garth Brooks. Garth Brooks is sold to Stephen Parton. Next is Paul Brothers next on Garth Brooks. Robin on Little Texas. Little Texas, so to Robin. Clay Moore on Ty. Ty England, so to Paul. And then Clay Faith Hill, so to Paul. And then ST, so to Paul. Shania Twain. And Sherry Darnell wants Tracy Lawrence here. And that leaves another Garth Brooks 7s if anybody wants that one. And then Trisha Yearwood still available, Kevin Sharp, and Angela's going to try the Sons of the Angels that I dropped. Thank you. That's so to you. Moving right along, everybody. Next thing is Mariah Carey, Emotions. Mariah Carey, Shy, S-H-A-I, If I Ever Fall in Love. How about Lionel Richie, Louder Than Words? Terrence Trent D'Arby, The Hardline. Cool and the Gang, Emergency. Here is Crown of Thorns, Breakthrough. Looks like a copy. It is. Here's Crown of Thorns, Lost Cathedral. Those are copies. This is Rodney Carrington, Morning Wood. Rodney Carrington, Morning Wood. And then over here we have another Crown of Thorns, Karma. Those look like some kind of copies. Next thing over here was Sherry Darnell on Tracy Lawrence. I already pulled that, Son of Angels. Stephen Parton got 7s. That's so to Stephen Parton. Donna got Mariah Carey. Donna's back. Donna got Shay. That's sold. And then Donna got TTD, sold. Paul next on S, probably for Shy. Robin got Cool. Then Bert. Stephen Parton got the Rodney Carrington. And then Paul Brothers was next. That leaves the 3 Crown of Thorns, Lionel Richie, Kevin Sharp, and Trisha Yearwood still available. Next is going up right now. Let's grab some more. Let's do this. Let's do that. Here comes a bunch more right here. We got Keely Coffee, Walk On. Keely Coffee, Walk On. Dixie Chicks, Home. Rascal Flatts, Still Feel Good. Doug Supernaw, You Still Got Me. Garth Brooks, new song from the limited series box set, Promo. Wow. How about, oh my gosh. The Life of Chris Gaines. Are you kidding me? Folks, there it is. The alter ego of Garth Brooks. Wow, Slaughter out of nowhere. Slaughter coming out of nowhere. Billy Squire coming out of nowhere. More Billy Squire coming out of nowhere. Billy Squire coming out of nowhere. Billy Squire coming out of nowhere. And Bruce Springsteen track sampler. Some kind of promo Bruce Springsteen sampler. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. What is going on? First thing is this. Donna Turner on RF. Donna Turner on RF. Rascal Flatts. Donna sweeping up some country. Uh-oh. And then Sherry Darnell got Trisha Yearwood from that last stack. Trisha. So from that last stack to Sherry Darnell. Angela was next on RF. That was Rascal Flatts. Paul next on Rascal Flatts. Jim B on the $3,000 Garth Brooks CD. And then Paul Brothers was next. Leslie out of nowhere on the out of nowhere Billy Squires. You got dibs on 1 Billy Squire, 2 Billy Squire, 3 Billy Squire, 4 Billy Squires. Or that could have been for Bruce Springsteen. Leslie, your pick. And then Paul on Slaughter. Mike will give him dibs either on BS or BS. Robin next on Slaughter. Angela next on BS. Mark Buddha next on Slaughter. Paul possibly next on Bruce. And then that leaves Chris Gaines, Doug Supernaw, the Dixie Chicks, and Keely Coffee. All right. So first, Jim B, he just wants the Chris Gaines one. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to put back, we are going to put back what? The Garth Brooks sampler. He wanted Chris Gaines. So I'm going to put that back here. Boy, I hope I just didn't mess those up. I think I just messed those up. Rodney Carey. Yeah, Chris, that goes there. Yeah. Okay. Now, Leslie gets all 4 of the Billy Squires. Those are sold. Okay. So Doug Supernaw, Dixie Chicks, and Keely Coffee. Now, was there anybody else on GB? The next person on GB was Paul Brothers. So, Paul, if you want this, box set promo sampler, just say yes or sold. Now, Mike, if your BS was for Bruce, this is yours. If not, it goes to Angela. And Angela, if your BS was for Bruce, if not, it goes to Paul Brothers. All right? Here we go. Let's put up some more here. I think I have time to finish this box and go dig out that tub that I seen was loaded with rock that I don't think I've ever gone through before. So passes on the Garth Brooks. So this is up for grabs. And that means Bruce Springsteen is sold. Bruce Springsteen is sold to Paul Brothers. Nice. All right, let's do some more here. We got plenty of time. We got Clay Walker, rumor has it, sealed. Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits collection. More Crown of Thorns. I'm not for sure what's going on here. They're all homemade. Maybe a local group or something. Martina McBride. Next over here is Real McCoy, Another Night. Shaggy. Hot Shot, Shaggy. Also, we have McBride and The Ride. This is Perfect Stranger. Also, we have Lori Morgan, My Heart. There's old Lori Morgan. There's Joe D. Messina. Oh, my goodness. There is more Shania Twain. And then there's more Smashing Pumpkins, Machina. That's the one I was thinking about earlier. That's the actual album. Sly Boys. Looks like a copy. It is. Sly Boys is a copy. Slaughter looks like a copy. It is. Slaughter's a copy. And then here is a Slaughter single, American Pie. Wow, a lot of stuff there. Who got the first Slaughter? The first Slaughter from the last pile went to you, Paul Brothers. You got the Slaughter from the last pile. All right, a lot of stuff to pick from there. That was a bunch. That was a bunch, okay? So the most recent, newest comment was Burt Jordan said he does want that Garth Brooks. So that is so to Burt Jordan. Stephen Parton's next. He got Alan Jackson. Sherry Darnell on Clay Walker. All right, and then we got Stephen Parton on ST. ST, and then SP. That was for Shania Twain and Smashing Pumpkins. He got ST and SP. The Shakedown was next. Sherry Darnell on old Shaggy. And then Mark Buddha put Pum-O. Pum-O. P-U-M-O. No claim there. And then that's probably for Pumpkins. Burt Jordan next, then Jim B. And then Robin Glenn on Slaughter. Now, Robin, there's a Slaughter copy and there's a Slaughter single. Your picks on those. All right, and that leaves Sly Boys, which looks like it's a copy. And then Joe D. Messina, Lori Morgan, Perfect Stranger, McBride and The Ride, Real McCoy, Martina McBride, and he said he'd do all the Corn of Thorns for $3 each. These copies, let's dig those out then. All right, there's these here. So there's a total of 4. Sell all those to Chris Reddings for $12. Sold. Done. Robin says neither Slaughters. She had a change of heart. All right, let's go get another box. That one is done. Well, before I dig out that tub, there is another a box of CDs from this collection we probably need to go ahead and try. How much time do we have left? Because it's not much. We're probably going to have to get started, and then we'll resume where we left off last night, okay? So let me go ahead and get started, and then we'll have to resume, or excuse me, not last night. We'll have to resume tomorrow where we leave off. I got to move some empty boxes out of the way. Let me throw that across the room. Let me throw that across the room. I love throwing stuff around back here. I will make a mess in a hurry. All right, can I get this tub out? Getting this tub out is going to take probably about as much time. To get this tub out, it's going to take as much time probably that we have left. So let me just grab this next box from this collection. And it has a wide variety. And let's get started with it. It has a wide variety. Seven, 12 minutes. All right. First thing we have right here, Michael Butler. Are you sure you want to go to bed? You never know what's going to be next. It could be a CD you've been looking for your entire life. Let's get started right here. Oh, man. Right off the top, here we have the Best of the Doors. Nice, double pack. The Best of the Doors. How cool is that? Next is Eagles' Greatest Hits. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits. Bad Company, 10 from 6, a Greatest Hits. Jimmy Buffett, Greatest Hits. 3 rockin' CDs, the rockin' 80s. Quiet Riot, Warrant, Brittany Fox. 3 disc. Grammys, Greatest Moments, the Grammys. Voices That Care. Also, we have a tribute to Freddie Mercury. The Most Played Oldies on America's Jukeboxes, and Arista, a 15-year history of hits. Wow, that's going to be a knockout, drag out. All right. Next is Mark Buddha on D for Doors. So to Mark Buddha. Donna on Eagles for Eagles. Next is Romelu, next on Doors. Robin Glenn first on Steve Miller Band. Next is Mark Buddha on the 80s. Robin Glenn next on the 80s. Burt Jordan on Rock 80s. Vicky next on 80s. And then Susie said there's 5 minutes left. Angela next on Rock. And then Leslie Holt wants the Arista. Leslie Holt got the Arista. Susie Breedlove on FM. Freddie Mercury tribute. Wow, there's some great stuff still left in there. The Most Played Oldies on Motown's Greatest Jukeboxes. Or what's that called? The Most Played Oldies on America's Jukeboxes. Motown. That's a Motown comp. Four Tops, Supremes, Diana Ross, Temptations. Voices That Care is a single. Yeah, that's a single. Grammy's Greatest Moments. Hold on a minute. No, Rock. I messed up. I said I didn't tag this. Hold on one second. Let me actually redo those right quick. Let me redo those. I messed up. Mark Buddha got D for Doors. That's still right. Donna got Eagles for Eagles. That's right. Romelu next on Doors. Robin got SMB. Mark Buddha was first on this. Mark Buddha was first on that. 80s, yeah. Mark Buddha got that. And then Robin Glenn. And then Burt Jordan. Then Vicki Allison. And then Susie, then Angela, then Leslie still got Arista. Freddie Mercury went to Susie. Robin Glenn was next. Donna on Motown. Donna got Motown. And then Robin was next. Robin got Grammys. Okay. And then Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits, Songs You Know by Heart. And Bad Company, 10 from 6, is like a hit sampler. It has Can't Get Enough, Feel Like Making Love, One with the Pack, Shooting Star, Bad Company, Rock and Roll Fantasy. That's a good one. And now Jimmy Buffett, so does Sherry Darnell. All right, I might have time to squeeze in one really good handful like that, just in case the Facebook feed ends. If the Facebook feed ends, that means it's the end of the show. And I know we will do this again tomorrow. Big night for us here at ColleCo. It's Thursday night, metal night. We'll try to slip in as many CDs. But Thursdays is never really any big promise because we're pretty hectic with Metal Night, and it will probably take us all the way up to the end. This is the end. Speaking of the Doors, and then what else do we have here? And no part 2 on YouTube. Nope, Paul Brothers got Bad Company. Let's just move right here. Time's ticking. It's probably about to expire. We better get started. Let me go ahead and grab a few more right here. That was a great handful I grabbed. Maybe I can find another crate like that. Let me grab right here and just see what happens, okay? First thing we have here is Mad About You soundtrack. Music from, that's from Seinfeld. Remember when Susan's making George watch that? Mad About You. He looks like he's absolutely miserable. Boston Third Stage. How about Rick Braun, Full Stride? Here is Thunder Drum, Scott Fitzgerald. Ooh, The Sounds of Horror. Andrews Vollweiter, Down to the Moon. Vital Information with Steve Smith. Kenny G Silhouette. Yanni Out of Silence. Yanni Out of Silence. And we have a few more here. We got Keith Urban B here. The Wedding Singer soundtrack. The Wedding Singer soundtrack, Volume 2. Those are all $6.99. Also, I have what? I've got MTV Party to Go. I got Cocktail Music. I got more Yanni. I got Nat King Cole, Billie Holiday, more Yanni, and Chick Corea Acoustic Band. Boy, I got a lot of stuff to tag too. All right, so the first thing we have is Donna Turner on RB. RB, that was for Rick Braun. And then Donna got KG. That was for Kenny G. And then the next thing was what? We had Angela Lewis on Boston. Angela Lewis got Boston. Robin Glenn on MYWE. 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 I'm not for sure on that one. And then Leslie Holt, I'm going to give you both weddings. Robin was next on wedding. Mike was next on wedding. Robin next on wedding. Sherry Darnell and Keith Urban. Donna Turner on Billie Holiday. Donna got Billie Holiday. And then Robin also got MTV. Robin got MTV Party to Go. Adam Bernardi on Chick Corea Acoustic Band. All right, that's probably it. That's it. We still got Mad About You, Thunder Drums, Scott Fitzgerald, Sounds of Horror. That looks wild. 42 tracks, all kinds of spooky sound effects. Andrews Vollenwater, Vital Information, Yanni, Cocktail Music, Yanni, Nat King Cole, and Yanni. So if you're still watching and you want to claim anything that's left in that stack, there it is. Facebook's probably about the end. Welcome everybody to ColleCo. This is the end of the show. This is the end. And that is it. WS was wedding. You were still next on that, Robin. Leslie was still first, it looks like. All righty. How much time's left? Are we still live? Let's see what it says on YouTube. Let me pull up the actual YouTube app. YouTube says we've been live for... How do you tell? I don't even know how to tell. Is it where you fast forward it? I don't know how to tell. Oh, I guess I could do it in reverse. Yeah, it's expired. We've been live for 8 hours and 45 seconds. 8 hours and 45 seconds. That's it. Whew. All right, we done? Thanks, everybody. I'm done, and I'm going to go grab something to eat. Show's over. Show's done. That's done, and we'll do this again tomorrow. I'm ready for something to eat, for sure. Feed's ending. Food's ending. Food is beginning. Feed is ending.